Picture this. Reifenhardt's morning routine involves being shackled to a tree just to get pummeled into oblivion from sunrise to sunset, day in and day out. This ain't the power-up montage your typical deadweight MC asks for. He'd even try to bolt, but his sensei would just drag him back every time. This unhinged mentor was dead set that this brutal regimen was the only way to forge a fighter in his own image. So how did Reifenhardt end up chained to a madman who only communicates through pain? In progress, we gotta slam the rewind button all the way back to a world drowning in pure hatred for monsters. You see, Reifenhardt used to be a mage of legend, painted by society as evil incarnate, the supreme leader of terrifying legions. Or, at least, that was the spin humanity put on it. The real tea. He was one of the kindest souls to ever live, a staunch defender of the idea that monsters had a right to exist. From his perspective, humans were the true abominations, a race that shackled and exploited every other species for their own greedy goals. So he bounced on human civilization, carving out a sanctuary with other races and forging with them an unbreakable connection. He brought them all together, trolls, dwarves, orcs, the whole squad, and through their unified strength, he rocketed past just being the most powerful mage alive, mastering the legendary 10-circle magic. He built an entire nation where they could finally live without persecution, the Antari Empire. But humanity couldn't stomach seeing these so-called monsters flourish and claim their own land. So they unleashed the fires of war, hell-bent on forcing them back into the shadows. The result was an absolute apocalypse, a torrent of slaughter that consumed both armies. Humanity deployed its 5 legendary champions who butchered Reifenhardt's closest commanders and even executed the love of his life, an elven woman named Cirrus. And now, this celebrated hero squad was storming his gates, aiming to finish the job. But Reifenhardt was already broken. Having everyone he cherished torn from his life, he finally snapped, unleashing the full power of the Demon King they always accused him of being. In one devastating assault, he annihilated 4 of humanity's finest. The only one left standing between him and total vengeance was the martial king Tesron. Tesron was a titan sculpted like a deity from ancient lore. This absolute beast wielded such immense force that a single blow turned every bone in Reifenhardt's skull to dust. Reifenhardt realized in an instant he couldn't take this gigachad head-on, so he pulled his ultimate trump card, Regression magic. He funneled his entire 10-circle arsenal into an attempt to rewind time, swearing he would take back everything that was stolen from him. But Tesron crashed the party at the final moment, sending the entire spell spiraling into chaos. Miraculously, Reifenhardt's magic still fired off. He rocketed back in time, but not into the slender, nerdy mage's body he once had. He awoke inside the shredded, powerful physique of Tesron himself. At the same time, Tesron got yeeted back into the past, now stuck in the fragile frame of a young Reifenhardt. And boom, just like that, Reifenhardt becomes the disciple of the mythic former King of Fists, Gerard Chrome Proteus. Every savage ordeal Tesron ever conquered to become a fitness deity was now Reifenhardt's personal hell to survive. One afternoon, while his master is away in a nearby town, Reifenhardt figures he'll try to tap into his magical abilities. But when he attempts a chant, he gets nothing. Zilch. Nada. He can't summon a single flicker of light, forcing him to wonder if his mage life is just over. That's when he senses it, a non-human presence. A young, green-skinned boy materializes from the darkness, looking on edge and warning him to look away if he wants to live. Reifenhardt gets a good look at the kid. He looks like an orc, maybe 3 or 4 years old, likely a runaway from a gladiatorial pit. The small fry digs in, threatening that if Reifenhardt pretends he saw nothing, he'll be allowed to walk away. Listening to this kid's attempt at a deal, Reifenhardt recalls that orcs are an honorable race that abhors needless conflict. Even with the tension thick in the air, he shifts into the refined language of grace calmly, asking if he's being hunted. The young orc is completely floored. He confesses that he is. Our red-haired hero offers his aid, urging the kid to have faith in him. The orc, hearing his own language spoken with such perfection, immediately feels a connection, picking up on the sincere kindness of this stranger. But he's still reluctant, cautioning that any attempt to help will just get this human murdered. Based on the orc's formal way of speaking, Reifenhardt clocks him as a noble. He insists he's got this, and with a simple gesture, he magically conjures a hiding place from nothing. Before vanishing, the little orc mentions how wild it is to see a guy built like a brick wall claim to be a wizard. Then he offers a sincere thank you. A few seconds later, a unit of soldiers barges into the area, grumbling about tracking one orc for a pittance of silver. The leader dangles a gold piece in Reifenhardt's face, baiting him with a classic interrogation tactic. Reifenhardt feigns ignorance, but one of the thugs notices fresh footprints heading deeper into the forest. Reifenhardt mentally kicks himself. Simple spells can't cover tracks. Nevertheless, he digs in his heels, barring them from setting foot on the hallowed turf of the future King of Fists. The soldiers are livid, getting blocked by some no-name kid from the sticks. But their commander warns them to tread carefully. Even though there are more than 10 of them, something about this guy screams danger. But even with his impressive build, the soldiers dismiss him as a mere teenager and order him to move. And that is the exact moment Reifenhardt's power erupts. With a chilling calm, he warns them that his fists are basically lethal weapons. One solid punch could end most of them, so he's actually doing them a favor by using a weapon. He snatches up a club, a manic energy in his eyes, as he promises they'll at least survive its blows. A far cry from the unarmed combat Jim Unbreakable is known for. But the school does teach weapon skills. That fact alone makes the soldiers hesitate, wondering if this kid really thinks he can challenge them after learning a few party tricks. The instant the fight explodes, Reifen dismantles them with terrifying ease, launching grown men through the air. The rest of them dogpile him, desperate to crush the little punk, completely clueless that these club techniques aren't for fighting, they're for brutally conditioning disciples into unstoppable warriors. In the middle of the chaos, Reifen analyzes their sword work. It clicks. These guys move like pros, they have to be mercenaries. Whipping the cudgel around, he unleashes a relentless storm of strikes, a punishing rhythm designed to slam into every part of the body. When one merc tries a sneak attack from behind his blade, just crumples on impact, making the man scream that no human being should be this ridiculously durable. The savage beauty of the cudgel style is that it never goes for the kill, even as it shatters joints and cracks bones. In the end, his opponents will live to regret this day. A single soldier is left standing, trembling as he stammers out the question, "What in the world is Reifen?" But the redhead just keeps that club swinging, reminding him that all his friends are already kissing the dirt, so it's only right he joins them. Once it's all over, the battered mercs actually thank him for sparing their lives. But you can see it in his eyes. Reifen enjoyed that beatdown a little too much, a perfect reflection of the harsh, unforgiving teachings of Jim Unbreakable. Afterward, the young orc approaches Reifen and vows to never forget this day, promising to repay the life debt no matter what it takes. The boy tells him a warrior's head is meant to be held high, but the orc has already made up his mind. He now sees Reifen as his master. That's a bond that in orc culture is as sacred and unbreakable as a knight's fealty to his lord. When asked for his name, the Dark Mage finally introduces himself as Reifen Harthwald. He then turns the question around, asking about the orc's game plan. The young orc confesses he'd rather die a free wanderer than ever live as a slave again. He just wants to carve out a place for himself on this massive continent. As a guide, Reifen suggests he journey to the Land of Trials in the Rocket Mountains, where the legendary Blue Bear tribe lives in secret. Just before they part ways, he finally learns the orc's full identity. He is the green orc Tothid, son of Crota, and the one who carries the famed Lat's axe. The name Tothid hits Reifen like a lightning bolt. This is the legendary orc, who would become one of the 4 warrior kings, the great chief of the Blue Bear tribe, and eventually the high chief of all orcs. He finds himself wondering if the original Tesron ever had a run-in with this future legend. For the moment, he just relaxes a little amused that destiny just had him help a future king, feeling a bizarre sense of connection as he stares out over the mountains. King Reifen thinks of his old comrades, Tothid Skirus, Mashalan, and Alport, and quietly hopes that somehow someday he'll see them all again. 6 months after that fateful meeting with Tothid, Grandpa Fist unleashes a focused energy blast at Reifen, only to watch in shock as the Demon Lord casually blocks it with the Spiral Guard technique. The old man just roars with laughter, totally impressed, recalling when the boy first arrived, insisting his real name was Reifen Harth. Back then, he was convinced all the beatdowns had knocked a few screws loose in the kid's head. At that moment, Reifen was totally confused why the old geezer was digging up a memory from 6 years ago. It suddenly dawned on Gerard that a full 10 years had already flown by since their training first started. Reifen has become a monster, but the old man still grumbles that he's only 190 centimeters a short stack by the epic standards of Jim Unbreakable. He goes on a rant about how the first 3 kings, Valkenschut, Calbrain, and Rostel, were all giants over 2 meters tall, then pointedly asks if Reifen has been slacking on his breathing techniques. Thinking back, Reifen remembers that in his past life he was a colossal 2.4 meters tall. Though Reifen tries to insist it's just his natural build internally, he's losing his mind that this old fart actually believes he can grow taller with a freaking breathing trick. Gerard just shrugs, admitting, size isn't everything so long as the kid is powerful and built like a tank. For the final test, Reifen sets his stance and detonates a 4-stack Calamity Horn, launching himself forward like a cannonball, and utterly obliterating a solid rock wall into nothing but dust. The old man explodes with a proud laugh, absolutely certain that this kid won't be taken down by anyone easily. Reifen feels a wave of relief having finally mastered 4 stacks, and then he hears the 2 words he's been waiting a decade to hear. Gerard declares that it's time for him to leave and see the world. Then, completely out of the blue, Gerard calls him by his true name, Reifen Harth, and tells him to live exactly how he wants. Whether he becomes a hero or a villain doesn't matter, as long as he forges a life that is truly his own. That, the old man explains, is the ultimate reward for surviving all these years of hellish training. He then shares the wisdom passed down to him 60 years ago by Master Rostel, the 3rd King of Fists. There are 3 rules to live by. First amass, a fortune, but never through shady or unjust methods. When Ryfin points out that he literally just said, being a villain was on the table, Gerard just cackles and clarifies that he should aim to be a classy villain, one with principles. Second, always stand with the wronged, because that is how you earn respect. But he gives a stark warning that the weak are not always the ones who are right. And since almost everyone in the world is weaker than Ryfin now, he'll have to be a sharp judge of character. Third, and most importantly, the legend of Jim Unbreakable couldn't just die. His sacred arts had to be passed down, not to some destined hero, but to the one student he could never bring himself to abandon. Gerard shoved a tiny pouch into his palm containing a measly 30 silver coins and a spare set of clothes. Ryfin was literally shook. This dude was one of the wealthiest guys in the whole Vasily kingdom, rocking a mansion in the capital, and this was his send-off. Sure, for a normal person that was like 6 months of rent, but Ryfin was expecting a way bigger bag. Gerard just hit him with a shrug, saying the martial sect has a standard severance package, claiming he only got 25 coins back in his day. Then he dropped a hint about a little something extra he'd stashed for him deep in the Lad Mountains. He smacked a map marked with a big X into Ryfin's hand. And just like that, he vanished. That first taste of freedom felt unreal, almost like a dream, until a colossal shockwave tore through the heavens. It was a final farewell from Grandpa Fist, an earth-shattering command to shoulder his legendary legacy. Ryfin didn't hesitate for a second. He bolted down the mountain a complete blur. Meanwhile, in a nearby village, a man pleaded with the chief to let it go, but the old man stood his ground, demanding payment from an arrogant noble and his knight for the massive feast they just inhaled. The noble just sneered, calling them pathetic, low-born garbage. He flicked a single gold coin into the mud, taunting that they've probably never even touched one before. But with ice in his veins, the chief simply stated it wasn't nearly enough. Absolutely furious, the noble struck the old man, spitting that a knight knows the value of things better than some dirt-grubbing commoner. And that's when the horrifying realization dawned. These guys weren't knights. They were just goons in armor. They had swaggered into town, wolfed down all the village's food, and were now trying to cover the bill with a single coin, a total slap in the face. That's when a new player entered the scene, Lord Stephen. He asked his man Edward for the situation report, then flashed this bone-chilling grin. He called the villagers wretches, and told his knight not to waste an ounce of pity on peasants who don't know their place. Ryfin was lying in bed right beside Sirius, the stunning sun-kissed elf. He asked her why her hands were roaming all over his body. She just whispered back that his lean body felt sharp and refined, like a masterfully forged blade. But trapped in Tesseran's body, he felt like a clumsy rock golem. Tears stung his eyes. God, he prayed, Sirius could somehow forgive him. On the bright side, at least he was taller this time. He calculated that Sirius had to be around 70 years old while he was stuck in the body of a 17-year-old kid. He'd managed to reach Chrome City in the southern Vasily kingdom, but a single terrifying fact was seared into his brain. Next year, she was going to be sold at a slave auction in the Chetan kingdom. His entire soul screamed at him to just burn the whole system to the ground and save her. But that would completely derail his mission to get his magic back. No, he had to play this smart. The answer wasn't force, it was cash. Just one tiny problem, elven slaves cost a fortune and he was dead broke. But he wasn't powerless. He was rocking a powerful new body, had a lifetime of combat experience, and most importantly, he had memories of the future. It wasn't long before rumors started swirling about some ancient ruins on the road to Chetan. And at that exact same time, Lord Stephen was grilling a guy named Todd, a ruins exploration expert, and a high-level wizard from Delphi's magic tower. He demanded to know if they'd found the ruins, but Todd was dragging his feet. Stephen was 100% convinced that this was the tomb of the legendary swordsman, Sir Claude von Leotus Altian. 3 days had passed since Ryfin bounced from Chrome City heading north on the main road and making a beeline for the Hayton Mountains. Thanks to his ridiculous stamina, the freezing air felt like nothing. He recalled how the old martial kings used to just chill shirtless in the middle of winter, then activated one of his secret arts, artificial flashback. It's a technique that lets him summon specific memories at will, and he instantly pulled up the precise coordinates of the ancient ruins in the Hatan range from his previous life. He actually knew Mage Todd from his time at Delphi's magic tower, the very same dude who explored those ruins with the Altian family. But Ryfin had some insider info they were clueless about. He remembered discovering a secret stash of treasure that Todd's team missed, entirely artifacts he later flipped for over 2,000 gold. And now here he was, standing at the entrance to Cattle Village. The place looked exactly like he remembered. All the locals were huddled up, nervously whispering about how only a complete idiot would go anywhere near the Valley of Death. They were freaking out because some nobles were forcing them to provide a guide, and refusing was basically a death sentence. With the chief sick, a dude named Ted, who knew the mountains like the back of his hand, was forced to volunteer. The second, his wife and kids burst into tears. He knew he'd made a huge mistake, but the other villagers basically threw him to the wolves. And right at that rock-bottom moment, Ryfin's face popped up at the window like a total psycho, flashing a massive grin. and cheerfully offering to be their guide instead. He played it off like he was just some random traveler who happened to overhear their conversation. Even he had to admit the whole thing was super sus. I mean, who just strolls onto someone's property like that? But when they called him out, he declared with total confidence that he knew the place because he'd been in there before. They tried to talk him out of it, hammering home the point that anyone who goes into the Valley of Death never returns. But he just waved it off, doubling down that he's been there, thinking to himself that these guys had no clue how lucky they were, because the Valley of Death wasn't a valley, it was a dungeon. It was a forgotten relic from the ancient Silver Age. Legend says that 50 years ago, the great Claude of House Altian awakened his aura at the ripe old age of 45. He set off on countless adventures, and the stories of his heroic deeds became legendary across the Vasily Kingdom. But all that fame went straight to his head. He grew arrogant, overestimated his own strength, and foolishly charged into that valley with only a single servant by his side. He was never heard from again, and his demon sword Altion, a priceless family heirloom passed down for generations, vanished right there with him. Even 5 decades later, treasure hunters are still desperately searching for that legendary blade, which could only mean one thing: Stephen von Lepanto Altion had to be Claude's grandson. Meanwhile, Reltia was just laying on the compliments thick, telling him he carried himself with the grace of a true knight, even without a horse. Our buff dude glances over and sees the Slayer elf vibing with Stefan, but his gaze drifts past her to Silen, the party's baby-faced priest. He's internally side-eyeing him, wondering if the kid can even cast a basic holy spell. But honestly, he's still shook that Ceylon with that angelic face is actually a dude. He's trying to find an opening to talk to Todd, but the wizard is completely wrapped up in a conversation with Silen, leaving Rifen no room to interrupt. And there's this weird sense of déjà vu. It's just like how Todd used to talk to him back in his wizard days. But something about it feels wrong. A weird thought hits him. Is Todd into Ceylon? Nah, he dismisses it. Todd's a good guy. Just then Edward snaps him out of it, giving him props for being their guide. Rifen just shrugs, playing it cool like it's no big deal. He gets why the villagers bailed. They were terrified, and honestly he can't blame them. But of course Edward has to chime in, puffing his chest out and boasting that with the kingdom's finest knights on the job, there's absolutely nothing to fear. Rifen barely holds back a gag. He's completely over it. All knights are the same smug pricks, and this whole chivalry thing just creates a bunch of self-obsessed narcissists. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek rips through the air. Strange creatures explode from the trees, launching a surprise attack. As they swarm, Relcha screams, calling them filthy beasts for daring to assault the chosen of Sayer. Without missing a beat, Stefan barks out the order for his knights to form a line and drive them back. Todd ignites the battlefield with a massive fire chain, sowing absolute chaos, while Ceylon empowers the soldiers with a holy blessing, stealing their resolve. Even in the chaos, Stefan's skill is undeniable. His swordplay is way cleaner than Rifen anticipated. But from a true fighter's perspective, from the Iron Fist himself, his form is full of openings, sloppy. Figures that old man Gerard would be proud of this guy. Then Rifen spots something else, a mob of orcs running for their lives, hunted by these same creatures. He intercepts one of the monsters, and with a single explosive punch, completely demolishes it. The thing just disintegrates, and all he can think is, why does no one give a damn about the non-humans? But for now he's trapped here on the Jacquard Plains. He remembers this part from Todd's original story. This is the exact spot where Ted the Guide is fated to die, all under the glorious leadership of Lord Stefan Altion. And there's Stefan going absolutely berserk, just hacking away at monsters, with zero regard for anyone else's safety. Yeah, the original guide's death makes perfect sense now. This dude's recklessness is what gets people killed. No wonder the guide croaks on his watch. Amidst the carnage, Ceylon shouts at Rifen to get behind a tree. At least someone here has a shred of common sense. Just then, a monster lunges straight for him. Its claws whip past his face inches from his eye, and a raw shout escapes his lips. Running on pure instinct and leftover adrenaline from his hellish training, he throws a wild punch. The impact obliterates the creature, leaving the nearby orcs completely frozen in shock. After the dust settles, what's the first thing Stefan does? He asks Edward if the wizard and the priest are okay. That's it. Rifen feels a wave of disgust. It's like nobody else even exists. Then Stefan gets on his high horse, declaring that an Altion's command is absolute law. He orders everyone to relax and savor their victory. Seeing his chance, Rifen walks up to Todd. Playing the part of the grateful guide, the big guy thanks the wizard for saving his skin. Then he casually drops it into the conversation. Hey, my buddy Reifenhardt is a wizard over at the Delphi Magic Tower. Ever heard of him? Todd looks totally taken aback, like he can't process how this mountain of a man could be friends with Reifenhardt. Then his whole vibe shifts, and he calls him a sweet and lovely boy. Okay, major creep alarm bells are going off in Reifen's head. Pushing past the weirdness, he asks how his friend is doing. Todd just says the kid is studying magic, as he always does. But when Rifen pushes for more, asking if anything's wrong, the mage gets this weird dreamy look and starts gushing about Reifenhardt's sharp nose, his jewel-like eyes, his silky smooth skin. The creep factor just went through the roof. Ryfin puts it together. This dude's obsession is purely physical, but it's a totally different flavor of weird from Grandpa Gerard's. Every muscle in his body is screaming to just deck this guy. But he holds back and instead demands to know about Reifenhardt's personality, his character. Todd basically admits he couldn't care less about what Reifenhardt thinks or does. He's practically salivating, looking like a total predator. Right then, Ceylon interrupts, asking if Ryfin's okay. Ryfin waves him off, telling the priest to go check on the orcs. The priest actually goes over and starts healing the orcs even though they say they're fine. The other humans just sneer, telling him not to waste his divine power on creatures like that. But Ryfin sees the truth. Ceylon isn't treating them like people. He's treating them like injured pets. And it hits him, the problem isn't just prejudice, it's that the entire human value system is fundamentally broken. Fighting for the rights of non-human races, this is going to be a long, brutal war. Stefan's voice cuts through his thoughts, ordering the guide to get a move on. Ryfin's jaw tightens in annoyance, but his response is weirdly flat, almost robotic, as he tells them to head for the stream. The bizarrely monotone delivery even makes Stefan raise an eyebrow. A few hours later, the body count is insane. They've already faced a basilisk, a pack of dire wolves, and over 20 ogres. The party is freaking out, wondering how this tiny mountain range is crammed with so many high-level monsters. And while the entire party is on the verge of collapse, Ryfin is secretly loving every second of it, leading them deeper into the chaos. He's deliberately ignoring the safer routes, giving them zero time to catch their breath. Because in his book, knights are arrogant, priests are clueless, and wizards are petty, small-minded fools. And even though he's trapped in this tank's body deep down, he knows he's still a wizard. Besides, he is taking them on the fastest route, so technically he's not lying, just creatively tormenting them. It finally clicks for Stefan. This is why Sir Claude never made it back. This whole mountain range is a death trap absolutely swarming with monsters. Out of nowhere, a knight screams, pointing to a light up ahead. Edward, ever the dramatic one, announces that they've found the ancient ruins of Fulton. As they get closer, Todd gestures toward the entrance, declaring it's safe to enter. But Ryfon is planting his feet, insisting he can't get back alone and he'll wait right here. Backed into a corner, Stefan sighs and agrees to protect the guide on the way out, even though it's painfully obvious he's lying through his teeth. The disrespect makes Ryfon's jaw clench, but Stefan just raises his sword, declaring that a legendary knight is entombed beyond the gate, and they'll honor him by claiming the demon sword. For Altion, the party storms the entrance, and Ryfon smirks. It's time to get down to business. The ancient ruins of Fulton, now a festering nest for monsters, and the Undead, was once just a military base during the Silver Age. The catch: its technology is so ridiculously advanced it makes today's best gear look like children's toys. It's been ages since he explored this dungeon with Ciri. He still remembers her claiming she could hear a spirit whispering from inside these very walls. He was dead certain it was a secret entrance. Playing the part of a true Romeo, he once told Ciri to stop blushing, offering a kiss as her reward. Even to this day, the rugged warrior can't help but grin like an idiot at that memory. It's actually wild he had the guts to pull a move like that when they were literally surrounded by danger. Snapping back to the present, he spots a coded lock based on Libra, mixed with reversed Aqua and Terra symbols. He knows exactly how to crack this. With his magic on the fritz though, it's a lot tougher than he remembers. His body might be stronger this time around, but his brain feels a little rusty. Still, he gets to work shrugging off his coat first. He's not about to ruin an item worth a cool 10 silver coins. He starts loosening up, just testing the limits of his new body, when a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, stopping him cold. He figured those idiots must have wandered off the main path, but the sound came from a completely different area. That's when it dawns on him. This is a secret passage, a straight shot, down to the third basement level. And since the entrance is open, someone is definitely already down there, which puts him on edge. Then the horrible truth hits him. Fulton is still a fully operational military facility. Its magic defense system will unleash hell on any unauthorized intruders. Back in the day, he and Ciri only had to worry about their own section. But with the Altian party bumbling around, they could trip a master trap, plunging everyone down to the second basement and turning this whole raid into a slaughterhouse. Down below, Lord Stefan watches as Sir Thomas gets obliterated by one of the dungeon's traps. Then heavy footsteps boom through the corridor as a gigantic skeleton warrior wielding a massive axe stomps into view. Stefan's blood runs cold. There is no way in hell he can fight a beast covered in blades that radiates a purely demonic aura. This isn't the kind of monster a human can just walk up to and defeat. Ceylon frantically tends to the wounded soldiers who keep thanking him, their bodies still shaking from the floor, giving way and nearly swallowing them whole. He thanks Todd for saving them with a magic barrier, but Todd grimly admits it only saved them from the fall. It won't do a thing against whatever's coming next. As if on cue, a massive explosion sends the front line flying. A horned demon general leads a charge with its army, causing the soldiers to break rank and flee in terror. Father Ceylon steps into the chaos, raising his glowing mace and channeling a torrent of holy power into his men. He blesses them with unbreakable courage. He found their cowardice pathetic, but now they're surging with raw power, their eyes glowing like they've been possessed. They roar in unison that they will show everyone the true power of the Knights of House Altion. Todd is completely stunned by the sheer amount of energy Ceylon is using to whip them into a battle frenzy, essentially turning them all into berserkers. At the same moment, Todd unleashes his own spell, yelling for them to reclaim what is theirs, as he telekinetically rips the demon's blade from its hand. Meanwhile, Reltsia charges the demon head-on, but the monster swats her aside like an insect, sending her crashing against the wall. She's a mess of bruises, hoping her distraction gave Master Stefan an opening. Stefan praises her bravery and rushes the demon leader, his sword a blur of light. Edward cheers on his leader as a peerless warrior, while Stefan just curses the foul beasts and screams for everyone to stay sharp. He roars that this is the very ground where the legendary knight Claude fell in battle. Suddenly, the ceiling erupts in flames as another demonic beast drops from above, blasting fire and incinerating soldiers in its path. This so-called knight just tells them not to panic and to compose themselves like the proud knights of House Altion they are. The fight devolves into pure chaos, but Stefan refuses to yield an inch. He is absolutely determined to not let these demons win. Calling on the honor of Altion's resolute knight, he launches a piercing strike at the flaming monster, only to be effortlessly thrown aside and slammed violently to the ground. He lies there completely still. Father Ceylon jumps in, unleashing a blast of holy light that does practically nothing. Just as the demon looms over Ceylon for the final blow, Refon Hearth appears from nowhere, knocking the beast back and shielding the priest. With a single explosive punch, he annihilates the creature. He's almost shocked by how easily it went down, a faint memory surfacing of how Tezron dropped him the exact same way in his past life. His priority shifting to the wounded, he moves to the injured elf and lifts her gently into his arms. But before he can take a step, an entire army of skeletal soldiers claws its way out of the ground. Holding her tight, Refon becomes a whirlwind of destruction, carving a path through the horde to get them out. The supposed resolute knight finally comes to a fact that Edward immediately points out. Stefan stares out at the field of shattered undead. He asks what in the world happened, only for his right-hand man to tell him their guide was secretly a one-man army. Instantly, Stefan begins to stammer out an apology, finally realizing he wasn't dealing with a commoner, but a nobleman. Our GigaChad hero realizes Todd would clock him from his magic tower days, so he spontaneously invents a new identity, Ryfan. Edward just gives him a blank look, admitting he's never heard of any mythic champion with that name. When they probe for more, Ryfan coolly reveals he has zero noble lineage, and suddenly a light bulb goes off for Stefan. This guy's just a regular dude he completely misjudged for some blue-blooded cadet. Scrambling to protect his fragile pride, he offers a sarcastic, "Thank you for jumping in to clean up a fight they already had locked down." He grudgingly admits Ryfan has skills, but the Iron Fist immediately cuts right through the BS. He flatly tells him it looks like Stefan is totally tapped out and living in a fantasy world. Ouch. Direct hit. Stefan completely explodes, demanding the respect due to House Altion, while Edward desperately tries to do damage control. He screams that some nameless drifter wouldn't have a clue about basic etiquette. Stefan eventually calms himself and demands to know who trained Ryfan, but the Iron Fist just shrugs it off, claiming he's basically self-taught. But his mind flashes back to Grandpa Fist, who taught him a technique so destructive it could shatter mountains. The kicker is his true master. Gerard is a living legend whose name echoes across the entire continent. Ryfan has to stay low-key, making sure that absolute monster never catches his scent. Stefan is just floored, unable to process how some guy with no formal training could be such a total beast. Ryfan tells him to drop the theatrics and see to the wounded. Edward is struck by the effortless air of command this man radiates. He's completely unaware of his own high-handed tone, speaking like a lord who's commanded armies his entire life. An idea starts to spark in Edward's mind. This absolute unit carries himself more like some incognito royal from a foreign land than a commoner, completely ignoring the age gap. Ryfan addresses him like a grizzled commander dressing down a fresh recruit, which only deepens the enigma surrounding him. Then from out of nowhere, Ceylon just glides up, asking for Ryfan's precise height. This priest is crushing hard on our hero, already aware that he stands at a towering 192 centimeters. When Ryfan admits he's clueless about his weight, Ceylon, dying for the deets on his regimen, presses him further. Ryfan's dead simple reply: he got his face bashed in, ate like a monster, and lifted things that didn't want to be lifted. He's seriously creeped out by how buddy-buddy Ceylon is suddenly acting. Dylan Phil Merricks then chimes in, explaining that real warriors guard their training methods with their lives. But Ryfan's already got the full download on Ceylon's entire life story. After his parents were gone, he grew up in the Philippines Order's orphanage, where his delicate build and pretty face made him walking bully bait. Because of that trauma, he yearned to be his complete opposite, a man with a jawline that could cut glass, a laugh that shook the room, and a voice that rumbled like thunder. At one point, he even considered becoming a monk, convinced he could prove his devotion by getting divinely shredded. But reality check came in hot for the pretty boy. He never shot up in height, his voice refused to drop, and his hair shot out like a weed. And the harder he pushed to get swole, the more his holy power skyrocketed from constantly mending his torn muscles. This whole mess cultivated a massive thing for hypermasculine dudes, which is currently making Ryfan's skin crawl. He cooks up an excuse to go survey the exit, but the pretty boy instantly offers to be his shadow. Ryfan flat out denies him, ordering him to protect the injured in case another wave hits, leaving Salon to sulk in the corner. Stefan declares he'll go in his place, telling Welcha to stay behind and provide support. On the move, Sir Absolutely Useless starts muttering about having to rely on this human bulldozer, convinced Ryfan is just a show-off who's ignoring the chain of command. Stefan is dying for another demon brawl, desperate to earn a shred of approval from the tank. But while he's zoned out in his hero fantasy, Ryfan drops him with a single, precise chop to the neck. As a horde of undead soldiers swarms them, this one-man army carves through them like they're nothing, making it look ridiculously easy. With that distraction handled, he slips away to do a little solo looting, and finally enters the main chamber. He meticulously cases the joint his mission to secure 50 gold coins worth of Silver Age relics. A few seconds later, he hits the jackpot, discovering the Infinite Sack, a legendary bag of holding that can swallow up to 10 times its own volume. Thanks to his future knowledge, he knows that just beside it lies a second bag containing the Celestial Furnace, the Dagger of Recall, and the Sapphire of Magic Power. Our guy is absolutely vibing, having stumbled upon such an insane haul of loot. Just as Stefan begins to wake up, Ryfan pins the blame on the undead for taking him down in one hit. Our resident narcissist is seething that his spotlight was stolen, but Ryfan is already planning his next naptime special. The so-called Noble Knight ends up getting his lights punched out 3 more times. The bruiser then strips the ruins bare, silently praying the noble kid doesn't have severe brain damage. When Stefan finally stays conscious, he's completely disoriented, baffled at how he keeps getting knocked out despite being on high alert, and already planning his post-battle potion regimen. Meanwhile, Ryfan has already maxed out the inventory space, and is plotting a round 2 looting spree. After making sure the coast was clear, they guide the remaining survivors from the dungeon. Along the way, Salon casts doubt on Ryfan's story, noting how bizarre it is for a supposed commoner to wield such immense power. Ryfan has a moment of self-awareness, realizing his natural tone just makes people think he's being condescending. He just never imagined his gruff demeanor would have the same effect on Edward, a 40-year-old man, as it does on Lord Ego. He remembers he's literally just 22 years old, so he decides to tone it down a notch, chalking up his abrasive style to not being used to social interaction. Stepping into the next chamber, the squad comes face to face with a demonic new horror, the Grell Beast. And this is one monster Ryfan has zero memory of from his previous life. Stefan immediately pegs it as the area's guardian, but Ryfan, our resident brawler, knows they're hopelessly outmatched at their current power level, and yells for them to fall back. And that's when their eyes lock onto it, the legendary demon sword Altion clutched tight in the beast's massive claws. Edward wisely suggests they bail and come back with backup, but the boneheaded knight completely loses it, refusing to let that legendary sword be defiled by some monster. He swears he is reclaiming that blade no matter the cost, even if it means walking straight into a guaranteed death. He commands his men to charge forward, while Ryfan can only shake his head at the absolute reckless fool. See, a dimensional rift tore these Silver Age ruins out of time, and its automated defense system tried to patch the holes by yanking in anything and everything nearby. That is exactly how this creature from another world got sucked into the defenses, transforming into what everyone now calls a dungeon guardian. So yeah, these demonic guardians are roaring at them, but real talk, they were just vibing peacefully until the ruins snatched them up for a lifetime of forced unpaid labor. The moment a creature fuses with the system, it gets a massive power boost, and Ryfan remembers the demon that killed Sir Claude was a terrifying aura wielder. If this dungeon guardian is even more juiced than Tigreal was, then they are in a whole different league of trouble. Still, Lord Ego just scoffs at the danger, telling his men not to sweat it, since the beast is chained to the wall. Ryfan tries to warn these clowns that a head-on charge is suicide, but Edward fires back that a vagabond like him wouldn't understand honor, claiming some things are worth dying for. Ryfan is just thinking, bro, these guys almost got wiped by a ghoul, and now they think they can take on this thing. The logic is not logicking. Meanwhile, Edward the priest is busy juicing up the soldiers with holy magic, hyping them up for what is clearly a suicide run. Fueled by holy buffs, the soldiers charge in like moths to a flame, only to get absolutely bodied and tossed aside like trash. Just as Ryfan predicted, they are nothing more than cannon fodder being sent to their deaths. And yet, Sir Delusional is still screaming about bravery and the honor of House Altion, as if his pep talk is going to make the demon just keel over. Ryfan's already pegged Stefan as a lost cause who never listens, but Sir Edward seems to have a few brain cells, so maybe there's still a sliver of hope. Speaking of Lord Ego, he's just darting around the Grell Beast, landing pathetic little cheap shots. The priest is unleashing a blinding barrage of holy maces, putting on a one-man light show. Reltia then dives into the fray, landing a devastatingly clean strike that even manages to earn a nod of approval from Stefan. Ryfan has to admit her skill is second only to his own leagues beyond Edward's level. Maybe he totally misjudged this crew. Then Todd, the mage, finally unleashes his big spell, summoning a massive blizzard, but it triggers something in the system. The dungeon glitches, and we enter Phase 2. With a deafening roar, the Grell beast shatters its chains and explodes towards the party, smashing soldiers like ants. The real nightmare has officially begun. Lord Ego charges the now unleashed demon, thinking he is the hero, only to get absolutely rocked with a gut punch that sends him flying into a wall. Edward screams for his lord, but Stefan yanks Relsha back to the front lines. She is immediately swatted down just before the Grell beast unleashes a colossal fireball right at them. Then in a flash, Rifen is there. He dives in front of the priest, tanks the full force of the blast, and coolly apologizes for being late to the party. Now, he stares down the demon, a single thought racing through his mind. Are the martial skills in this body truly enough to take down a monster of this caliber? His past self, the calculating archmage, would have avoided a gamble with such terrible odds. But the fighter he has become, he feels a surge of excitement at the chance to test his limits. Facing an enemy this powerful for the first time, he feels like a true martial artist, and he thinks Gerard would actually be proud. He remembers his master's #1 lesson: when in doubt, let your fists do the talking. Unleashing a focused blast of energy, he sidesteps the beast's attack, but the demon sword still nicks his arm, a sharp reminder that an enchanted weapon can pierce what normal steel cannot. The beast retaliates, launching Rifen into a wall with a vicious kick. Edward screams his name in terror, but Rifen just picks himself up, insisting he is fine. Stefan's jaw hits the floor. His eyes are wide with disbelief as he finally realizes the truth. Rifen is an aura wielder. Honestly, he could have waited for a cleaner counterattack, but after Gerard's brutal training, just tanking the hit has become pure instinct. After all those years of getting pummeled by his master, he decides it's the perfect time to sharpen his technique and taunts the ugly beast to bring it on. Their battle erupts, shaking the very foundations of the ruins. Meanwhile, Lord Ego is practically choking on his pride, watching in disbelief as this commoner wields aura. A highborn noble like himself couldn't even manifest it. To him, this whole scene feels like a fever dream. He's left wondering who in the hell this guy is and what kind of rock did this monster of a man crawl out from under. The dungeon guardian Grell beast unleashes its full fury on Rifen, but the brawl only proves how far his insane training has pushed him. Every one of the demon's swings feels slow and telegraphed, allowing Rifen to counter effortlessly. The only catch is these ruined guardians never stay down. The ruins just keep pumping them full of magic, instantly healing any damage. The Grell beast goes berserk, but our Iron Fist expertly locks it down. He shatters its jaw with a bit of aerial combat practice, then proceeds to use it as the perfect punching bag for his striking drills. The rest of the party can only stare their jaws on the floor as Rifen styles on the demon like it is a training dummy, but he knows he can't keep this game up forever. Okay, that's it. He's pulling out the Calamity Horn to put this thing down for good. The demon shrieks, scrambling backward in sheer terror from the absolute unit in front of it. Rifen mutters a curse. All these spectators are a huge problem. One wrong step, a single miscalculation, and this entire cave is coming down, burying them all alive. The god screams out a fresh strategy. If they can just channel divine energy into an aura-infused blade, they could literally vaporize the monster. Rifen's heard of this move before, but then he drops a bomb. He has absolutely no idea how to channel his aura into an object. This revelation nearly breaks the god's brain. He cannot believe this muscle-bound oaf can only run aura through his own body. He starts ranting about how his whole sect is certifiably insane as Rifen keeps throwing down with the grill beast. That's when Silen the pretty boy pipes up, promising that Rifen's body is more than durable enough to handle it. Then he calls upon Fiance's grace, bathing both the warrior and his blade in a blinding sacred light. A torrent of raw power floods Rifen's system, supercharging him to an insane new level. With zero effort, the beast of a man hoists the demon skyward and smashes it against the cavern wall, just as a divine explosion bursts from the sword, and in that split second it clicks. The pretty boy just buffed him. A holy buff designed for inanimate metal was just cast on his living body, and it worked. Silen, not even batting an eye, just gives the berserker a nod that screams, "Let loose." So Rifen goes absolutely feral. A divine kick obliterates the creature's jaw, followed by a sacred knee that caves in its gut, and a holy haymaker to top it off. He launches the grill beast into the air one last time before finishing the demon off with a jaw-dropping final blow. After that flashy execution, Pretty Boy is staring at him with total hero worship, but Rifen just grunts, telling Silen to drop the enchantment. And as medics start carrying away the wounded, Sir Useless finally decides to open his mouth. He starts bitching that Rifen was sandbagging the whole time. Yeah, the guy's strong, he admits, but his own pride as a knight has been completely trashed, and he accuses Rifen of laughing at them while they were struggling. Rifen could not care less and just tells the dude he wasn't smirking. Truth is, he doesn't waste enough brain cells on these clowns to even bother. That's what triggers Stefan, who charges in like a moron, only for the big guy to casually step aside. He lets Sir Useless completely whiff the wild swing, making him look like an absolute idiot. The knight shrieks, How dare a peasant like you evade my attack? Ryfin calmly states again that he wasn't mocking him and tells the knight to just have the sword if he's that desperate for it. Edward, the only one here with a brain, points out that a man with no desire for such a prize must possess real power. Hearing that Stefan's hand tightens on the hilt, his rage building. Meanwhile, our guy is just thinking about how this sword is a piece of second-rate trash compared to the god-tier weapons he used to crank out for entire armies back in his glory days. Completely over the drama, he announces it's time to dip. Everyone else falls in, but the whiny knight is still fuming, consumed by his own saltiness. When they get back to Kale Village, a collective sigh of relief washes over the crowd as they spot Father Silen, who's in the middle of healing a baby. Pretty Boy is in full-on influencer mode, curing the sick, and literally making it rain gold coins on the villagers. The dude is a PR genius, single-handedly boosting the Holy Order's public image. Meanwhile, Lord Useless and his crew are off sulking in a corner. One of his lackeys suggests they should start digging up some dirt on Ryfin, and Edward is 100% on board. Ryfin's insane power level has Stefan totally shook, even if the clown would rather die than admit he's outmatched. Back to our main character, he's ready to bounce and find Cirrus, but he's completely confused why Pretty Boy is still following him around like a lost puppy. Silen explains he's decided to live as a traveling priest, spreading the good word of the goddess. His new mission is to help believers wherever he finds them, fully aware that priests like him usually die a horrible death on the road. He was meant to head back to the Holy Order, but he's chosen the life of a pilgrim instead. Then his whole vibe changes, getting kinda creepy as he asks if he can tag along with the most goated person he witnessed back in that dungeon. Ryfin instantly clocks that intense look. It's the exact same weirdo stare Gerard and Todd used to give him. The big guy just sighs. It's official, he's a certified weirdo magnet. Still, Pretty Boy seems harmless, so a firm no should be enough. But then a light bulb goes off in Ryfin's head. Silen is a cleric, a literal walking healbot. Suddenly, keeping him around seems like a genius move, especially if Cirrus gets hurt. But while our hero is hyped for the reunion, Pretty Boy is spamming him with questions about his workout routine. He's absolutely desperate for the secret to building his upper middle and lower abs. The only pro tip Ryfin has is to get the crap beaten out of you constantly and haul giant rocks around for fun. He vaguely remembers some alchemist shilling a muscle-building potion called protein, but Silen immediately shuts that down, calling it total trash. Meanwhile, in a crazy Lux mansion, the heir to the Karen trade union, some dude named Lord Vinalot Barry, is throwing a massive tantrum about his new elf. He's screaming about how elves are supposed to be completely subservient to their owners. His butler is begging him to calm down, but Barry just keeps raging that this defective elf was a bargain bin slave and still wasn't worth the cash. From the bed, Cirrus gets to her feet and calmly says she was born like this, with the exact same eyes he hates so much. Vinalot shrieks at his butlers to go buy him a proper elf, no matter the cost, because he refuses to keep what he calls damaged goods. He orders them to ship her right back to the Chadden Principality's notorious elf slave market, Elfenheim. And just like that, the elf girl, known only as number 148, finds herself back on the auction block for the third time. Way up in the north is the Chadden Principality, a kingdom built on commerce, which thrives thanks to the Juran River that cuts right through its center. Ryfin and Pretty Boy finally roll into Zeppelin, the capital city, and the entire continent's booming center of trade, where the streets are packed with vendors shouting about their goods. Silen isn't fazed at all. This chaotic vibe is exactly what he expected from the biggest merchant city in the world. Ryfin just deadpans that the whole country was started by a bunch of merchants who bought the land from the Grim Kingdom, so of course it is. Model, in this city, coin is God. And Ryfin can feel it in his bones. Ceres is imprisoned somewhere within these greedy walls. Salon is practically begging Ryfin to slow down, convinced the giant is just flexing his stride for the clout. That's when they spot it, an old man desperately pleading with a mountain of muscle named Tarek to just back off. The beast roars something about disrespecting the role of Fame Trade Union, before unleashing a vicious 30-hit combo on the old-timer. The aftermath. He just casually tosses 30 gold pieces onto the man's battered form, like it's pocket change. Salon bolts over his eyes, darting around for any sign of the law. But the old man, he's just calmly gathering the scattered coins from the dirt. The guy just shrugs it off, mumbling that the cash is more than enough to set himself up in the city. Salon is absolutely floored. He's losing his mind, unable to process how someone could just brush off a beatdown for a handful of gold. Ryfin, however, just reminds him that in this town, only one thing talks money. It's exactly what he tried to warn him about. Ryfin thought their journey would have toughened the kid up, but honestly, even he's never witnessed a place this depraved. This is a city where every crime you can imagine, literally any crime, is just erased with a fine. No cells, no justice, just a price tag. Salon is just reeling, asking what a powerhouse like him is even doing in a cesspool like this. Ryfin doesn't even blink. He drops the bomb. I'm here to buy an elf. Salon just goes rigid. The blood drains from his face as he realizes the kind of monster he's been following. Ryfin instantly goes into panic mode, scrambling for the right words. I mean, it's not like he can drop the "I'm from another life" card right now. Ceylon, absolutely repulsed, launches into a tirade about all men, until Rifen dryly points out, I'm a man too. Cut to that walking tank Tarek, who's now gloating to his personal entourage of elves. His message: anyone who disses the Roll of Fame trade union just needs to get their grind on. He's literally saying that talking trash in the streets is just a quick way to get paid for your silence. And this dude has elves following him like he's a celebrity, and every single one of them is just nodding along to this garbage. Suddenly, Tarek spots Lord Beret entering and immediately gets all up in his personal space, demanding to know about that Slayer elf he purchased. Beret looks completely done with this conversation, admitting he sent her back 2 weeks ago because she was completely uncontrollable. The giant lord just erupts in laughter. He absolutely flames Beret, calling him too weak to handle even one elf slave. He sneers that it's no surprise his union can't even break into the top 10 trade guilds, but Beret fires back, insisting it wasn't just him. Countless other buyers returned that same Slayer elf. That, he points out, is the real reason she was on the discount rack. A wicked grin spreads across Tarek's face. He's already plotting a trip to Elfenheim to grab her for himself just to watch Beret's face crumble. Later, Rifen discovers the lanky Ceylon attempting another workout, and genuinely questions how this kid is still shaped like a string bean after all the effort he puts in. He tells the pretty boy to take it easy, or he'll be wrecked for days. But Ceylon, he just casually heals himself right there, as if it's nothing. And that's when the light bulb goes off for Rifen. The problem isn't the exercise itself. That healing magic is basically hitting the undo button on his own body. So instead of his muscles breaking down and rebuilding stronger, this kid is just resetting his progress, sending himself right back to the starting line every single time. This absolute buffoon has been grinding for 5 years and has made literally zero progress. The big guy just lets out a heavy sigh and promises to show him how to train for real. A bit later, he nonchalantly asks if his ridiculously long hair ever gets annoying. Ceylon just gives him a shrug. He explains that whenever he tries to cut it, it just grows back at some insane rate. This makes Rifen wonder what kind of vacant thoughts are echoing around in that empty head of his to power that kind of growth. Rifen brushes the thought aside, declaring that he's finally scraped together enough coin to visit the slave auction, and he's dragging Ceylon with him. The auction is a total circus crammed with every type of slave you could possibly imagine, but the elves are clearly the headliners. They pull in way more cash than orcs or dwarves, thanks to their looks and crazy long lifespans, which pretty much freezes them in their teenage years for decades. A Slayer elf gets auctioned for a whopping 800 gold coins. A standard female elf goes for 300, while a young girl will run you about 100. A young male, just 30. Orcs are a bargain by comparison. An orc swordsman is 10, a basic orc slave is 5, and a baby orc is only 4 or 5 gold. There's almost zero market for adult male elves because of their sky-high suicide rate. The old arch-wizard grumbled to himself, swearing he was on the verge of a breakthrough. But elves in general remain a hot commodity because their beauty and longevity mean they stay looking young way longer than any other species. There's even a grim joke making the rounds: only a complete moron invests in a baby elf, because the merchant would literally die of old age before seeing any profit. Ceylon pipes up, explaining that Elfenheim is a legendary elf-exclusive auction that's been running for over 300 years. Rifen, on the other hand, feels his stomach turn at the idea that a place like this is called an elf paradise. Ceylon admits he's never actually witnessed an elf auction, he just figured they got better treatment than orcs. Rifen has to crush that illusion, reminding him they're still property. He challenges him. Are they actually happy? Ceylon tries to argue that maybe it's a better fate than starving to death in the wilderness. But Rifen knows that's just the lie humans tell themselves. He knows that fear only bends the knee to overwhelming power. And in his mind, the blueprints for a new kind of empire are already being drawn. But not a dark empire. No. He's envisioning a nation where all the other races can finally live without chains. And it's going to happen soon. The auctioneer begins to showcase the prime slayers from Elfenheim, and Ceylon can't stop himself from blushing at their stunning beauty. The old guy in charge is side-eyeing the brute, wondering why he dragged what looks like a young girl into a place like this. For Rifen, seeing these forest spirits, descendants of the Great Spirit, paraded like livestock makes his blood boil. Still, Rifen steps forward and asks for a slayer with darker skin. The merchant smirks, teasing him for his unique preference, before launching into a speech about their strict diets and intense training regimens. He's deep in his sleazy sales pitch when Rifen just cuts him dead. He demands to see the elf face to face. Now, finally, they bring him to number 148, a slayer in training who's barely more than a kid. And when he sees her, his world just breaks. It's his battle-weary Saris. The memory hits him like a freight train. A furious Saris screaming at Mage Reifenhard for combining a fire plant with a seed rock, mere seconds before the whole lab erupts in a massive explosion. The stunning elf shot back that he'd pulled the exact same stunt yesterday and blown the whole place sky high then too. Still, a tiny part of her couldn't deny he looked ridiculously cute, even for an old man. Wiping grime from his face, Rifen told her to drop the sir and just be casual, but she shot him down flat without a word of explanation. Meanwhile, outside was pure chaos. Flames engulfed everything as King Lepenharth stormed into the gallery, flanked by 4 of his elite warriors. Tathid stepped forward to offer his final respects while the king eyed Atilka Marshalan and Cyrus, demanding to know why they all looked like they were at a funeral. This was hardly his first time seeing someone on death's door. From every corner of the continent, humanity had amassed a colossal army of 2 million soldiers. They were throwing every last resource they had into one final desperate push to annihilate the Demon King, their most hated foe. He couldn't help but wonder how they'd even recover if the nations were truly willing to bankrupt themselves in a single war, all because they couldn't stomach another race's existence. Tathid pleaded with their lord to flee with them, but Lepenharth stood his ground, insisting he'd stay behind to give them a fighting chance to escape. He also turned to Alpoth, begging for forgiveness. Even with a divine promise, he'd still managed to lose everything. The dwarf corrected him, calling it an oracle, but Lepenharth just shrugged it off, saying it was basically the same thing. The prophecy was clear: keep an elf close, follow the orc who blazes the trail, and someone who has crossed the diamond abyss will emerge. This prophesied individual was destined to shatter the pillar of Hawcrawl, appearing to rewrite his destiny and deliver salvation. Back in the day, the arch-wizard was completely floored when the dwarves started hailing him as their savior, just for accidentally blasting half their sanctuary to smithereens. Honestly, even now he didn't totally get it. With Alpoth's blessing, Michelin voiced his hope that their paths would cross again someday. Lepenharth echoed that wish. In that moment, Rifen prayed that Atilka and Tathid would make it out alive, and ordered Cyrus to go with them. But she refused, vowing to wait for him. He urged her to find a good man if he didn't come back. Yet she remained unwavering, her loyalty melting the old archwizard's heart enough for one last tight embrace. Back in the present, the slave trader looked almost ashamed to show her off, branding her as defective goods, with 0 training already returned 3 times. She was skilled, he admitted, but had a garbage personality, officially labeled an inferior, and used as a live training dummy for other elves to practice on. Despite all that, the auctioneer asked if this hulking brute was interested, and seeing his bizarre taste, he hiked the price up to 300 gold coins. The pretty boy questioned why she was so cheap, but the old man just doubled down, insisting she was nothing more than a reject. When Cyrus was finally brought before her new owner, Rifen could only stare at her scars and imagine the hell she must have endured. The seller offered to summon a priest, but Rifen waved him off and told Silen to handle the healing. Rifen draped his own coat over Cyrus's shoulders, muttering that it was cold. Then he gently asked if it was okay to call her Cyrus. She gave a stiff nod, so he softened the moment by bestowing upon her the full name, Sirius Valencia. She immediately protested, arguing a slave has no need for a surname. She asked if it was his name, but he clarified that it was hers to own from this day forward, not a loan from him. He formally introduced himself as Rifenharth, and gestured to the pretty-faced priest, Silen, a follower of philanthropy. A short while later, the seller was drenched in a cold sweat as an enraged customer burst in, demanding to know why number 148 was sold just an hour ago. Tariq was convinced Burr had sniffed out his plan to get her back. The seller stammered that the buyer was some unfamiliar kid who paid in straight cash. A massive thug beside him scoffed, finding it hard to believe anyone would carry that kind of money just for a slave. The old man added that he'd even managed to sell the so-called inferior product for a premium price. When they pressed him for details, he described the buyer as a beefy guy who should be super easy to spot in a crowd. Meanwhile, Rifen was happily picking out new clothes for Cyrus, finding an outfit that looked perfect on her, and promising they'd buy even more later. He asked if she was hungry, but her response was robotic. I exist only to serve my master's will. Rifen immediately told her to stop seeing him as a master, but her eyes widened with panic. Does that mean you are returning me? Cyrus just couldn't process this man who covered her with his coat. He was dressing her in expensive clothes and treating her like a normal person. Rifen tried again, telling Cyrus it would be better if she thought of him as a traveling companion. He insisted she shouldn't see him as a master, but just call him by his name. In her mind, this had to be some kind of twisted roleplay. Figuring he was some creepy adventurer playing hero with his new sword slave, she settled on calling him Sir Rifenharth, absolutely certain that all humans were secretly the same. Later, as Cyrus devoured her meal like a starved animal, a rugged-looking man mentioned that Ridanti's Grace was the most renowned restaurant in all of Zeppelin. He explained that since the goddess Ridanti was the deity of the earth and harvest, serving a meal here was considered an act of worship. The pretty-faced priest scoffed that if it was really worship, the food ought to be free. Rifen shot back that Phylan's religion made a killing off of beauty, so he had no room to talk. Father Silen had to admit that was facts. Phylan was the goddess of beauty and love, and her priests charged a fortune for their services, so he dropped the subject. All the while, the big guy just grinned, mesmerized as he watched Cyrus absolutely demolish her food like a wild beast. You can tell she's totally weirded out by the whole thing. He can't help but wonder if she despises this place now, considering this is the exact spot he took her to celebrate the anniversary of when they first met. The first time they were here, he was her savior. Now he's just the man who bought her. The vibe is completely different, like night and day. He questions whether fate pushed them together far too soon. Even so, he clings to the slim hope that someday she'll finally believe him, and for now, he has to be okay with that. Later, at a weapon shop, Cirrus immediately snags a rapier. Rifen points out that she typically wields a scimitar. This earns him a death glare from Cirrus, who's silently screaming, "How the hell does he know that?" The pretty boy priest jumps in bragging that any real warrior can tell just by looking at someone's hands. Meanwhile, Salon can't believe he's actually holding a mithril weapon. He's craved one for ages, but Rifen completely shuts him down, stating that priests have no use for blades. Before their argument can escalate, a crew of sketchy-looking men rolls up on Rifen, and they clearly mean business. When Rifen presses them, their leader reveals that a certain noble wants to acquire the elf, even offering a bill of exchange to trade her for a proper slayer. But our rugged hero flatly denies them, bluntly repeating that he's not interested. The shady crew just chalks it up to him being too attached to his new property and takes off. Dylan is just left standing there thinking they were a bunch of weirdos. Cut to a lavish mansion where Tarek is absolutely seething at Romad for returning with nothing to show for his efforts. He rants that Romad should have at least roughed the guy up and tossed him some cash. But Ramad explains that the naive kid stubbornly refused every offer, and with too many witnesses around it, was the wrong move to do anything that went against public decency. He swears he'll bide his time, find the perfect moment to snatch the Slayer, fake her death, and then circle back to offer double the price. He figures it'll still be a steal since she was sold for practically nothing. Tarek loves this scheme and tells him to drag Sir Lantis into it since that freeloader has been useless lately, just sitting around collecting a paycheck for doing nothing. Meanwhile, Rifen is counting out the 2,000 gold he'd set aside, stunned by how much cash he still has left. It's nowhere near what he needs to rebuild his empire, but he knows it's far better to invest it than to just carry it around. That's when a memory strikes him, the brutal famine that crippled the agricultural nation of Provence and its neighbor. See, Redanti's soil is so insanely fertile that their harvests are always massive, so no one ever thinks to prepare for a famine. But he knows the famine next spring will trigger mass starvation, a time so horrific that parents are driven to eat their own children. This grim memory solidifies his plan. He has to invest in grain right now. He mulls over his options, Rolifon, Chiron, and Tauban, but immediately dismisses Rolifon. He vividly remembers how their perverted leader abused Cirrus in his previous life. That leaves Tauban, the continent's third-largest trade union, a powerhouse in the grain market and a major rival to Rolifon. Coincidentally, Sivolt Tauban, the union's leader, is absolutely losing his mind after hearing that Rolifon is dumping wheat and barley at half price, screaming that they're insane and unethical. He's terrified of losing his trade partners and is desperate to fix the exchange problems immediately. Right at that moment, his assistant informs him that a visitor has arrived, wanting to make an investment. The leader scoffs, assuming some small-time investor is just going to create more problems, but his entire attitude flips when he hears the man is offering 1,500 gold coins for grain. He takes the meeting with Rifen, who lays out his proposal. The deal would take place in the Crovin's kingdom during the barley harvest the following spring. Sivolt just shakes his head, saying that selling grain in that kingdom is like trying to sell soap to orcs. He insists it's a guaranteed failure. Rifen counters that, if it fails, the risk is entirely his, but if it succeeds, Sivolt stands to profit immensely. Still, the leader refuses to bankroll what seems like a doomed venture, and advises him to seriously rethink his strategy. So Rifen plays his trump card, threatening to take his mountain of cash to another union. The trader instantly folds. Though he's still grumbling about how his union is barely hanging on, he says he just wants to survive these hard times to prosper later, once again pleading with Rifen to choose a less risky investment. But Rifen already knows this mule is just as headstrong as he was in his past life. So, of course, Rifen puts his foot down, declaring that it's his money and his final decision. He's ready to sign the contract, but first he gives Sivolt a stone-cold warning not to even think about skimming a single coin for his own pockets. After the deal is inked, Rifen casually confirms that the Tauban Trade Union has a northern branch in the Graham Kingdom. He then asks if there's a branch near Delphia's Mage Tower, but the man clarifies that he'd have to pass through Delphia to get to the Ronta branch instead. And there it is. Rifen slyly asks if he could maybe dig up some information on a certain someone in that area. He is totally using this business opportunity to hunt for clues about his past self, Rifenheart. While this is all happening, Salon is watching Cirrus practice with her new weapon, completely captivated by her fluid, powerful movements that look more like a performance than a drill. As she moves, Cirrus's mind drifts back to her mother's stories, tales of how the High Elves were once the sacred guardians of the forest, living in eternal bliss under the world tree Elfenheim. They were companions to every creature and were nourished by the tree's endless fruit until the humans arrived and drove them from their paradise into a life of misery. Her mother clung to the belief that a hero named Eldia would one day lead their people back to that paradise, and she urged Cirrus to never forget the pride of her heritage as a descendant of the great fairy. But then the memory shifts to a bitter old elven woman who told her she was being sold off to a good place. Because she was pretty, she was ordered to learn how to be loyal and polite, to act like a proper little elven slave. Being a pure-blooded high elf should have been a flex, but for Cyrus, it was a curse that got her beaten, starved, and relentlessly mocked. Her salvation wasn't found in gentle words or a helping hand, but in the cold, hard steel of a sword. Every adult she'd ever known lived by the blade, facing their end with unwavering dignity. And in the glint of that steel, she could still see the proud figures of her parents, even as the memories faded into a hazy dream. But one thing still blazed like an ember in her heart, her mother's final command to her beloved daughter: never ever forget her pride. Fast forward, and Ceylon is absolutely mesmerized by Cyrus's sick fighting style, but when she just shrugs and says she tries her best, he lets out a massive groan. He complains that it's the exact same basic answer Ryfin always gave him. Wondering if all fighters are just this bland, he starts to show off his own moves. But the vibe is instantly shattered by a crew of shady thugs led by some creep named Romad, who smoothly announces they're here to take the elf girl to her true master. This greaseball Romad is dead set on dragging Cyrus to her real owner. Father Ceylon steps up, demanding to know who the hell they think they are. Romad just smirks, telling them not to bother screaming for help because they've already made sure no one is coming. The pretty boy priest is not having it. He fires back that they aren't selling her, so why the aggression? Without warning, a goon lunges at Ceylon, spitting that he's an annoying little brat. In a flash, Cyrus intercepts the attack and becomes a whirlwind of destruction, taking out the entire squad. Romad is left completely frozen, his jaw on the floor. He can't even process how a simple elf slave could pack that much of a punch. Just then, the pretty boy tells Philinance it's time to drop the hammer on these disrespectful fools. They're told to bring out the iron mace. But in the chaos, Romad lunges for Ceylon, and the Slayer elf has to dive in to save him from getting shanked. Romad sneers that nobody would even care if one little pilgrim bit the dust. Ceylon is seeing red, but Cyrus steps forward. "I'll handle this," she says. Romad then calls in the big guns, Talcata, the orc enforcer, telling him it's time to earn his keep. The massive orc actually apologizes to Cyrus. He rumbles that it's nothing personal, just her fate, so she should probably just accept it. Talcata even admits her skills are on a whole other level compared to the humans he fights, and he usually just flattens them. Romad, the slimeball, shouts at him not to bruise the merchandise, so the huge orc tries to just grab her instead. Cyrus is forced to weave and bob between his colossal swings, seriously regretting that she left her scimitar back in her room. Romad is absolutely losing it, screaming about how the orc can't even catch one girl, while Talcata just grumbles that this probably means he's not getting dinner. Frustrated, he charges in again. Only this time, Cyrus stands her ground, meeting him head-on and throwing him completely off balance. The sudden stop makes the orc panic, thinking he might actually hurt her. That split second of hesitation gives her the perfect window to strike. Talcata is horrified, realizing he almost squashed her. He had no clue Cyrus was trusting his expert control the entire time. That's when Father Ceylon yells out, asking if the Slayer elf is good at dodging flying daggers. She remembers pulling it off once before, so he takes her at her word and starts prepping some serious magic. Romad is beyond pissed. He furiously chucks a blade straight at Ceylon. Cyrus bats it out of the air, buying the priest just enough time to finish his prayer, and then enthusiastically lay the holy smackdown on that creep. A massive explosion erupts, and Ceylon starts running while rambling that his divine power is really only effective against demons and the undead. But hey, at least it created a diversion for them to escape. Cyrus isn't even listening. She just scoops him up like a sack of potatoes. She then leaps straight through a window. The shady freak orders Talcata to give chase, but that's when Sir Lantis finally takes notice of the clown show below. The guy is still failing to capture one elf girl. He can't believe Romad managed to fumble the bag so hard even with a freaking orc as backup. He's genuinely amused watching a so-called elf slayer hold her own against a veteran orc. The old man decides it's time he stepped in. With a single jump, he soars into the air. Romad is stunned by the impossible height and realizes this guy is an aura user. The geezer looks like he's ready to have some fun. He announces that he's turning this little chase into a game of hide and seek. Elsewhere, Father Ceylon is desperate to run back and grab their equipment. Cyrus points out the obvious, that the thugs will be camping their room. Ceylon argues that they have a better chance against one or two goons than escaping with just a single dagger between them. Of course, to the Slayer elf, he just sounds like some clueless kid talking a big game. As if on cue, a thug pokes his head in, only to have his face rearranged by a brutal kick from Cyrus. Right then, the pretty boy priest slides into the room. He yells at them to grab their stuff and go, saying there's no time to change. Before they bolt, he whispers a prayer that erases any trace of them being there. He has no idea a much bigger storm is brewing. Sir Lantis is a swordsman who achieved the Grandmaster stage, awakening his own powerful aura. He already sensed their plan to hide out in the room, With his aura, the old man can perceive every living thing around him. He can track them within 30 meters as if he were staring right at them. But Sir Lantis never ever expected that kid. He never predicted the priest could completely mask their presence like a high-ranking cleric. Finding the room totally empty, he assumes they managed to escape. When Romad, the slimy weasel, demands to know if he let them go, the old man just snaps back to release the hounds, snarling that they couldn't have gotten far. Meanwhile, Cyrus suggests they disappear into the crowded streets. Ceylon calls her an idiot, warning her that the second people figure out they're runaway slaves, they'll be swarmed. Literally everyone will turn on them for the bounty. It finally dawns on him why so many pilgrims end up dead in a ditch. He was living life on easy mode back in the Holy Order. Still, the thought of going back terrifies him to his core, not in this fragile body and not with that woman waiting to capture him all over again. Missing Ryfin more than he ever has, Ceylon sends a desperate prayer out into the universe to the crossroads of fate where countless lives intersect. When two people meet, it can seem like pure chance. But in reality, it is destiny, especially if it was blessed by Felonance from the very beginning. Father Ceylon feels seriously conflicted, using a sacred matchmaking spell this way, just as Pretty Face starts gassing Sirius up for her sheer power. He even admits that while he knows another Slayer elf named Relchia Sirius is on a whole other level of strength. In turn, Sirius keeps eyeing Ceylon, thinking there's no way a kid his age should carry himself like such a high-tier cleric. The pretty boy priest is shook. Talking to the Slayer elf feels completely normal, not like some alien creature, and he wonders if she's a one-of-a-kind case. They finally arrive at their destination, only to feel a chill, as they realize some creepy old man has been stalking them the whole time. Sir Lantis strolls up and actually thanks the kids for the cardio. He warns them with a grin, not to bother running since turning tail only makes their backs an easy target. The Slayer elf isn't having it. She chooses to carve a path straight through the enemy before her. She explodes forward, and the old man instantly recognizes she is no amateur. This girl has poured blood, sweat, and tears into mastering her blade, something unheard of for a slave. But the moment they clash, Sirius is rattled to her core. This isn't some street tough, she's fighting a swordsman of a knight's caliber. Ceylon's mind races, wondering why someone this powerful is mixed up in such a dirty business. He scrambles to chant a prayer, flooding the Slayer elf's weapon with holy power, granting her the strength of a giant, the eyes of a hawk, and the force of a bull to obliterate her foe. Sir Lantis, however, is now the one left stunned watching this kid cast high-level spells like a seasoned bishop. Ceylon roars that he was a major figure back in the southern region of the Vasily Kingdom. He screams for the Slayer to demolish this old creep. Lantis is shocked. With a cleric now supporting her, Sirius has become an entirely different beast. Just as Sirius lunges for the final blow, her sword shatters into a dozen pieces, leaving her completely stunned. The old man lets out a dark chuckle, realizing her fighting spirit only existed because he was letting her play. Father Cylan's face drains of all color, as he finally senses the overwhelming presence. Lantis is an aura user. The priest never in his wildest dreams imagined someone of that rank would waste their energy hunting a single elf slave. It's like calling in a dragon just to light a candle. The shady mastermind appears just as Lantis has them cornered, and that's when the horrifying truth finally dawns on Father Cylon. He chokes out the name Lantos von Kalpenard, the infamous knight of the Taken Kingdom. The old man is floored that this kid actually knows who he is. A true noble, Lantos awakened his aura in his late 30s and completely shook the kingdom with his insane martial talent. They celebrated the rise of a new aura master, but behind that legendary fame was a filthy, dark secret. An unspeakable, depraved fetish for elf slaves that spiraled so far out of control, it stained the reputation of the royal city and all its nobility. Once celebrated as a hero, Sir Lantis is now remembered as the single greatest disgrace in Taken's history. Ceylon explodes, screaming that the old monster has been hiding out in the Principality of Chatan this whole time. He furiously rants that people would whisper that if a woman dared to walk alone at night, Lantis would come for her. Sirius can't process it. How could an aura user sink to such a disgusting level? Lantis just waves it off, claiming he's just trying to collect a paycheck. He freely admits to slaughtering countless people back in the Taken Kingdom, before he skipped town, now whining that he hasn't gotten to play a good game of tag in years. Romad argues that Lantis's psycho reputation is irrelevant, compared to the massive advantage of having an aura user on their team. From Ralphane's point of view, it's a flawless system. The Wicked Knight handles all the dirty work, he gets to live free and clear, and he even cashes in on it. With an aura user as their ace in the hole, the Roll of Fame trade union has skyrocketed in the last 10 years to become the second largest corporation in the entire Principality of Chatan. Now he moves to silence the pretty boy, fully aware of the danger a high-ranking cleric's testimony could bring. He strikes at Ceylon while Romad snaps at him not to damage the elf or their client. Tarek will be furious. The old man just shrugs, saying they can always just kidnap a cleric to heal her up later. He then decides he'll take the good-looking boy with them too. Romad mutters that the fetish-obsessed geezer is beyond creepy as Cylon yells that he's a man. Lantis just smirks, calling it a novel experience and promising he'll take very, very good care of the little guy. Our pretty-faced priest absolutely loses it, screaming at Romad not to put a single hand on him. To everyone's utter shock, Silan with his tendons severed struggles back to his feet, like the world's most beautiful and fragile zombie. The creep just growls that they'll have to chop off all his limbs to stop him, but before he can even twitch, a massive explosion blows the entire place to smithereens. A voice filled with pure rage roars through the settling smoke. It's Rife and Heath damning them for ever daring to lay a finger on Sirius. Rifen's sudden arrival brings the entire scene to a dead stop. Even Sir Lantis is taking him in, realizing this absolute unit of a man is no common youth. The old man feels a suffocating aura pouring off him. When asked who this is Romad, the shady creep just scoffs that he's the random kid who bought the elf slave. Lantis is in total disbelief. His instincts are screaming at him that this man is danger incarnate, yet this idiot is still calling Rifen a random kid. If he, an aura user, can't even get a read on this guy's power, then Rifen Heath must be one as well. He completely ignores the insane tension, simply turning to Father Seelan and thanking him for protecting Sirius. The old creep studies Rifen's rugged face, guessing he has to be in his late 30s. He concedes that it's been a long time since he's faced an opponent this powerful. Rifen fires right back, telling the perverted old fossil to quit acting like some noble knight when he's nothing more than human garbage. Then the beast charges forward, and the impact of their clash shakes everyone to their very core. Iron Fist follows up, unleashing a devastating storm of punches. The battlefield descends into absolute chaos as Romad, the shady operator, completely loses it and starts screaming at his men. He's yelling that they're all going to get wrecked if they're caught in the crossfire. While Rifen keeps the old creep occupied, Cyrus slides over to the healer asking on the down low if her master is legit an aura user. Salen just heaves a sigh, basically saying he literally already told her that. Meanwhile, Lantis is getting seriously tilted. These aren't the moves of someone who just unlocked their powers. Without warning, the creeper launches himself into the air for his next attack, totally blindsiding Rifen. But the tank counters with a brutal bullet punch, forcing the old geezer to admit this guy's aura game is on a whole other level. That realization leaves him with only two possible theories. Either this tank awakened his aura in his teens, or he's secretly over 40 and is just hiding it behind a baby face. Both scenarios are completely illogical, which only fuels the creep's rage as he lunges forward with his sword. But Rifen refuses to give him a single inch of ground. He's seething, wondering what makes this depraved knight so damn powerful. The guy handles a sword with terrifying precision, especially after putting his filthy hands all over Sirius. Rifen is 100% committed to putting this pervert in the dirt. He brushes off some smug line about martial arts building character. The fight's intensity skyrockets, and Lantis almost chokes when Rifen blocks his sword with a bare arm. Genuinely stunned, the creep asks if he's a student of the martial king Gerard. Rifen doesn't even grace him with a response. Lantis then switches gears, demanding to know why a powerhouse like him cares so much about a measly slave. And that's the trigger. Hearing Sirius get called a slave makes Rifen's temper detonate. He roars that slaves have feelings and a will to live. He demands to know if the geezer has ever actually bothered to speak to one, or to question why they're in chains to begin with. Their battle rages on, with the creep totally baffled by what he considers utter nonsense. In his mind, and in the world, Rifen came from non-humans were always beneath them, an unshakable truth hardwired into the human psyche. They witness other races laugh, cry, and live just like them, yet they remain in complete denial about their capacity for emotion. The big guy hammers the point home that other races feel joy and pain just like humans, so how dare they be treated as less and shackled like animals? The creep spits back that it's just the natural order. Rifen explodes, screaming about why the descendants of the great fairies should be born into bondage. He reminds him that if the tables were turned, it could easily be humans wearing those very same chains. The absolute unit keeps pummeling him, declaring that humans enslaved, orcs then dwarves, then elves, and cheered every time like it was some noble conquest. When you build a system that justifies slavery for others, you're just inviting it upon your own people. The knight staggers back, appalled that Rifen would dare claim elves are equal to humans. But the beast of a man just roars that Sirius is not a slave. He lunges at the old pervert who barely evades as he rants that the entire continent already functions on a system of chains with poor humans living as half-slaves themselves. Corrupt ideologies always come back to bite you, but the fools in charge are too blind to see it coming. He slams his boot into the knight's face, grinding it into the floor while snarling that if these chains aren't broken, everyone will live in fear of them one day. With a fire blazing in his eyes, the brute growls that things are going to change no matter what it takes. Lantis trembles as Rifen drives a fist deep into his gut. He forces the creep to vomit blood before yeeting him clean through a solid stone wall. He swears that no one will ever call Sirius or anyone else a slave in his presence again. Sirius just stares her jaw on the floor, wondering if this man is a hero or just dangerously insane. A flashback hits Sirius hard, Rifen shouting that the slave elf is not a slave. She remembers thinking this guy was just a complete lunatic with all his crazy talk about treating slaves like actual people. He'd asked why they were enslaved and warned that humans could end up in chains too, which all sounded like some cringe-level fantasy talk. She even wondered if he was just another hopeless perv, but when he brought up the descendants of the great fairies being born into slavery, it hit a nerve, forcing her to remember her own heritage. Underneath the pile of rubble, Sir Lantis desperately begs Ryfin to save him. Ryfin just sneers, asking why in the hell he'd ever bother to save a piece of trash like him. The perverted knight swears on his sword that he will atone, dedicating his life to good deeds. His expression is dead serious, but Ryfin isn't buying the act for a second. He spits that he despises the Seer Holy Order, where lowlifes commit endless sins only to have them wiped away at the temple. Ryfin says that if this creep truly wants to repent, he needs to turn himself in, not just run to some temple to have his sins magically washed away. Lantis promises he'll surrender to the authorities, saying he won't stain Ryfin's hands any further. The dude shoots back that his hands are already covered in filthy blood. Even so, he decides to put his faith in this creep for the time being. He then adds that if the pervert knight truly wants to repent, he has to accept that he deserves death as payment for his crimes. Sirius and Father Salon watch in stunned silence as Iron Fist obliterates the rubble, pinning the knight down. He warns the knight never to throw the word repent around like some cheap prayer. After that, he finally moves to check on Sirius. The pretty boy healer reports that her injuries are fully healed. Ryfin just shrugs it off, calling him the best walking first aid kit he could ask for. The sound of his own name from Sirius's lips, colder than ice, sends a shiver straight down the brute's soul. While she just scoffs about how utterly bizarre he is, the priest clocks Romad and his crew trying to ghost the scene. Ryfin practically dares them to bolt, promising to give them an unforgettable lesson. The bruiser's voice drops low as he demands to know who sicked these clowns on Sirius, his club appearing in his hand like a magic trick. Beads of sweat explode on the goons' foreheads. They're staring at a guy who doesn't have a merciful bone in his body. Flash forward through a symphony of pain, and the thugs are left completely wrecked. They finally spill the beans. It was Tarek, the greasy union chief for the Rolofane Trade Union. His hideout is on the southern edge of Zeppelin, just beyond the castle gates. A muscle in Ryfin's jaw twitches violently. He knows that monster. The very same bastard who tortured Sirius for 10 long years in his... The plan was to ice the guy, only to discover the rat was already decaying in his bed. That's when Romad's voice, trembling, finally pipes up, asking if the big guy is actually serious about taking on Tarek. He warns him flat out, it's a one-way trip. The sleazebag lays it out for our muscle-bound hero. This absolute unit controls the second biggest trade union in the entire Chetan Principality. Kicking off a feud basically makes Ryfin public enemy #1 in the whole region. But our guy just smirks, saying he knows exactly what kind of trash he's dealing with. On his way out, he spares the goons, telling them to huddle up if they don't want to freeze to death. Naturally, some idiot gets handsy with Romad's chest trying to get warm, which sets him off immediately. Back at the manor, the volatile lord is raging, demanding to know when the elf is getting back while tearing into Romad for being late. He admits he blew Lantis's payment on buying those elves. Just then, a huge commotion erupts outside, which they just assume is the usual riffraff. Plot twist, it's Ryfin, already dismantling Tarek's guards, while our pretty boy priest frantically patches them up. You can see him fighting the raw urge to just end them all, even asking Salon if his healing can mend a shattered soul, or just wipe memories clean. The priest lets out a heavy sigh, explaining that some physical wounds carve scars directly onto your memory. He then asks what Ryfin's plan for the witnesses was if he hadn't shown up. Ryfin, cool as ice, says he would have just walked out with that dirtbag's head. The priest breathes a massive sigh of relief, thankful he can just erase their minds. Then he admits he's actually pretty hyped to watch that monster get absolutely wrecked too. Out of nowhere, Tokata materializes, blocking their path. Our hero tells him the man he's guarding is human garbage and not worth lifting a sword for. Tokata's response is pure warrior code. A true fighter sees his duty to the very end. To back down now would be to abandon everything he is. Ryfin counters that the man inside isn't even his real master, but the orc stands firm, insisting that a duty is a duty, even one you're forced into. Ryfin gets it. He knows orcs are principled and unbending. What completely floors Ciri and Sillun is when he starts speaking perfect, fluent orcish. The elf slayer steps forward, declaring she'll take on Tokata this time, and she's brought a new toy. The orc just scoffs, unimpressed that some weak elf thinks she's leveled up. Meanwhile, Ryfin tells Seelan to have his back if things go sideways. The priest just smirks, saying that's his specialty. Tokata's rage flares, demanding to know if this powerful human intends to just ignore him and walk right by. Ryfin replies that his opponent is the elf, and it would be a massive insult to her to focus on anyone else. The orc accepts this. He understands the warrior's way. With that settled, Ryfin steps inside, and is immediately hit with the sickeningly sweet stench of drugs. What he sees stops him dead in his tracks. Tarek and Brett, half naked and wallowing in their own filth. After all the depravity Ryfin has witnessed in his life, This sight makes his blood run cold with rage. This is one line he will not let them cross. The cloying scent of an aphrodisiac hangs heavy in the air as the hulking thug Tarek demands to know who this intruder is and why his guards outside are dead silent. Ryfan's gaze lands on the elf girl battered and unconscious, and a firestorm of pure fury ignites in his soul. Panic flashes across Tarek's face as he screams for Tokata, then starts babbling about what the intruder wants. Money trade routes. He's convinced this is a hit from the rival Taoboin trade union. He swears on the name of the Rolla Fine Union to pay double whatever they offered. He even promises no retaliation if they sign a contract. The thought of Siri enduring this slime for 10 years transforms Ryfan's disgust into pure loathing. Before the hulking pig can finish his offer, Ryfan snaps. His fist explodes forward, burying itself deep in the thug's gut. When pressed for a reason, Ryfan spits out the words, "Because filth like you dared to lay a hand on Siri." The thug breaks down wailing that he knows nothing about her, but Ryfan's face is a mask of stone. There will be no mercy. He shatters the hands that defiled her. He breaks the legs that kicked her. The rage is so immense the rest of the punishment is unspeakable. Brett watches in absolute horror, calling it unjust. But the brute growls back that this is the same terror Tarek's own victims must have felt. When Brett calls him a murderer, Ryfan just laughs in his face. Pot, meat, kettle. The man swears he lives without guilt, but our hero isn't buying that for a second. And outside, Siri and Scylla witness the entire brutal spectacle. The Slayer whispers that it's too cruel, but the hero snarls that animals like them deserve far worse. The priest, hardened by his own adventuring days, quietly agrees. The pretty boy then reports that the Slayer already handled Tokata, admitting it all went down before he could even react. Siri insists it was Silon's healing that saved her. At that moment, Ryfan's senses pick it up. Tokata isn't dead. His breath is faint, but it's there. That's when Brett blurts it out. Siri is the Slayer returned from the past. The elf's eyes narrow as she asks him one chilling question. Did you kill that elf child? Brett stammers, demanding what she's going to do if he did. Her blade slides from its sheath as she coldly states that even a worthless life might be enough to soothe a child's restless spirit, so she'll offer his as a tribute. Brett recoils, his mind shattering, unable to process that he's about to die over a mere elf slave. As her blade cuts him down, his final desperate cry for help is aimed at the very children whose lives he stole. Just before his hand can reach her, Siri ends him for good, vowing that she'll never let that scum touch her with his filthy hands. Later gathered around a crackling bonfire, Tokata reports his findings to the group. There are 7 more elf women being held captive, and 9 male orcs standing by. Sirius offers his thanks, but the elf immediately kneels, vowing to serve her master as he would his own father. Scylla immediately points out the seriously lopsided gender ratio. The Slayer elf clarifies that, on the market, male elves and female orcs are basically worthless. Someone in the crowd mentions the name Eldia, and a memory flashes through her mind. Ryfan in the middle of a chaotic battle, questioning the fate of the slaves. A seed of doubt is planted. Maybe she's had him all wrong. Suddenly, Muscle Freak marches back into view, holding up a slave contract stamped with the official seal of Rolofane's union leader. This is a huge deal, a document that was incredibly hard to get. When they ask how he managed it, the hero casually explains he located the safe by smashing a hole clean through the office wall. This earns him a fierce scolding from Father Silon, who calls him a barbarian. The big guy is genuinely shocked. It's been 50 years since anyone had the guts to call him that. For a second, he worries he's actually turning into a simple-minded brute. Pretty Boy cuts in asking why he even bothered with the contract, and Muscle Freak says it's for them. Turning to the crowd, his voice booms, declaring that they are all free to choose. No one has to be a slave ever again. Confused whispers erupt. The very concept of freedom is alien to them. The idea of not having a new master to follow is terrifying. It's a tragic sight. They don't even know what liberty means. The priest then asks Ryfan if his plan is to open his own slave trading business. The brute scoffs at the idea, revealing he has zero intention of selling them. Sion, still trying to get a read on him, wonders if he's planning to quit being an adventurer and finally settle down. Instead, the big guy slams the Rolofane seal down onto the contract, officially severing their ties to Tarek's ownership forever. He knows this is just a formality to get them somewhere safe, because releasing them with no home, no money, and no strength would be nothing more than an empty gesture for his own ego. Throwing them out into the world unprepared would just be sending them to their deaths. Muscle Freak realizes what they truly need first is an education. Later, at the Talbon headquarters, Sivolt is having a complete meltdown after hearing that Ryfan brought all of Union leader Tarek's slaves with him. He demands to know how they were acquired, but Hardhead just tells him he'll find out everything soon enough. For right now, he needs Sivolt to hide them somewhere. No one will ever find them. He drops a heavy hint that by tomorrow morning, Sivolt alone will discover the whole truth. If the secret ever leaks, he'll be the #1 suspect. Used to these kinds of power plays, Sivolt calmly hears him out. That's when our hero slides over a pouch containing 100 gold coins, more than enough to cover their care. The Tauban leader's jaw hits the floor, assuming this absolute madman must have robbed the entire Rolofon manor. Still, he takes the money and says he knows the perfect spot on the edge of Zepon, where they will never be found. Our guy makes one thing crystal clear: no one is to touch them or treat them like slaves. Except for him. Savolt agrees, making a light joke about possessive owners, though he thinks the payment is way over the top. Then Redhead clarifies that the money is also for their education. He wants them taught language, numbers, accounting, and history. He even wants philosophy, and if possible, medicine and healing. Savolt is baffled. Certain Tarek would have already provided them with basic training, but the Brute makes it clear this isn't about training. This is about actual learning. The idea that Reifenhardt wants to give slaves a legitimate education absolutely blows Savolt's mind. He asks why he would go to such absurd lengths. Hardhead's logic is chillingly practical. The more skilled a slave is, the more useful they are to their master. The trader scoffs, insisting that slaves aren't capable of that kind of learning, but the hero just says, "It's my money." It's a gamble he's willing to take. If it pays off, the slaves become infinitely more valuable, which is a win for him too. Savolt admits it's a long shot. No respectable scholar would ever agree to teach slaves. The dude just nods, already aware of how arrogant academics can be, and suggests they hire broke students instead. The trader argues that a student can't teach what they haven't mastered themselves, but our guy clarifies he only wants them to learn the basics. Language, numbers, and simple training are all cheaper and easier to teach. Savolt finally reluctantly agrees to the plan. He warns that it will be a pointless effort, like trying to teach cats or dogs, and that comment triggers a memory for Reifen from his past life. A few people had proposed this exact idea back then, educating slaves. The concept wasn't wild to him, but the upper class had mocked it, comparing it to teaching a dog how to paint. The entire ruling class was built on the belief that otherworldly races were inherently inferior to humans. That deep-seated arrogance was the very reason slaves were kept uneducated, to squash any potential for resistance. Now, Hardhead plans to use that very same prejudice to his advantage. Once the slaves begin their lessons, Savolt will be so shocked by their rapid progress that he might even start teaching his own. After all, highly skilled slaves are far more useful to their masters. If this idea catches fire, it could fundamentally change the entire continent. It's a goal Reifen failed to achieve in his past life. This is where the shift in the world's mindset begins. Then back at their base, our genius hero realizes he gave every last cent to the trader, and he completely forgot about their own travel expenses. Awkwardly, he asks Pretty Boy if she has any spare coins. The Slayer deadpans that she could always return the new outfit he bought her for a refund. The big guy instantly panics, pleading with her not to. She suddenly bursts out, laughing a genuine happy sound. It's the first time she has laughed since becoming a slave, a fact that sails completely over Reifen's head. The very next morning, the city of Zepon is in an absolute uproar. The trade union leader Tarek of Rolofane and Karen's successor Bere have both been discovered dead. Nobody knows who the culprit is, and with all the testimonies hopelessly scrambled, the case is quickly deemed unsolvable. 2 weeks later, Father Silone is in deep prayer as a purifying light washes over the cursed Sirius, vaporizing the undead demons swarming her. Reifen watches them, thinking they have incredible synergy. He can't tell if Silone is just adapting to Sirius's pace on the fly, or if he's been training for war since he was a toddler. He can't help but wonder how young this kid was when he first stepped onto a battlefield. The Pretty Boy priest has turned out to be far more powerful than anyone expected, with the potential to straight up eclipse his ultimate rival Saintess Ellen if he keeps leveling up. But it gets him thinking. Why was Silone a total nobody in his first timeline? Did he get taken out early? Completely drained, the priest asks if this entire ruin is just one massive illusion, pointing out the monsters here are way more brutal than in Palton, though it's been a surprisingly chill run since they used the back entrance. 2 weeks after ditching Chatan, the crew rolls up to the Graham Kingdom, right near the Settlard Mountains, home to the forgotten ruins of Elusian. This is the spot where our guy is banking on getting his magic back. At the gate, Pretty Boy states the obvious: the door is magically sealed, and brute force is useless, reminding the meathead he should have brought a mage. But Reifen just tells him to hold up, he'll handle it. Dylan's jaw hits the floor when he learns the weirdo was secretly a mage. The concept of a battle mage, someone who's mastered combat aura and magic, is completely blowing his mind. The kid starts yelling that it's so unfair he's been grinding non-stop with almost nothing to show for it. Then he clocks Hardhead, channeling a frankly insane amount of mana for a simple 3-circle spell. After a solid 30 minutes of intense focus, the absolute unit shatters the seal and throws the gate open. Pretty Boy, still fuming, warns the weirdo to never tell a living soul he's a mage. Back in his first life, Reifen was the G.O.A.T., the world's first 10-circle mage, which is why he came here, hunting for the illusion's voice to reignite his lost magic, but the ruins are totally picked clean. Outside, our dude is sulking hard, while Pretty Boy tells him he can't be the main character all the time. He doesn't own every ruin on the map. Still, the vibe is off. This place wasn't even discovered for another 17 years in his original timeline, meaning the future is seriously changing. Trying to lighten the mood, Sillin shows off a little something he snagged. A weapon called Nihilin, a magic arrow that shoots pure mana. The deeper your focus, the more shots you can fire. At a glance, it's just a plain-looking stick, but it's actually a branch from the legendary Tree of Life Elfenheim. The Elf Slayer gives it a test run, firing one shot that completely obliterates a tree in seconds. Even though it looks like a stick, it is 100% a bow. When they ask her about it, she just plays it cool, calling it a great weapon. Rifen is bugging out, wondering how Pretty Boy knew it was special. He remembers it as Cyrus's signature weapon from his past life. Killian just says he'd only heard rumors, adding that there are tons of other ruins scattered across the continent, so the weirdo shouldn't be so bummed. But Rifen knows nothing can replace the Voice of Illusion, the one and only artifact that could jumpstart his powers. Once they arrive in Gelen village, Pretty Boy is hyped to finally chow down on food that someone else cooked. Later, at the feast, the chef is absolutely beaming as happy customers rave about her skills. She mentions that, about a week ago, some snooty noble knights were dissing her dishes like they were professional food critics. She overheard them talking about hitting up some ruins. Our boy's ears instantly perk up, hungry for the deets. The woman lays it out. A viscount named Kelberin showed up with an exploration team a week back, but most of his crew seemed way above his pay grade. One of them was a knight decked out in solid gold armor, literally glowing from head to toe, but she says he was actually a super chill dude. The moment he hears golden armor and sword, it clicks for Rifen. That can only be the Golden Knight. From the Graham Kingdom's famous Count Tennis family, we see a man praising Yusus for wiping the floor with all the monsters in the ruins. He declares it's exactly the kind of masterclass he'd expect from the Golden Knight of Graham. Count Kelberin feels blessed just to witness his power. Yusus Tennis, the knight commander of the Tennis household, reminds him that 1/3 of the loot will go to Kelberon just as they agreed. That evening, Kelberin proudly proclaims the real prize was fighting shoulder to shoulder with Yusei's Tennis. He couldn't care less about the artifacts. Yusei's can have them all for what he cares. The smug lord figures he's already loaded and puts more stock in locking down a friendship with Sir Eustace. Stoneface then cuts in, asking what Kelberin did with the adamantite and orichalcum. Kelberin just laughs. He says he spun a story for the land puppies about forging some new weapons. The stone-faced blondie, impressed by the Kelberin family's legendary mining reputation, figures they must have plenty of master dwarf smiths on the payroll, while taking a slow sip of wine. Flattered, the Viscount immediately tries to play matchmaker for his daughters with the Golden Knight, despite knowing full well that Yusus is a married man. The absolute alpha Yusus politely shuts that down. But when the Viscount casually brings up a younger sibling, Stoneface's hand clenches, shattering his wine glass as he glares. He growls that he doesn't have one, plunging the room into a dead silence as the Viscount stammers out a pathetic apology. Suddenly, a massive commotion erupts outside, and a man bursts into the room. The Viscount demands a status report now. The messenger screams that a demon has clawed its way out of one of the relics, and it's Sephiaton. Outside, the terrifying beast is tearing through soldiers and civilians without distinction. Eustace, however, keeps his cool, wondering aloud if a summoning artifact got mixed in with the treasure. He then curses someone under his breath as a stupid jerk. A veteran warrior starts rallying the soldiers, ordering civilians to be evacuated, mages to the back lines, and knights to form a shield wall. The mages bombard Sephiaton with ice spells, trapping it in the will of ice, as the warrior orders its legs to be bound, and for the men to hold their ground until the commander arrives. Then he freezes in shock as Russ is already charging the demon head-on, shouting that no enemy can stand before a Tennis family blade. The cocky punk slashes at its face, but Sephiaton just swats him aside like a bug before crushing the guy who called him an idiot. Russ slams into the dirt, blood pouring from his head. In a hushed tone, brother, right as Sir Eustace materializes, telling Sir Lot to ignore the idiots and just hold the line. Then Eustace throws Russ an ice-cold stare, and demands to know who he thinks his brother is, warning him that the legendary Knights of Tenace don't come from a litter of strays. The insult slices right through Russ. The Golden Knight then pivots to face Sephiaton, a demonic entity no one without an aura could possibly fight, and bellows for Eldred to awaken. A blinding golden light engulfs his armor, making him gleam from head to toe, primed to throw down with the monstrous beast. Elsewhere, Father Silent is filling in Iron Fist Rifen on Graham's legendary Golden Knight, Sir Eustace. He's absolutely floored when the mountain-raised meathead confesses he has zero clue who that is. Pretty Boy explains that Eustace is legit, one of the continent's most OP magic swordsmen, easily on par with any aura user. Even Ciri has heard the stories. Then, completely out of the blue, Rifen asks Ciri if she's digging her new pajamas, and she just nods. Silent cuts back in, arguing that if Eustace's power is all from a magic item, then comparing him to a legit aura user is kinda sus. Rifen claps back, calling the magic armor Eldred the most busted piece of gear of their time, even if actually mastering it is a whole other beast. The armor Eldred and its matching sword Eldrun were forged from true gold Eldral, a metal infinitely rarer than true silver mithril, making them the ultimate relics of the Silver Age handed down through the Tenies family for countless generations. The magic swordsman, who can actually wield both Eldred and Eldrun, earns the title of Golden Knight. With a single word, Eldrath, the armor unleashes a torrent of power that rivals an aura user's, but only if you know how to handle it. Back on the battlefield, the Golden Knight commands himself to become a feather carried on the wind. Then Usus. A blur of golden plate rockets toward the demon and awakens Eldrath, unleashing his 8th circle spell, Material Destruction, which immediately plunges the entire area into absolute pandemonium. Rifen thinks to himself that Tenies County perfected the art of unlocking Eldred's full potential, but he knows that having the best gear doesn't automatically make you the strongest. Silent observes that Rifen seems to have a lot of respect for magic swordsmen, which is wild because aura users usually clown on them. But the Tenies family's magic armor is on another level, blowing most sword styles out of the water. On the field, the Golden Knight lifts his sword high, aiming to stab the eye of the god of death, with the power of Leopard's Cry and Dragon's Senses coursing through the blade. Silent had heard a rumor that the Tenies clan lost their ancient sword arts and pivoted to relying on relics, something the family actually spins as a major W. Pretty Boy figures that makes sense, since you can grind all you want, but that doesn't guarantee you'll awaken an aura. This way, a Golden Knight is born in every generation. Usus slams Sephiaton with a devastating heatwave. Silent gets it now. Having a guaranteed S-class fighter every single generation is an insane advantage. Even for him, going up against a magic swordsman rocking Eldred would be tough. The Golden Knight summons a cold snow's fog and rams his sword straight through Sephiaton, commanding it to cease to exist. With one last epic slash, the Golden Commander fells the demon, as the soldiers erupt in victorious cheers. Later, Rifen is laid out in bed wondering if that guy can really keep winning like that. The brawler starts talking about needing to recover the artifact, and Silent gives him a hard look, asking if he's seriously considering beefing with the Count of Tenias. When Rifen confirms he wants to take it, Father Silent reminds him that back in Shaitan's Principality, they were a team because Rifen was on the side of justice. But this time, Count Tenias explored those ruins himself. The artifact is his fair and square. Those words hit Rifen like a truck, making him realize that taking it now would just make him a common thief. The man sits up, trying to figure out how to win Silent over, without dropping the bomb about his past life as a comrade. He tells Pretty Face there's something he has to come clean about, jogging his memory about a gem called Unbreakable. He brings up that Hardhead was a student of the Fist King Gerard. Rifen starts explaining that their school has some seriously brutal traditions. The big guy continues, saying his master actually hid that artifact in the ruins, as a challenge for any of his disciples who were worthy enough to find it. While Ciri is dead asleep, the two continue their hushed conversation. He admits it's their clan's messed up way of toughening up disciples, since they can be a pretty savage bunch. Kenny Doll listens intently, as Rifen clarifies that his master Gerard had explored the Illusion ruins ages ago, but made a point not to touch any of the Silver Age artifacts he found. Hardhead insists that the artifacts discovered back then were always meant to be prizes for the students. He says he never would have recognized Nihilon if he hadn't already been told all about it. Silent nods, admitting that it all checks out since nobody could possibly know those kinds of details. If the ruins were truly untouched territory, deep down, Pretty Boy is completely sold on the story. Rifen feels a pang of guilt for twisting the truth so much, but it's not a complete fabrication. He'd never even think of jacking someone else's property, no matter how insanely valuable those Silver Age relics are. Rifen wipes away a bead of sweat, struggling to keep a straight face, knowing he has to get that artifact back, no matter what. Near the manor, Sir Lot is showering Sir Usus with praise for absolutely bodying the demon Sephiaton, who was completely outmatched by the Golden Knight. The stone-faced blonde just tells everyone to wrap it up and leaves the cleanup to Sir Lot, before stalking off. Usus adds that a swordsman who only knows a basic downward slash is unworthy of the Tenies name. Russ, still forced to his knees, quietly grits out that he is a swordsman of Tenies, regardless of what Usus says. The very next morning, Russ is grinding hard on the training grounds when a couple of soldiers march right up to him. One of them demands to know what the hell he was thinking pulling that stunt yesterday. Russ plays it cool, claiming he was just trying to take down the demon. One of the knights isn't having it. Did someone give you that order, or are you just too dense to follow a simple command to wait for the captain? Russ shoots them a death glare. He fires back that he's a swordsman from the House of Tennis, and if they have a problem, they can settle it in a duel. The pair just scoff, spitting the words "filthy mongrel," before turning their backs on him. Unbothered, Russ just gets back to his training. His sword carves a flawless downward arc through the air, His execution is so impossibly clean the motion seems to teleport from start to finish. Any true master would weep at the perfection of that single strike. But here's the catch. Beyond that one, downward slash, and its breathing method, the rest of his swordsmanship is an absolute train wreck. You see, the House of Tennis had its legendary sword style stripped away generations ago. Though they were a noble line of knights with their own secret techniques, Russ was never actually taught any of them. A memory flashes through his mind, his father attempting to teach him more than just the basics, only to be shut down by the family's vassals. Because he was a bastard son, he was never meant to receive proper training. But in the end, his father entrusted him with one precious thing, a tiny fragment of their great sword path. Their family once held the secret to awakening aura itself. Believing that young Russ could revive that immense power, his father gambled all his hopes on him. And Russ refuses to let that hope die. The tennis blade, once a source of unimaginable strength, now only lives on as that single downward slashing technique. It's worthless to everyone else, but to him, it's everything. From the sidelines, the Golden Knight Sir Eustace watches Russ train, convinced the kid is a dead end with just one move. The rest of the legendary sword path is lost to time. Still watching Russ pour his entire being into it, he has to admit it, that rascal has some serious natural talent. That night, we find Rifen complaining about having to sneak around like a common thief, especially after getting a second chance at life. With his mask on, he's hopping fences near the Viscount's castle, figuring Kelberon's ridiculously profitable mining operation must have paid for this massive fortress. It's clearly built by skilled dwarves. After dropping the guards at the entrance, our stealthy intruder slips right inside. One soldier mutters to his buddy, with Sir Graham the Golden Knight guarding us, who would be dumb enough to invade. His friend points out that the capital's knights are just as stacked. But the first guard insists their lord is on a whole different level. A faint sound catches his ear, but he just shrugs it off as nothing. Meanwhile, our infiltrator is plastered to the wall, thinking that real thieves probably don't just hang from ceilings for fun. On this new path, maybe being a thief isn't so bad after all. He might even have a knack for it. He spots guys in flashy armor, definitely tennis knights, which means a quiet takedown is going to be tricky. A guard finally spots him, but Rifen knows a good old-fashioned chokehold is the cleanest way to score a silent knockout. After tying them up, he feels a motion-detecting barrier and a heat-sensing spell. Super annoying since he can't just disable it, but every magical barrier has a core, and soon he spots a small rock glowing with runes. He smashes it to dust and slips into a warehouse filled with insane treasures, a sealing jar, an infinity bag, and even a freaking heavenly harp. He glances past most of it, grumbling about who organized this mess, until a gleaming Helton blade catches his attention. It's actually a Talad sword, a completely different beast despite the similar look. And then he sees what he truly came for, the Elysian's voice. He takes a single step forward, a simple thread snaps, and he freezes dead in his tracks, thinking he is so screwed. This absolute moron nearly leaps out of his skin after getting caught by a simple string trap. In his chambers, Viscount Kelberon starts to panic, his wife watching with dread. As alarms shriek across the entire castle, a report comes in that the intruder is in the southern tower. Rifen is kicking himself to get past all the deadly magical traps only to get busted by a piece of string. He thinks he should probably leave the thieving to actual thieves. He bolts at full speed, weaving through swarms of soldiers. He's trying not to kill them, but he's seriously struggling to hold back his real power. Outside, knights and mages are working in tandem, launching fireballs with orders to bring him down. Our masked weirdo mid-sprint snatches a nearby guard. Muttering a quick "my bad," he immediately uses the guy as a human shield to block an incoming fireball from the mages. The poor soldier gets vaporized on the spot, while the squad screams that Rifen is an absolute monster. The dude just shrugs it off, figuring the soldier's armor was magically blessed anyway. Next, a knight unleashes a volley of arrows, which he blocks only to realize the superheated metal is melting and wrapping around him like chains. He realizes their goal is to restrain him, not kill him, and has to admit they're not half bad. Someone yells an order for Surgar to advance and for Jode to cast Flame Arc. Rifen knows he's in some serious trouble now, if even the basic knights are slinging spells like that. But then, out of nowhere, Russ hurls his shield away and charges straight into the chaos. Planning to give this masked jerk a personal taste of the tennis sword style, Sir Lot screams for him to fall back, but Rifen has no clue who this new kid even is. Lot keeps ordering Russ to hold formation, but Russ isn't listening to a word, plowing right through his own comrades to get to the intruder. The rugged man watches his approach intently. His breathing, his footwork, his swing, it all looks completely amateur. And yet something about the strike feels fundamentally wrong. Russ's single slash completely shatters Rifen's molten chains, but before he can react, the intruder drives a fist deep into his stomach, sending him flying. But Russ noticed something strange. Even with a swing that powerful, the intruder didn't even attempt to dodge. Out of nowhere, a flash of gold crashes the party. The Golden Knight of Graham lunges at Rifen, but our boy just parries the blade like it's nothing. The knight's eyes widen. Okay, this is no common intruder. This guy's on a whole other level. When Ryfin insists he's got his reasons, Yusus shuts him down. Talk later, fight now. Living up to the gym, Unbreakable creed to hit first, Ryfin explodes forward. Their blades scream as they collide in a brutal dance of dodges and picture-perfect counters. They break apart, circling each other like predators, while the soldiers are just frozen their jaws on the floor, trying to process the insane battle unfolding before them. Ryfin curses himself for making a completely reckless move, but the Golden Knight is also sweating, realizing his own game plan is totally failing. Dark energy begins to swirl around the blonde knight as his howling shadow technique intensifies, and he bellows that he will become the shadow of the abyss and roar. But the knight is left absolutely speechless when Ryfin just casually bats the howling shadow aside, a clear display of insane magical control. Our guy just flexes that he knows most spells. Ryfin effortlessly weaves through Yusus's attacks, but then a massive combo of fiery wind-laced arrows slams into him, rattling his armor to its core. Yusus invokes his sword Eldril to unleash its full power. A colossal fireball screams towards Ryfin, and our boy thinks, "Oh crap, this is how I die." The world just erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. When the dust finally settles, even Ryfin is taken aback by the sheer scale of the destruction. Turns out, the Golden Knight isn't just a swordsman. He's slinging some serious high-tier magic. But Yusus is the one who's completely floored that this so-called criminal actually blocked it. Without a single scratch on him, Yusus can't wrap his head around it. How could anyone tank a direct hit like that? He didn't even see the guy move. For a guy whose eyesight is literally superhuman, this makes zero sense. A chilling thought crosses the Golden Knight's mind. Could this trespasser be an aura user? He follows up with a corrosive acid mist, but Ryfin dismisses it with a casual gust of wind before closing the distance and burying a savage punch deep in Yusus's gut. The impact confirms it. Yusus's suspicion was dead on this invader is 100% an aura user. Ryfin doesn't let up, unleashing a relentless storm of fists. But the Golden Knight's blade becomes a silver blur, parrying every single blow. He knows he completely underestimated his opponent and recalibrates his strategy for an aura user. It's a whole new fight. He roars that the Sword of Tennis is more than a match for any aura. Still, Ryfin grinds his teeth in frustration. Fighting an aura user is bad enough, but one who can spam annoying magic spells, total nightmare. The insane commotion draws everyone's attention, and Yusus declares it all makes sense now. Only a ridiculously powerful aura user would dare attempt a heist this bold. Ryfin is completely blindsided. How the hell did the Golden Knight sniff out his secret? He's been deliberately holding back the signature golden aura of the gym Unbreakable, because it's way too flashy, and he's not about to expose himself now. Not just because this blondie got lucky, but Yusus finds it super suspicious. Why would someone with this level of power be hiding it? He lands on a theory: this shady character must be a total noob who just awakened his aura, so he's probably no real threat. With that assumption, he asks Eldril for the green light to just destroy everything. Ryfin's danger sense starts screaming, this is about to get ugly. As the devastating light of Eldril gathers to vaporize him, he catches a familiar golden sheen and sends a silent prayer of thanks that Yusus is the Golden Knight. The holy light descends. Our hero digs his heels in, throwing up a spiral guard to brace for the cataclysmic impact and taking the blast head-on. A blinding golden flash detonates across the battlefield. As the smoke slowly dissipates, Sir Yusus is standing there, completely thunderstruck. He did it again. The intruder blocked the light of Eldril too. Ryfin's spiral guard was a split second too slow though, and he definitely felt that one. Without missing a beat, the guy dives off the rooftop and vanishes into the night. Yusus lunges after him, but Sir Lot screams from below, asking what he's doing. The commander barks orders at Lot to secure the relic chamber and form a search party, snarling that this intruder is not getting away. When Lot asks if the target is dead, the Golden Knight just scoffs, saying an attack like that wouldn't even scratch a guy like him. Elsewhere, Cyrus jolts, Cylon awake, a knot of dread twisting in her stomach about Ryfin. At that same moment, our hero sinks deep into cold, dark water. By morning, Cyrus is a blur, sprinting across the city's rooftops while dragging Cylon along as people below shout that a thief is on the run. Cylon complains that being lugged around like a sack of potatoes is seriously not a good look for him, while a bystander tips off the knights to their escape route. In seconds, every knight in the city has their eyes locked on Cyrus, as shouts echo that the girl is trapped with nowhere to go. Right then, the Slayer unleashes Nile, sending the guards flying like bowling pins. The sound of the chaos immediately reaches the Golden Knight. He demands a status report from Sir Lot, who explains they're dealing with pros. That's all Yusus needs to hear before drawing his blade to handle it personally. Meanwhile, Ciri checks on Cylon, who's weirdly cool with being carried. He even cracks a joke about when Ryfin is going to teach him to get that swole. In the blink of an eye, she sidesteps a lethal blade of the wind and instantly identifies her attacker, the legendary Golden Knight of Graham. He's floored that a rare blade was entrusted to an elf. On top of that, her companion is a high-ranking priest, proving to Sir Yusus these are no ordinary thieves. Cylon can't believe their idiot actually got himself caught. Suddenly, the Golden Knight swoops in violently, tossing Ciri aside as things get real. And just like that, Ciri is staring down the fierce Golden Knight, a showdown she never ever saw coming. Rifen groans, waking up in some random place feeling like he's been through a meat grinder. He now knows that picking a fight with a dude in the world's most OP armor was a dumb move. He looks down at a bandaged shackle on his wrist, but a smirk crosses his lips. At least the mission was a success. He snatched Lucian's voice. He blinks awake, totally lost. Where is he? An old dwarf named Hethos leans into view, his face etched with concern, asking if he's okay, and if he needs something to eat. Just moving feels like a Herculean task, but Rifen manages to grunt that he's fine, prompting Hethos to send Miss Tilla to grab some barley porridge. In a moment, Tilla the Steelhammer walks in. Don't let her size fool you. She might look like a kid, but she's a full-fledged dwarven warrior. She places the bowl of food before him. This absolute unit of a man is immediately suspicious. Why are these dwarves being so friendly to a human? That's just not how things work. His distrust is practically radiating off him when another elder enters, introducing himself as Gelfid, a priest of Alpath. A Delphistone, he's visibly thrilled to see their prophesied savior, is finally conscious. Gelfid launches into a story from 6 years ago, when their great priest received a direct message from the god Alpath. A man with a body of steel and a brilliant mind would emerge from the dark path. This hero would carry the tears of the northern wind with the power to literally change fate itself. In regular dwarf speak, that meant a super-jacked genius would come floating out of an ice cave, and they had a divine order to rescue him and treat him like the chosen one. The priest didn't even keep it secret. He spread the prophecy across the whole continent. Ever since, Gelfid has spent every winter waiting for this legendary figure to appear. Rifen can only manage a nervous laugh, realizing their god Alpath, who sometimes drops these divine messages, totally ghosted him the first time. 6 years ago, at the exact moment Rifen was sent back in time, Alpath sent the message. Apparently this god has same-day delivery. Rifen is floored that Alpath is giving him a second chance after he royally screwed up before. He feels a surge of gratitude for the god's faith, silently swearing he'll nail it this time. When he brings it up, Gelfid is firm, insisting Alpath never makes mistakes. So everything they've done was for their savior. Miss Tilla then points out Rifen's insane healing speed, and the big guy gives the little warrior all the credit. She blushes, mumbling that she only made him some porridge. He flashes a grin, certain that a good meal is the ultimate recovery booster. The pint-sized warrior then asks if she should fetch Priest Gelfid, who needed to talk with him. Rifen insists on finding Gelfid himself. Tilla isn't having any of that, and immediately makes herself his crutch, which totally weirds him out, as this tiny powerhouse leads the way. He learns the Steelhammer tribe are mountain dwarves enslaved under the Kelber in Viscounty, who have fiercely held onto their culture and faith. Unlike other races, dwarves are only enslaved for highly specialized skills that humans could never hope to master. It's like they can hear the earth itself whisper where to find precious minerals. They are sold in family units to maintain efficiency and keep their culture intact. Even their priests are included in the sale. It's on their backs that empires have been built. They're the only ones who truly get how the world works. Tilla tells him there are 60 of them in total, every single one owned by Viscount Kelburn. Most of the men are trapped deep in the Settlard mountain mines. To crush any chance of an uprising, the humans hold their families hostage, a revelation that makes Rifen instantly regret asking. Later, Gelfid approaches him, calling him savior. But Riefenhart just brushes it off, thanking them for their help and telling the old man to just call him Rifen. The priest admits he doesn't fully grasp why Rifen is the one, but he's seen that our guy clearly doesn't view dwarves as property. Rifen's always seen them as equals, no doubt, but altering the destiny of an entire species is a whole different ballgame. Gelfid has zero idea why Alpath chose a human, but they are desperately clinging to the hope that Oracle promised. Their faith is absolute, even if no one knows how this single man is supposed to save them. Rifen figures his only move is to play along. The old dwarf watches him with an intensity that says he already sees him as their destined messiah. Shaking off the heavy vibe, the big guy asks what Gelfid wanted to discuss. The priest reveals that the great priest, High Priest Michelin of Alpath, the very bedrock of all dwarven kind, has requested a meeting. Riefenhart can't suppress a smirk. He knows Michelin was already the high priest 30 years ago. Gelfid looks anxious, worried that this hulk of a man might think it's all a scam, since humans are deaf to the sound of truth. He's visibly relieved when the Man of Steel just nods, totally calm and understanding. In his previous life, he witnessed the Antares Empire burn to the ground. He's terrified of a repeat, and a meeting with the wise Michelin could spark a winning strategy. Gelfid explains that Michelin is at the Grand Forge, the great temple of Alpath, a sacred place known only to a select few. They'll need a guide, and Miss Tilla, the last of her tribe with warrior blood, is stepping up to lead him. But Gelfid can't help but notice that this outsider seems to know too much. He can even sense Rifen's thoughts, catching fragments that confirm the Man of Steel already knew about their high priest and the Grand Forge. The old dwarf sighs, mentioning that most humans avoid talking to dwarves who can hear the sound of truth. When Ryfin confirms he knew about that too, Gelfid's curiosity hits a fever pitch, and he demands to know how much Ryfin knows. But our guy just apologizes, saying it's too early to reveal his cards. The moment is shattered when Hethos bursts in, panicked, asking if Ryfin had companions. A young boy and an elf. He confirms they've been captured and dragged to Viscount Kelburn's castle. Back at the fortress, the golden-haired knight is fuming, screaming at his men to find the thief at any cost. Usis commands his soldiers to ditch their honor and use any torture required to make them spill. The Golden Knight is still reeling from the sight of a simple elf wielding a high-grade magic sword, a blade meant for a knight captain or above. And if that wasn't enough, there's a Philanese priest on the scene, rocking divine power that could go toe-to-toe with an archbishop, and he's hell-bent on digging up the truth about them. He commands a couple of goons to handle the interrogation, but Barras and Lento are getting majorly mixed signals. Are they supposed to rough them up or send them to the Shadow Realm? The orders are what they are, so they just suck it up and get on with it. Barras steps up for the first round of torture, and Lento is more than happy to let him. 30 minutes later, both of them are getting a full-blown lecture from Father Sion, who's explaining that Ryfin's martial clan is, to put it mildly, built different. He drops the legendary name of Jim Unbreakable, the unshakable martial king, and lays out the absolutely savage training regimen of Gerard's clan. The two interrogators can barely process what they're hearing. Ceylon emphasizes that all of this is just their standard training, the kind of stuff that would literally break a normal human. The pretty boy captive scoffs, insisting these warriors definitely didn't go through that insane ordeal. He complains that their last exam was a total setup. Their mission was to retrieve a relic, but plot twist, the Tennis household had already snagged it. Ceylon explains just how brutal failure is within the clan. The skinny captive blurts out that Ryfin just decided to jack the relic anyway, since it originally belonged to the legend himself, Jim Unbreakable. He points out that the Martial King never in a million years thought the Tennis family would find the relic, and that their innocence is a given, considering how little anyone knows about those ancient ruins. He adds that he only started talking after our boy's story began to add up. Barras is just staring, completely mind-blown as their prisoner spills all the tea without a single threat. Eventually, the priest has talked so much his throat is bone dry. He practically lunges for the water Ceylon offers him. Barras can't help but wonder if it's even cool for the priest to be sharing all this info, questioning the guy's loyalty to his friend. But the captive insists none of it is some deep, dark secret. Barras is stressing that if the world finds out, the Martial King's chosen successor pulled off a heist, his entire reputation would be trashed. But Father Ceylon hits him with some cold, hard logic. If the guy actually gave a damn about his image, he never would have risked the heist in the first place. Getting curious, the guard asks if they know where the relic is now. Ceylon admits they've just been chilling at the finish line, waiting. Barras loses it, demanding to know how they can contact them. But the pretty boy captive calmly states that no aura user would ever fumble something as basic as a simple theft, which Barras has to admit is a solid point. Meanwhile, his partner is just wondering if this is how all interrogations are supposed to go down. The others can feel it in the air, the vibe is just off. Later, Miss Tilla is praising the redhead for tracking down a deer with incredible speed. Ryfin plays it cool, saying it's a cakewalk for an aura user. You just expand your senses and lock onto the trail, though it's a skill any professional hunter would kill for. He then asks if they're still inside Kelburan territory, where hunting is a huge no-no. Tilla couldn't care less about petty rules. That remark hits Ryfin hard, making him realize he can't let trivial laws chain him down. If his ultimate goal is to free the otherworldly species, even if his actions are technically illegal, one thing is crystal clear: he needs to recover his strength and fast. He takes a single bite of meat, and Tilla's eyes go wide, as his muscles begin to pulse with a golden aura. She's wondering if he's actually healing himself. Ryfin tests his power with a sharp punch through the air that sends a shockwave, totally freaking her out. He declares with a grin that he's back at 100%. From a window, Graham's Golden Knight Eustace of Tennis watches them, absolutely certain that it's no coincidence, that this rugged warrior targeted that specific relic above all others. His mind flashes back to a pivotal moment 1 month ago. A mysterious man had approached Sir Eustace, presenting the symbol of the Sage of Silver, and clearly expecting him to recognize it, if he was indeed the true heir to Count Tennis. On that very day, Eustace was officially named the successor, and his father revealed a jaw-dropping family secret. He spoke of an ancient order known as the Sage of Silver. These sages wield power so immense they could effortlessly topple entire nations. Their wisdom and knowledge eclipse anything modern civilization could dream of. They operate from the shadows, and only surface when humanity faces a genuine existential threat. Even a king is considered merely mid-tier in their hierarchy. Eustace bowed low as the Sage of Silver handed him a scroll. He was entrusting the exploration of the Elysian ruins to the Tennis household. The sage laid claim to all the relics within, but he asked for only one thing in return, an artifact known as Elysian's Voice. If Eustace fails to retrieve it, The very fate of the tennis family will be on the line. The weight of that thought is crushing him. Just then, Barras and Lento enter to deliver their report. They've concluded their interrogation of the two prisoners. Their narrative lines up, but there's something about it that just feels wrong, a detail that immediately snags Eustace's attention. At the gate, a soldier sees his comrade Drain, trembling as he relives the utter chaos from the day before. None of them ever imagined they'd wake up to a battlefield like that. As ordinary soldiers, they're painfully aware they stand zero chance against someone who can pancake full-plate armor with his bare hands. Drain sends a silent prayer that they never have to face him again. They've already deduced the relic was stolen, but since Sir Eustace captured the thief's allies, there's a good chance the culprit himself will show up for a rescue. With a heavy sigh, Drain hopes that if the man does return, he'll at least knock them out quickly like he did before. In that instant, his partner spots an ominous figure approaching. It's the fist guy, whispering softly, Calamity Horn. Meanwhile, Eustace learns that the thief is a member of a group called Jim Unbreakable. He racks his brain trying to figure out why the Sage of Silver would have any interest in them. The blonde knight doubts their entire story, but the thing that really throws him for a loop is the presence of Ceylon, a traveling pilgrim who also happens to be a high-ranking priest, with power rivaling a bishop. He's absolutely certain a man like that could never be a highly trained spy. To the blonde knight, the story is totally believable. He figures these two are just disposable grunts who'd get ditched anyway. The real problem now is figuring out how to snag the thief. They could go all out, but even that's no guarantee. They'd recover the illusion's voice. An earth-shattering blast rips through the air, making the Golden Knight flinch. He knows in an instant the thief is back, because he heard his friends were captured. Another explosion throws the castle into utter chaos, as Barras rallies the Tenris Knights to unleash their true power. He vows this fight won't be a repeat of last night, but the Man of Steel insists he's leveled up too. Sir Loth commands Barras and Lento to charge, but a single punch from Ryfin sends them both careening through the air. The tank calmly states that shields are completely useless against aura strikes, and that these knights have exactly zero experience fighting an aura user. Then out of nowhere, the mages deploy something they call Priest's Protection, cursing the thief for attacking Barras and Lento, but this absolute unit just smacks these scrubs aside, with a single stomp that sends a shockwave powerful enough to launch them. The mages retaliate, unleashing an ice-cold flame arrow and a lightning storm. Ryfin drops them first with a volley of rapid-fire bullets. As they're sent flying, they scream, curses at him. He just figures that mages this skilled should be able to handle a little pain though. He thought maybe one or two would tough it out. With them down, he moves on to the priests, who scream for him to fight like a proper aura user instead of resorting to such cowardly moves. Ryfin can't believe the audacity of these clowns ganging up on him only to call him a coward. The soldiers watch paralyzed with fear as he starts strangling priests and snatches up Father Lauren, who immediately begs for his life. Aware that some priests get stronger when they take damage, Ryfin decides to just knock them out clean. His next target, Father Smard. As soldiers frantically try to contain the thief, they're stunned by how much more powerful he seems today. This is the raw, unbridled energy of a true aura master. Sir Loth spots their resident loose cannon Russ on the battlefield and absolutely snaps, demanding to know what he's doing there. He curses the fool for always rushing headfirst into battle when ordered to stay put. Yet now, of all times, Russ is just hanging back. Disgusted, Sir Loth swears he's disowning the bastard as soon as they get home. But Russ is frozen solid, completely captivated by the brilliant light of the thief's aura, watching it control and reinforce his power at will. For the very first time, he can perfectly read the thief's movements and his energy flow, something no one had ever been able to teach him. He realizes the thief's breathing and control are techniques that belong only to someone who has reached the absolute pinnacle of martial arts. His mind blown, Russ suddenly understands exactly how he should move in a fight like this, totally impressed by the thief's flawless execution. While the iron-fisted warrior continues to tear through the soldiers, Ryfin finally locks eyes on the main event, Commander Sir Eustace with his legendary blade Eldrad. The Golden Boy immediately calls out, asking what he's done to his knights. Ryfin just flashes a wicked grin and starts taunting the stone-faced blonde. He asks why he's pretending he just arrived when he was obviously hiding behind the wall, watching the whole time. That jab clearly hits a nerve. Eustace grits his teeth silently, wondering how this guy could possibly have known. The brawler just smirks, noting that while the magic armor might grant Eustace aura-level strength, it doesn't give him the heightened senses to match. He figures Eustace just wanted to test his power, but using his own men as crash test dummies is a pretty savage move. It doesn't quite line up with the fair and just image of the great Golden Knight that everyone talks about. While Eustace seethes, his soldiers nervously deny that their commander would ever stoop so low. This hard-headed fighter points out there's no other explanation for a fancy knight like him showing up so late. He could have been on the scene way faster, even if he'd been in the middle of a shower. Yusuf's clearly enraged, sputters that he just overslept, but Rifen isn't buying that lie for a second. Nobody could possibly snooze through a freaking wall being obliterated. He even jokes that if the night is some kind of sleeping beauty, that's the last straw. Yusuf unsheathes his Eldrad, vowing to make the thief pay for staining the honor of the Tenris name. As he transforms into the Golden Knight, the Junior King of Fist braces himself for a real fight. In a blinding flash, Yusuf lunges at the muscle-bound freak, channeling the flow of purity to empower his blade. Fired up, Rifen wonders if that's the legendary Sword of Pure Mana, the perfect weapon to go up against his aura. Yusuf strikes with immense force, the clash of steel against flesh echoing violently. Rifen knows his body is tough, but it's no match for a magical blade. And yet, as Yusuf's slash comes down, Rifen's Spiral Guard flares to life, effortlessly blocking the attack, completely shifting the momentum of the battle. Back in the prison, Cirrus and Father Sillin hear the distant chaos and wonder how long the fight has been raging. The Slayer girl hazards a guess that it's probably Rifen Hart coming to bust them out. Silent teases her for trying to act like she doesn't care, even though it's obvious she believes it, causing a deep blush to spread across her face. As they eat, Cirrus gets lost in thought, confused as to why Rifen is being so kind to her. Silent jokes that the guy must have a serious thing for elves. Cirrus admits that at first, she thought he was just a dude who was really into role-playing. The doll-faced girl agrees he totally gives off that vibe, but when she recalls the way he looks at her, she knows his motives aren't nearly that simple. The Pilgrim Boy pipes up that all that talk about him being special and different from other guys is exactly what women say when they're falling in love. He claims they only do it to get married, so they can curse their husbands later, or at least that's what the nun at his orphanage always said. Cirrus can't help but wonder, what kind of nun would teach a little kid something like that? Silen suddenly snaps, cursing Rifen for dragging them into this whole mess. He grumbles that Rifen should have been way more careful with his thieving. But even through his complaints, the Slayer elf senses something more. It's not like he holds a grudge against the musclehead. Nah, what's really eating Cillian up is knowing that by signing on, he's now officially an accessory to the crime. He's drowning in guilt for just standing by and letting it happen. He gets it, they can't exactly play by the rules forever. And anyway, he hits the big 2-0 next year. At just 3 years younger than Rifen, Sirius is genuinely stunned by how grown-up Cillian sounds, until a sudden realization makes her practically gag. It hits her that they're only separated by 3 years. All this time, she seriously pegged him as being at least 20 years her junior. Pretty Boy shoots back with a joke about how she's gonna hurt his feelings and make him cry. Right on cue, Miss Tilla explodes into their cell. She demands to know if they're Killian and Cirrus, declaring she's on Rifenhart's payroll, and their top priority is breaking out. Now, Killian is totally floored, while Cirrus instantly clocks that Tilla is a dwarf. Pretty Boy points out that she looks completely human, minus the ears. Cirrus just cracks up, calling him a sheltered little kid, which is hilarious coming from the girl who just called him mature. As they're making their stealthy exit, a guard spots the escapees. But before he can even shout, Cirrus flips a switch, dropping the guy with one vicious kick. She's all business. Another soldier charges from her blind spot, but Tilla is already moving, intercepting the blow, and casually flings the attacker away, like he's a sack of potatoes. Our elf slayer just blinks, shook by the dwarf's insane power, while Tilla just smirks, boasting that dwarves are built different, and urges them to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, Rifen is still tangled in a brutal dance of blades with the Golden Knight. He has absolute faith that Tilla has already handled her end of the bargain. But Yusuf catches the thief's fleeting glance toward the dungeons below. A thought clicks in his head. What if this whole fight is just a diversion? The iron-fisted thief just smirks, basically admitting he wouldn't be throwing down this hard, unless something major was on the line. A tidal wave of power erupts from his body as he finally gets serious. The Golden Boy is completely shaken, realizing this whole time the thief hasn't even been going all out. Enraged, Yusuf lunges, bringing Eldrad down in a deadly arc meant to cleave Rifen in two. But the big man effortlessly backflips out of the way and counters with a brutal strike that sends the Golden Knight stumbling backward. Hell-bent on taking back control of the fight, Yusuf finds himself facing a merciless onslaught as our guy channels energy into another fist and slams it straight into the earth, unleashing a tremor that Yusuf is forced to evade. In response, Yusuf invokes the power of Eldrad's cry. Rifen plows forward, aiming a punch straight for the gut, only for his fist to connect with nothing but air. Turns out the Golden Knight just leveled up, and he's finally done playing games. All at once, 5 perfect duplicates of Yusuf materialize around Rifen, and every single one of them feels terrifyingly real. Rifen, who had totally written Yusuf off as being trash against aura users, is forced to admit he messed up. This is no cheap parlor trick, but a high-level mage technique. The Golden Boy is on a whole other level than he anticipated. All 5 clones simultaneously blast him with material destruction, but in less than a second, Rifen pinpoints the original and sends him airborne with a clean hook. Yusuf is completely losing his cool. The ancient warrior spirit inside, Ryfen almost feels bad for the kid. Did he seriously not know that any seasoned mage can easily read the faint signatures of mana? The golden boy screams that the sword of Teness has never tasted defeat. He unleashes another attack, but Ryfen's spiral guard just demolishes it. It shatters his ice magic, shrugs off a volley of wind arrows, and completely nullifies the breath of corrosion without a scratch. Our boy just grins, flexing on him. He continues to showboat with his spiral guard, leaving Eustace fuming, trying to process how this meathead is shutting down every element he throws out. The thing is, most aura users can't execute a spiral guard, not because it's some complex technique, but because it's laughably basic. See, they can coat their bodies in aura for protection, but trying to circulate that same aura simultaneously would literally shred them from the inside out. Only the members of Gym Unbreakable have the raw physical conditioning to pull it off. Ryfen knows it guzzles an insane amount of aura, but for him, that's not an issue. Eustace is absolutely livid, and furiously demands to know who the hell is backing Ryfen. In response, the iron-fisted warrior just casually steps to the side, revealing his subordinate, which only makes Eustace feel like he's being utterly clowned on. Pushed to his limit, he screams for Eldrad to awaken and unleash the light of Eldrad. Finally, sensing a genuine threat, Ryfen decides it's time to whip out his ace in the hole, just as the Golden Knight charges forward, blazing with holy light. The iron-fisted warrior meets him head-on, unleashing a quadruple-layer Calamity Horn as the Golden Knight thrusts his sacred blade forward. Their signature attacks collide in a cataclysmic explosion that shakes the very foundations of the Viscount's castle, sparking chaos outside. The Golden Knight takes the full, devastating impact of the Calamity Horn, cracks spiderweb across his armor as he screams out, demanding what kind of power can shred his guard so easily. Ryfen's layered aura fists are creating a rapid-fire series of crushing impacts, each one hitting like a meteor, and the spiraling energy tears Eustace's defenses to ribbons. He senses the big guy only has one shot left in the chamber, and he refuses to go down, but the final punch obliterates everything in its path and smashes him clean through a castle wall. As the dust settles, the legendary sword Eldrad is seen plunged into the dirt, while Sir Lot stares completely dumbfounded that the Tennis sword has actually been defeated. Eldrad's magic flows from the blade itself, meaning as long as Eldrad is unharmed, the armor will eventually put itself back together, even if it takes a good 6 months. The thief then strolls over and casually picks up Eldrad, making Eustace immediately think he's about to jack the legendary weapon. But instead, the big man hands it right over to Lot with a sincere apology, explaining that recovering the stolen artifact was his only goal. Lot is stunned that he fought such a battle without a trace of greed, though Ryfen can't help but think how much Cirrus would geek out over Eldrad. Still, he'd much rather gift her the divine light sword, Messiah. Just as he's about to dip, Rust's voice suddenly rings out, declaring that the Tennis sword is not yet defeated. Lot absolutely loses his mind, looking ready to disown the kid right then and there, while our muscle-bound hero recognizes this obnoxious brat. The kid doubles down, insisting that he also counts as a Tennis sword, and goes on the offensive. Ryfen is completely unfazed, knowing the kid's swings are basic, but a sudden explosion of brilliant blue energy throws him backward. He's stunned to see a fresh cut on his notoriously tough body. In an instant, he knows it's blade aura. As Rust gloats that he's finally proven himself as the sword of Tennis, the aura's vibrant sky blue shimmer ignites a memory in Ryfen of the legendary sword Saint Cyrus, who once challenged the Demon King. The name just spills out of his mouth, Sword Saint Cyrus. Rust freezes, completely shocked. His true knighted name is Cyrus von Tennis, but he's been stuck with the common name Russ, a gift from his mother for his entire life. A wave of guilt hits Ryfen for not connecting the dots sooner. The Tennis family is now famous for its Golden Knight. In 30 years after the Sword Saint makes his debut, their house will be elevated to marquis status, erasing the old shame of a swordsman who relied on magic gear. That's why the Golden Knight was a total unknown to Ryfen in his previous life. The guy was basically erased from history. The future Sword Saint is now blushing at hearing his own legendary title, but the Man of Steel just plays it cool, muttering that he must have mistaken Russ for someone else. The kid's disappointment is written all over his face. He can't hide a thing. Mr. Tough Guy recalls the legends painting Cyrus as a cold, unapproachable figure, but he supposes anyone can change. Russ snaps out of it and lunges again, his blade cloaked in aura, only to get rocked by a punch to the gut that he somehow tanks. The kid is shook, but figures he must have used his own aura to absorb the impact. And he actually compliments Ryfen's technique. Pretty impressive for a dude who just awakened his powers. Our soldier can feel it in the air. This idiot is about to go completely feral, so he wisely creates some distance. Cyrus blitzes forward again, moving at blinding speed, his attacks coming from angles Ryfen can't even process. Ryfenheart, the man who will become the King of Fists, can't predict a single one of Cyrus's moves. Every slash is unleashed from a trajectory no trained fighter would ever use. Normally, fighting has a flow, a system refined over generations like the Unbreakable style. His grandpa Gerard drilled into him. But this kid fights like a cornered animal, no proper farm, zero rhythm. By all logic, he should be full of openings, yet there isn't a single weak point to exploit. Rifen remembers the old stories, how the Sword Saint's genius was a once-in-a-century phenomenon, and now he's seeing that raw talent firsthand. A flashback hits him. He remembers a time when Cyrus bragged about single-handedly taking down the 4 heavenly kings, including the fearsome orc champion Tathid. The claim seemed like a total lie back then, but seeing Cyrus fight now, he knows it was the truth. Reborn into the past, Mr. Fist has just found his old comrade Tathid's greatest rival, and the guy is standing right in his face. Fired up, he unleashes a punch that shatters Russ's blade aura, leaving the kid completely stunned. Still, Russ raises his sword, proclaiming himself the Sword of Tennis. His signature downward, / a move he's perfected for years, blazes with the intent to tear the heavens apart, the spirit of a man born to be Rifen's equal. And once again, Rifen is determined to shatter that destiny. He slams a devastating punch straight into the kid's stomach and whispers a silent goodbye, but Cyrus just won't go down. He's on his knees, gasping for air, but still manages to call himself the Sword of Tennis, the one who never surrenders. Rifen feels a powerful urge to end him right here, to eliminate a future threat before he can even rise. But a small voice inside holds him back, not out of mercy for Cyrus, but because killing him now would steal Tathid's chance for his own epic showdown. Rifen understands now. His job isn't to kill Cyrus, but to forge him into a worthy opponent for Tathid's eventual revenge. He spares him, hoping he'll level up for their fated duel. In his past life, Tathid's clashes with the Sword Saint only pushed them both to new heights of power. Right now, Rifen knows that killing Cyrus would mess everything up. Proclaiming that Cyrus is the man Tathid is destined to crush, he turns and leaves. Stunned and enraged, Cyrus explodes with a massive burst of aura, letting out a furious scream that startles Sir Lot. Just outside, Tilla runs up to Rifen, overwhelmed with relief. Their father Silan quips that they certainly had a one-of-a-kind adventure, all thanks to Rifen's antics. Pretty Boy chimes in that he knew his pilgrimage would have some drama, but he never expected to get thrown in a dungeon. Then he lays into Rifen for dragging Cirrus and Elf Girl into all this mess. Rifen immediately panics, asking if anyone laid a hand on her. But Cirrus just reports that the knights were actually total gentlemen. When they ask about the relic, Rifen just plays dumb, claiming his master ordered him to retrieve it, but he has no clue what it even is. He keeps the story simple, hoping they can just get out of there. Back in the trashed castle, Severus quietly checks with Abron, asking if he's certain he saw an aura user, and one from the Tennis Knight Order no less. As expected, the news spreads like wildfire. Eustace gets wind of Russ awakening his aura, and is seething with jealousy. He can't understand how the low-born son of some nobody could awaken the very power the family elders always dreamed of. His own father had a soft spot for Russ, and the same elders who always kissed up to Eustace are now secretly hyped that the family finally has an aura user. Having an aura user in their ranks could elevate the Tennis family to a whole new level. Eustace is fuming, wondering where this leaves him. In his mind, he and Eldrin are the only ones worthy of being called the Sword of Tennis. Meanwhile, on a cliffside, Cyrus is laughing his head off, absolutely ecstatic that awakening his aura has flipped the script. He's confident it won't be long before he surpasses that thief, and claims his rightful title as the true Sword of Tennis. Suddenly, a stone-faced blonde dude materializes from thin air, wondering why this loser is in such a good mood. Russ is desperate to show off his newly awakened aura. He proudly ignites his blade, and his brother actually calls it beautiful. A genuine smile finally breaks across Russ's face. He finally has the validation he craved. But, in the next heartbeat, the Golden Knight's expression turns to ice as he savagely shoves his blade straight through Russ's gut. He snarls that there can only be one Tenace sword. With a brutal push of the blade still impaling him, Russ is sent plummeting into the river below. You know the trope. A classic betrayal, a fall into a river. This is literally how a villain's revenge arc gets started. The Blonde Snake's allies rush over asking what happened, and he spins a wild story about how Russ ambushed him to seize control of the family. He claims he was just fast enough on the counterattack, and in the chaos, Russ took a hit to the stomach and tumbled into the water. Yeah, there's no way he could survive that. And even if a miracle happened, Russ would never be strong enough to challenge Eldred's power now. While his goons search the riverbanks, Ciri the elf is grilling our hero about how he knows Tilla, the dwarf. Our boy starts to explain that the dwarves were the ones who fished him out of a river half-drowned. Turns out a prophecy from their god Apoth marked him as their chosen savior. Tilla confirms it, saying he's the savior sent by the gods, and that's exactly why she's backing him. The elf is visibly shook. The young saint then asks if dwarves actually believe in gods, and he's stunned to hear they even have priests. Most humans see dwarves as a race fit only for slavery, so the idea of them worshipping anything is insane. The saint says, humans assume dwarves follow an evil god because among Sayer and the 12 gods, Two deities, the elven goddess Eldia and the dwarven god Apoth, are basically obscure legends. All of a sudden, Ciri spots someone floating in that very river. They drag him ashore, and our hero's eyes go wide. It's Russ. He's thinking, what are the odds? Is this a sequel to the prophecy? Later, when Russ finally wakes up, the crushing reality slams into him. He truly believed his brother Isusu would finally acknowledge him if he just got strong enough, but that psycho never intended to accept him at all. When he asks what happened, our hero lays it out plainly. They found him drifting downriver on the brink of death, so they pulled him out. He's in Vide Barony. A whole 3 days have passed since the incident. Back near Kilburn Castle, the group had planned to lie low at an inn and get a physician for Russ, but the situation was more dire. The young saint warned them that the wound was far too grave for a normal doctor. He needed a specialist. According to the saint, the only thing that kept Russ from bleeding out was the fact that he's an aura user. Russ can only express his immense gratitude for being alive. A light bulb goes off in our hero's head. Having the future sword saint owing him a life debt is a massive strategic win. Even if they become enemies down the line, he'd have a hard time trying to murder the guys who saved his life. Our boy offers him a bag of coins to get back on his feet and head home, but Russ reveals he can't go back. He's been framed as a traitor who attacked the heir. This makes everything click for our hero. The original timeline was supposed to go like this. Russ awakens his aura, then challenges his brother to an official duel to claim the successor title, exactly as he remembered from his past life. Utterly helpless, Russ asks if he can join their party on their journey. He has a debt to repay, and he knows our hero is the one who helped him awaken his aura. This is his only shot to get stronger by learning from a true master. The protagonist tries to play it down, but Russ cuts him off, insisting he knows our hero is the martial king, Gerard's successor. In the original story, this kid spent years hunting down other aura users across the land, just to level up. But branded as a traitor, that path is now closed to him. His only option is to learn from a master from another country. And just by chance, one is standing right in front of him. He's internally panicking. The future sword saint just became his subordinate. Flipping a future enemy into an ally is a pretty sweet deal, but then he remembers the other legendary figures, the hero Alex and the saintess Ellen, are probably not even born yet. Tesserin is a total non-starter, which only leaves Jade the Mage of Light. But there's no way he can turn Russ down, not after he begged, so he agrees to let him join their travels. Cut to Isusu groveling before the Sage of Silver. He confesses that he failed the mission. Sage Leston is dripping with disappointment, admitting he vastly overestimated the boy. As Isusu keeps apologizing, he can't help but wonder at the sage's immense power, considering he's only speaking through a magical illusion. Leston scoffs, regretting he ever trusted a half-baked swordsman. He figures this is why the Golden Knight was always stuck in the shadow of the Sword Saint. Later, Leston himself is summoned by Duke Ironad, who calls him out for misusing a divine symbol. The Duke is still impressed, though. No one in recorded history has ever awakened an aura at the age of 20. He acknowledges Leston's production abilities are insane and have been a massive help in keeping humanity safe. That is why he was recommended to be a Sage of Silver despite his youth and lack of experience. It was a gamble based entirely on his future potential. The Duke states that there won't be any formal disciplinary action this time around. It's not like he caused a major disaster with the divine symbol, but he needs to start acting like he understands his position. He addresses him as Leston first, but then drops his real name, Tesseron. A cold reminder that the Sages of Silver are the secret guardians of humanity, controlling the continent from the shadows. They wield enough power to make or break entire nations. But there's a catch. Leston is a total rookie stuck at the bottom of the food chain. He barely scraped his way into the organization and has a mountain to climb. The Demon King, a being who once plunged the world into an age of darkness, has been reborn in this era, possessing a body forged from steel and the mind of a legendary archmage, the hero. And now, the only question that matters is who's going to be strong enough to stop the cataclysm he's about to unleash. Tesseron is making his move, aiming to shut the hero down before he gets back to full power. From his perspective, it's seriously bad news that the hero snagged Illusion's voice. But even for a Demon King, it's not going to be a walk in the park. To reclaim his former glory. See, Illusion's voice is powered by 4 sacred relics. According to Jade, these artifacts are the very source of the Demon King's apocalyptic strength. So the mission is simple. He has to secure those 4 relics before the hero can get his hands on them. Meanwhile, back with the hero's crew, Russ is totally baffled watching them. Draw straws for chore duty. Like, why not just make the elf slave handle it all? He even brings it up with our boy, and gets an answer that hits different. Yeah, the world sees them as property, but the hero refuses to play that game. He considers them his crew, his family. Russ knew he was rolling with a strange crowd full of ridiculously strong martial artists. But no matter who the hero really is, Russ has pledged his sword to him until he becomes a true master. And until that day comes, he's all in, ready to follow any command. A little later, our protagonist boots up the beginner-level challenge on Illusion's voice. He's already bored of the default virtual reality background, so he switches up the scenery and dives into training, smashing magical tiles as they appear. He starts to sweat as the speed ramps up, barely clearing the level by the skin of his teeth. Illusion's voice is super effective for grinding, but it's loaded with so much bloatware like the artifact feature. Apparently this thing was some kind of educational tool back in the Silver Age. You can choose from all these random environments like casinos, schools, or parks, all complete with background music and virtual cheerleaders, hyping you up. Every stage you clear showers you with points, keeping you motivated while you level up. He can't help but wonder how much people in the Silver Age must have absolutely despised studying to create a system like this. Or maybe knowledge was just so common back then that it had no value. Either way, this tool should let the hero claw back a huge chunk of his magical power, even with Tesseron's mind. Before long, their journey brings them to the city of Trasan. This place is a massive military and trade hub, the crossroads for all northern commerce. The old man delivers, providing every piece of intel that the hero asked for. With this, he can finally dig into his host body's history, and it turns out at 16, the kid completely lost it. Some mysterious mental breakdown made him go berserk, claiming he was Tesseron, not Reifenhardt. This confirms it. The legendary Marshal King Tesseron has been reborn in this era. Tesseron and the hero, they're swapping bodies. Our protagonist's mind is blown. He never saw this twist coming. The records show that at 20 years old, he vanished from Delphi's Mage Tower and hasn't been seen since. He figures a simple merchant guild wouldn't have access to any deeper intel. In his previous life, Tesseron didn't become an official mage until his late 20s, and it had nothing to do with his talent. The higher-ups simply refused to let him leave the tower. So our boy is left wondering, how the hell did he get out? To uncover the truth, he decides he needs to track down a skilled bounty hunter from the Tao Ban trade union. The hero gathers the crew, announcing they're shipping out at dawn. He plans to reveal their true destination once they're on the move. Nearby, Silent and Russ are talking about how the hero seems so humble, always hiding his real strength, all while the hero himself stands just out of earshot, debating if it's right to drag the young saint and Russ all the way to Grand Forge. He makes his choice. It's time to tell them everything. But before he drops the location, he lays out his ultimate goal. He needs them to understand that elves, dwarves, and orcs are not property. His dream is to forge a new world. A world where every single one of these races is liberated from the chains of slavery. He drives the point home. They have their own minds, their own feelings. They are not mindless beasts. But his ambition goes even further. To make this dream a reality, he's willing to make the entire world his enemy. Silent is the first to speak. He's in. He admits the dream sounds insanely unrealistic, but he's always found it bizarre that these intelligent races are treated like cattle. Plus, a crew this talented is a once-in-a-lifetime find. And this gives him a chance to spread the gospel of philanthropy to new races and become a pioneer in history. The young saint is fired up immediately, ready to start ambushing nobles and bust out every slave they can find. Even knowing it's a massive crime, Russ is in too, simply to honor his oath. The hero stresses that what they just discussed stays between them. It's a secret that could get them all killed. Then he reveals their destination. They're heading for Grand Forge home, to a sacred temple of the dwarven god. Suddenly, they're swarmed. A tidal wave of monsters erupts from the shadows, and it becomes terrifyingly clear why no one has ever made it this far. You just know some ancient dwarf chose this spot for a reason. But before they can even think about it, phantom griffins dive out of the sky, claws out. Our boy yells at Russ to cover me, as he unleashes his illusion annihilation spell, a blast of energy designed to shred through the fakes and expose the one true threat. The crew is getting worn down, wondering how much more of this endless grind they can take. That's when the hero lays it all out for them. He explains that this nightmare journey would normally take 2 whole weeks, but they're taking a shortcut. They'll be there in a single day. The next day finds them plunging into the shortcut Diamond's ruins, while the elf can't shake the nagging question of who their leader truly is. A little later, the hero calls an audible, wanting to switch paths. He claims his master scouted this sketchy rejected route when he was younger. Every new claim he makes just deepens Ciri's suspicion. As they finally reach the Grand Forge, the hero walks up to a solid rock wall and slams his fist into it. Behind it, the legendary Temple of Alpoth is revealed, and the crew is just frozen, completely shook. This place shouldn't be real. The sheer history radiating from the stones is mind-blowing. The young saint gets nervous, asking if they were the ones who just broke the temple. He's worried if that's even okay. But our boy just smirks, reassuring him that he actually busted up a part of it in his past life too. He says it was no big deal back then, since a prophecy from Alpoth had already called it. But before they can process that, dwarves pour out of the temple, weapons raised, charging right at them. From the dwarves' perspective, this is a full-blown invasion, and the hero gets it instantly. The temple has been transformed so much, there's no way they'd recognize what's happening. The dwarves are absolutely losing their minds over these human intruders. Rust, ever the protector, is about to charge right back, but the hero throws out an arm, stopping him cold. He's not here to fight. He's here to talk. Looking a little awkward, he manages to announce that he's the savior they've been waiting for. The human man from Alpoth's oracle. He declares he's here to meet the great priest, Marshal sent by the Steelhammer tribe. And just like that, the dwarves switch from hostile to hospitable, presenting a warm welcome. The Grand Forge is a massive city, carved 30 meters beneath the Setterlard Mountains. This colossal city stretches 2 kilometers wide with ceilings soaring between 30 and 50 meters high. Inside this giant cave, a hot spring flows like a river, and the light and heat they radiate from geothermal stones embedded in the ceiling every 100 meters. As the dwarves geek out over the temple's insane geographical layout, the group is just floored by their master craftsmanship. The dwarves mention the Grand Forge was just some Silver Age ruin they spruced up on the inside. But our protagonist knows the truth. This was a thriving dwarven city, even back in the Silver Age. The proof is in the super low doorways. It means that during the Silver Age, dwarves were flourishing enough to build a city like this, a feat that would have been impossible if they were born to be slaves. The dwarven leader invites them to stay, and he brings them a feast for the night. When asked, he introduces the meals and casually mentions that this stuff is especially good for men. Right on cue, a female dwarf rushes in. She announces that the hero has been summoned to the central tower. There he is, welcomed by the man himself, Alpoth's great high priest, Marshal Poth Hammerline. Meanwhile, the sage Tesron drifts off and is plunged into a vision, a brutal clash between the original Demon King Rigenheart and Martial King Tesron. In the dream, the king is fighting desperately to free the otherworldly species from the Demon King's curse. The sage jolts awake, hit by a sudden heavy realization. He's been grinding non-stop for years. He awakened his aura at the young age of 20, even with his scrawny build. He immediately weaponized that power, strong-arming the elders at Delphi's Mage Tower to grant him the rights of a formal mage. After that, his entire life became a strategy, networking with future power players. He even clawed his way into the ranks of the Sage of Silver. Everything was going exactly as he'd engineered it. But now he faces a terrifying truth. His aura and 5-circle magic aren't going to cut it. Not against the Demon King. The guy is on a completely different level. That's because Tesron's original body was just built different, and right now he's probably out there hunting for his old subordinates and his lost magic. The sage knows he needs a squad of absolute units to even stand a chance. And speaking of legends, back in the Forge, our hero introduces himself to the priest. It gives the priest a weird sense of déjà vu, and he asks if they've met before. The hero says it might be hard to process, but they actually met 10 years in the future, a statement that leaves the priest totally flustered. Our boy explains he's traveled through time. He roamed the continent as a great mage, and got tangled up with the otherworldly species while he was searching for a way to reach the god-tier 10th circle, which led to him fighting against all of humanity. He became known as the Demon King of the Antres Empire. He waged war against the entire continent before he finally met his end. He then tells the priest it's his call, whether to believe the story or not. He adds a little kicker: if the priest was truly one of his closest and most trusted allies in that timeline, then he would have told him about this before. The priest decides to test him, asking for the color of his beard, to which Rifen answers that he doesn't have a beard, and that he's still running around with that same fake one in 30 years too. And it's the absolute truth. He's also in on the jaw-dropping secret of the beard. This thing was straight up blessed by the gods in the Dwarven realm, a world where a massive beard is the ultimate flex of manliness. You could be rocking a completely bald head, that's cool, but show up without a respectable beard, bro, you're considered a total This priest, a legend for his blessing rituals, now fully trusts our hero and summons him to offer some crucial advice. But in a shocking twist, the priest realizes our guy knows everything and immediately swears his loyalty. The problem is, our hero needs that advice now more than ever, because he already crashed and burned once trying to fix everything, and he refuses to repeat those catastrophic mistakes. He reveals his new strategy is to educate the slaves, but admits that's a long-haul project, to fundamentally change human perspectives. And since elves and dwarves live for centuries, our hero will be long gone by the time it pays off. He's currently grinding to recover his magic, while also unlocking powers he never possessed in his past life. Slipping back into his old role as the terrifying Demon King would be easy, but he has zero desire to paint the continent with blood, all over again. The priest finally understands the core reason for his failure, and that he can't just scrap the plan when the old methods don't pan out. In this new life, our hero doesn't hate humans, but he definitely doesn't love them either. The priest drops a truth bomb in his past life. He completely sidelined humans because he was too busy putting the other species on a pedestal. He didn't allow humans in his army or give them any political power, which pretty much explains why they branded him the Demon King. The priest clarifies that you don't become a Demon King just by creating mountains of corpses and chugging blood. When a being with immense power becomes completely inconsiderate, listening only to his own echo chamber, and tries to force the world down a path only he wants, that is the true definition of a Demon King. Our hero had good intentions, but he was 100% a demon king. His single biggest mistake was viewing the entire conflict as a war between humanity and the other races. The truth is, humans are masters at destroying each other without any outside help. The other species didn't even have to lift a finger. The priest's final warning is simple: don't get greedy. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew and the dwarves are in a massive brawl with monsters. Russ and the elf are giving it everything they've got to tackle these colossal beasts, but the three aura-wielding dwarves are hunting them down with terrifying ease. Russ is floored. He never imagined the dwarves were aura users. It's been over a month now since they arrived at Grand Forge. There was definitely some major culture shock between their group and the dwarves, but a month was more than enough time for them to vibe. The most surprising discovery was that there are 3 aura users in this one spot. The blizzard raging outside Grand Forge has also intensified. A debate is raging inside about what's so great about humans being tall anyway. The young saint and Russ couldn't care less. They're just wondering what our hero is doing. Inside that steel tower, that giant metal monolith in the center of Grand Forge is the very source of power for all the geothermal stones. It's known as the Son of Grand Forge, their very lifeline, Magrum. It's no surprise that races who were enslaved for generations would lose their traditions. A huge amount of the dwarves' magical knowledge was wiped out during their enslavement, but the doctrines of their All-Father survived, passed down in scripture. Even the holy relic Magrum itself was left behind. A god's power is shaped by the will of the believer, which is the whole problem for these dwarves. The absolute most their god can do right now is just jumpstart Magrum. Our hero could do it too, but Tessrin's body went ages without any magic, so its mana capacity is pathetic. He has to use the power of Magrum to essentially overclock his own body and make it compatible with magic. In his past life, he bent Magrum to his will in just a single year, a feat that was supposed to be possible only for a god. He was so inspired by that process that he went on to invent the infamous nuclear burst, a devastating 10th circle spell. To begin, our protagonist strips down, needing zero interference between his body and Magrum. On the monitors, 3 veteran moms married for decades are absolutely thirsting over his physique. 40 days after arriving at Grand Forge, our boy successfully casts a 5-circle summoning spell, and now all he has to do is level up his mana. He's already plotting where to go next. Silent has also been getting totally jacked through training and isn't ready to leave. He's gotten attached and now wants to spread his faith to the dwarves. Russ has also gone into total hermit mode for training, packing an entire week's worth of food. He only just awakened his aura, yet he's already on the verge of an enlightenment. Elsewhere, Ciri is watching 2 dwarf children play, which triggers a powerful memory of her hometown. The Phalith Desert, a super remote wasteland west of the Graham Kingdom. It's a barren, hostile land where humans are forbidden to enter, and it's where her family, the Dangims, once lived. Noticing her distant expression, our hero offers to take her to visit her home. Just the 2 of them on a journey that should take at least 2 months. But instead, they use the Titan Diamond Portal to teleport to her hometown, arriving in mere seconds. There, Ciri recalls hearing that you need to be a high-ranking mage to activate the ancient ruins from the Silver Ages. Turns out 6-circle magic is plenty powerful, as long as you know the correct placement technique. Just then, a sand lizard, a rare and apparently delicious creature in this desert, scampers into view. First, they rig up some cover from the scorching sun, then get a fire crackling to cook up their meal. Igniting his true flame field, they then manage to extract water directly from the sand lizard's blood for an emergency supply. Using her Aqua Drain spell, Ciri expertly skins the lizard and holds out a piece to our hero to see if it's cooked through. As they eat, a heavy mood settles in. They estimate it's a half-day's journey to her hometown, but she fears there might be no one left alive. Later, her fears are confirmed. They arrive to a ghost town haunted only by memories Ciri can no longer even recall, and the emotional void is absolutely crushing her. Our hero's mind races, wondering if an action from his past life could have caused this entire place to be abandoned, because he remembers this village thriving back in the day. A strange feeling creeps over him. The area doesn't look like it's been deserted for more than 50 years. In fact, it looks like someone was maintaining it up until just 2 weeks ago. In that exact moment, a desperate cry for help cuts through the silence. A troop of soldiers is passing through, abducting several elves. Their captain is fuming that he couldn't capture more, but his soldiers just hype him up, reminding him of the fat stacks of cash they'll get from selling these elves. That's all Ciri needs to hear. She immediately launches herself at them. Meanwhile, in another location, Felina is bugging Tessron with a stream of silly questions, while he's trying to focus on his reading. These 2 are childhood friends. Felina was the only one who stood by him when everyone else treated him like he was insane. When he first woke up in this new body, he never would have awakened his aura without her by his side. Thanks to the rigid rules of the Mage's Tower, she is technically a friend of the Demon King. When Tessrin cracks a smile, it throws her back to the past when he was known as Reifenhart. He brushes it off, asking about the intel he requested. She passes him the documents, letting him know that the Martial King's name is suddenly on everyone's lips. And it's wild that the guy has the same name as Tessran's former self. The reports also detail the Golden Knight's loss to a new aura user, which Tessran immediately deduces is the work of a rival family that sees the Tennis household as a threat. This incident is only going to skyrocket the new Martial King's reputation, but it also means he's landed a powerful ally in the fight against the demon. Felina also brings up another potential candidate who matches his criteria, a man named Stefan von Alten. He's the eldest son of the powerful Altian household in the Vasily Kingdom. Overcome with gratitude, Tessran pulls his friend into a tight hug. His mind is made up. He's going to strip the Demon King of everything he holds dear. As he plots, Captain Bright gets word that a lone female elf is charging right at them, which to him sounds like a walking bag of gold coins. But his greed turns to horror as she carves through his soldiers with effortless, deadly speed. Captain Bright unleashes a massive fire spell, but just in the nick of time, our hero closes the distance and gets to the elf. The protagonist lays down the law bluntly, warning them to freeze or die. He immediately recognizes the captain, figuring he's running a slave hunting operation out here. Our hero demands to know if the 3 captured elves are the only ones left. The captain tries to stay silent at first, but eventually he breaks. He admits to having already killed about 40 elves, and that confession makes our hero's blood boil. When the captain stupidly charges forward to attack, our hero unleashes his chain lightning, shocking them into total submission and forcing them to release the elves. But it's clear our boy isn't done. The terrified captain demands to know why this is all, leading to his death. The protagonist's voice is ice cold as he repeats what he already told him. A price must be paid for the blood of the elves. Pure fear takes over the captain. Sweat pours down his face as he desperately tries to explain himself. Swearing he didn't know the elves had a master, he just assumed they were wild elves, and that's the only reason he hunted them. Our hero hits him with a question. Don't you feel anything wrong killing beings that act and look so much like humans? As a mage, Captain Bright should know better than anyone the line between a person and a beast. But according to the captain's twisted logic, human beings are defined by their ability to think for themselves. They possess rational minds that operate beyond mere instinct. He even argues that humans who fail to meet those standards are enslaved too. In his sick worldview, that's all the justification he needs to differentiate between humans and elves. He's getting frustrated with our hero, feeling like he's trying to dismantle the entire system of slavery. Our hero makes it plain and simple. He would never want to live as a slave, and he's sure no one else on this planet wants to either. There's nothing complicated about that idea. But the captain just scoffs, accusing the hero of being arrogant for trying to force his personal morals on everyone else. In response, Ryfin grabs him by the throat, declaring that he'll gladly own that so-called arrogance rather than blindly follow society's twisted logic, no matter how long that logic has been in place. During the aftermath, Ciri and another elf named Shylin recognize each other from a shared childhood memory of a time they used to hunt Scorpios together. That memory unlocks another piece of Ciri's past, the name everyone used to call her, Serendi al-Arelfiana. But the reunion takes a strange turn. As Shylin's face falls, her expression suddenly filled with disappointment that Sirius has been reduced to a filthy human slave, living a life stripped of all pride and honor. Our hero immediately fires back, explaining she's his teammate, not his property. Shiloh is absolutely floored to see a human speaking their tongue, but the protagonist lays down the law. He warns her that if she calls Sirius a slave one more time, he won't hold back, family or not. He even pushes Sirius to use her own voice. He wants her to make it crystal clear that she is nobody's slave. The elf is visibly torn, completely unsure of what to believe anymore. So our hero looks her dead in the eyes and asks, "Have I ever even once made you feel like you were just a thing to be owned?" She has to admit, he never has. But the confusion is eating her alive because he'd never explicitly spelled it out before that she wasn't a slave. He finally makes it official. She is a free elf, not a piece of property. For Sirius, this clicks. He's always treated everyone as his equal. She gets it, she really does, but one thing is still messing with her head. He's not looking at her. While he's saying all this, his eyes are looking straight through her at someone else entirely. She drops a bombshell if he's going to see her as a replacement. Then she'd honestly prefer being a slave. At least that would be real. And our protagonist, he's crushed. All this time, he was so proud, thinking he'd saved her from a terrible destiny, but he was dead wrong. It hits him like a truck. The only one he ever saved was the version of Sirius from his past life. To this girl, he's nothing more than a random human who threw down cash for an elf slave. A total stranger bought her, showered her with an overwhelming amount of affection, and then declared she wasn't a slave. Sirius just can't bring herself to accept these intense feelings that she feels don't even belong to her. Seeing the absolute mess he's made, the protagonist grants her total, unconditional freedom. He tells her she can stay by his side or walk away forever. Whatever she decides, he's going to respect it. Deep down, he's praying she stays, but Our hero urges Shiloh to take Ciri for that family reunion, promising to hang back, but Shiloh is adamant he join them. For her, leaving his kindness unpaid would be a massive blow to her tribe's honor, and she's not about to let that happen. It dawns on Shiloh that Sirius must have met someone truly special to have revealed her name, a name that even Shiloh herself had completely forgotten. This revelation leaves the elf wondering just how he knows something so personal. Elsewhere, Elder Wellhard gets hit with some grim news. Their water is nearly gone. Even with extreme rationing, they've only got enough for one more day. His scouts also report back that the humans have apparently given up the search, making it impossible to recover the bodies of their fallen warriors. Their comrades have been swallowed by the desert sands. Lingering is no longer an option, and considering the energy it'll take to trek back to their village, their best bet is to move out while they still have a drop of water left. The elf leader issues the order everyone packs up and moves out at sunset. Returning to their now exposed village is a death sentence. They wouldn't survive for long. In desperation, he sends a prayer to the gods begging for a sign. Just then, Shylin, Ryder and Natina show up on the horizon. The elf sentry immediately sounds the alarm, screaming not to let them through because they have a human in tow. But our protagonist just waves it off, telling them it's all a scare tactic. He points out that the elf leader literally melted sand into glass to forge bullets. That's some high-level spirit magic she's flexing, specifically the kind used for melting sand. The silver lining. With a world tree gone, her power is way too nerfed to be a real threat in a fight. He breaks it down for Sirius, explaining that their tribes are deeply connected with the fire spirit. That same fiery blood courses through her veins, which is why she still has a tan, despite being away from the desert for nearly 50 years. Just as he's trying to de-escalate and convince the elves they mean no harm, a volley of attacks flies straight for him. But it's no use. They bounce right off. He tries again, calmly stating that yes, he's human, but he is not their enemy. He figures, if he can show them he understands their history, they might finally see him as an ally. The elven leader starts to come around, thinking about how this human speaks their ancient language perfectly and even knows their customs and traditions. It's a huge tell that maybe, just maybe, he's not the bad guy. But he's not totally sold yet. To really drive the point home, our hero unleashes his insane quadruple-layer Calamity Horn aura skill. In that moment, he realizes that elves are surprisingly logical creatures, a total 180 from most humans. The elves finally get that our boy's intentions are legit, and they agree to follow him to their true homeland. In a heartwarming turn of events, one of the elves not only finds his family again, but is also reunited with relatives he thought were long gone. Their gratitude towards our hero is immense. Back in their ancestral village, the elves erupt in a massive celebration for their new beginning. Meanwhile, everyone's crowding around Ciri, the child who was lost, gently probing to see if she remembers any of them after all this time. But our hero's work isn't done. He tells the elven leader he needs her to witness a power that is uniquely elven. He can tap into a similar magic, but his is a special contract just for Simon, a completely different system from the spirit magic the elves command. He argues that only her people can properly teach this magic to Ciri. The leader nods in agreement, accepting it as their tribe's sacred duty. With their tree of life gone, this is the best the elves can manage. But he argues that her true potential will only be unlocked under the hero's guidance. Our boy gets it, but it crushes him to think of an elf who can't commune with the spirits. Unwilling to part ways with Ciri, the elven leader makes a bold move, embracing him into their tribe and naming him their brother. And so for the next 3 days they take refuge in Darrow Elda, giving the lost elf the space to make a life-altering choice. If she can master spirit magic, she'll be able to speak with the very souls of the wind and water. But first, she has to actually sense their presence. And then to everyone's shock, she effortlessly sparks a connection with the spirits just like that. An elf shouldn't be able to learn this fast, but her brutal life as a slave forced her to master countless skills from a young age. This gave her the rapid-fire learning ability of a human. Seeing this path forward, she decides to stay and dedicate herself to helping the elves. But she's skeptical, claiming this alone won't be enough to truly save them. She looks the hero dead in the eye and asks if following him is the key to that power. Our boy gives her his absolute assurance. From this moment on, transforming their destiny is his main quest. Trusting in him, she agrees to join him for the sake of their future. A fire ignites within the hero, who is now fiercely determined to reshape their world for the woman who placed her faith in him. A short time later, he declares that this makeshift emergency shelter will no longer be temporary. It's now the official village of their tribe. But there's a fatal flaw in his plan. There's no water source, making it completely uninhabitable. Just as despair sets in, our boy turns to Ciri and asks for the Nihilin. He then drops a bombshell. The reason she forged a bond with the spirits in a mere 3 days is because she is the rightful owner of that very weapon. By simply speaking its name, she unknowingly activated a contract and was recognized as its master. He plunges the Nihilin into the barren earth, whispers an ancient incantation and a colossal world tree. Elfenheim erupts into existence, a thundering waterfall crashing at its base. The two elves are absolutely stunned, overwhelmed by the sight of Elfenheim, a spectacle that resonates deep within the soul of every elf. The Nihilin, it turns out, is a lost branch from the original Tree of Life. The hero merely awakened its dormant life force, allowing it to take root and amplify the ambient mana. But this was a massive gambit. Feeding the growing tree, the energy it demanded was so complex he was on edge the whole time, forced to chain together artificial flashcasts just to pull it off. He turns to Ciri and apologizes for using her weapon, the Nihilin, promising to craft her something even more powerful in the future. Sometime later, they arrive back at Grand Forge, and the hero immediately notices the young saint has seriously packed on some muscle while he was away. Our boy's followers are ecstatic to see him, telling him he should have at least shot them a message before taking off. They've been grinding hard, and they eagerly start flexing the new magic they've mastered for the hero. The hero had actually handpicked 20 of the most talented dwarves, taught them the fundamentals, and established a brand new division of mage soldiers in Grand Forge. He gives them all props for their insane progress over 2 months, and suggests they dive into the advanced theories from a book he personally authored. Right on cue, Russ strolls in, and the hero immediately asks him if he's had any breakthroughs. He could tell Russ was on the verge of something epic. The kid, however, notices that our boy's very soul seems to have grown larger. He has to ask if he's really only 23 years old, because the vibe he gets is of someone who has lived those 23 years 3 times over. The question clearly rattles the hero. Later, the young saint asks if they'll be ditching Grand Forge soon to head back to the ancient ruins. The hero confirms it, but says they'll need to stack some cash first, because the ruins aren't their ultimate destination. Their real target is Croven's kingdom. He has an ally waiting there who can help, while Reifenhart wraps things up in Grand Forge. Meanwhile, trouble was brewing in the Frieslands far to the northeast of the Graham Kingdom. In a land far colder and more desolate than Grand Forge, a mage is desperately funneling his power into a roaring fire. They have to keep this blaze going all night, but the effort is draining his mana reserves. Their expedition started with over 30 people. Now only 10 of them are still breathing. The silver lining: the loot they pulled from the Shalkarna ruins was more valuable than all their other hauls combined. Better yet, they unearthed a book filled with records from the Silver Age history that the modern world had completely forgotten. The mage plans to present the book to the academic society, a move guaranteed to cause an absolute uproar since the text has yet to be deciphered. As they puzzle over the impossible ancient language, a figure named Tesron emerges from the blizzard and gives a chilling command to his men: execute the mage and everyone with him. The mage begs him to spare their lives, offering to hand over any relic he desires. But Tesron smirks. He's not here for relics, he's here for their lives. The execution order came straight from the Sage of Silver. Their only crime was finding that book and trying to unearth a history that was meant to stay buried. He calls their slaughter a small, necessary sacrifice for the good of humanity. As for the relics, Tesron's crew is ordered to pick out the useful items and sell off the rest. Everything on the Sage's list will be coming back with them. Many of the relics from the Silver Age are catastrophically dangerous, and the Sage of Silver needs to be the one to lock them away. That's why they need someone strong enough to guard them and prevent total chaos. As they search the bodies, a blonde-haired man finds a necklace radiating intense heat. Its warmth is a shield against the raging snowstorm. Tesron himself discovers an illusion's voice cube, an artifact that makes him pause, a curious look crossing his face. He figures if modern society has zero clue what this is, it's got to be more than just some random artifact. And because the so-called Demon King cherishes it, Felina's curiosity about this forbidden history is officially sparked. Apparently, only those at the Silver Stage are worthy of knowing the truth. Elsewhere, Ciri corners an old elf, demanding he spill everything about the hero. She has this gut feeling he knew her from the second they met. He even knew her real name, one she had long since abandoned. The ancient elf hesitates, warning her that she might not be able to handle the truth. He then poses a critical question: can she truly trust the hero? Before dropping the bombshell, he gives her a choice. Ciri has already heard the legends. This man has leaped across time itself. He is the first 10th Circle grade mage to ever walk the earth, a revolutionary who once tried to reshape the world. The world may have branded him the Demon King, a man who failed his grand mission, but he's traveled back to rewrite his own history. Ciri Valencia is no slouch herself. She is the guardian, the official voice for all elves on the continent, and a high-tier mage. Having mastered the 8th Circle and 7th generation spirit magic, she is hailed as a divine sign by other species. But humanity just calls her the goddess of insanity. She was also the hero's old partner, and she thinks it would have been simpler if the hero was just protecting some old lingering affection for her. The hero asks for her forgiveness, and with that, she decides to stick by his side. On his quest, she makes one thing clear: though I'm not the Ciri, you remember, she states, but I don't hate you. The hero's crew sets its sights on the Crovan kingdom in the east, the continent's breadbasket. They're one of the most dominant nations around. Their king Gothrin had a successor named Telion, but after Gothrin's death, the heir also died from a mysterious illness. With the throne empty, the nobles immediately started clawing at each other for power. The chaos soon settled on two potential candidates, splitting the kingdom's loyalties right down the middle. First is Yvel Lencrovence, the second prince, who's turning 18 this year. But his mother was a concubine, a massive stain on his claim to the throne. This weakness opened the door for a second contender, Karsus, from Count Fernando's family. He might not be the former king's direct son, but royal blood still flows through his veins. Crovan is now engulfed in a full-blown civil war over the crown. Karsus was a celebrated knight, who at 28 was known as a brilliant swordsman, earning the absolute trust and admiration of his soldiers. Yvel, on the other hand, was famous for an entirely different reason. He was known for being utterly useless in every way, except for being the son of the dead king. It had now been 6 months since the king's passing. The civil war between the two factions was reaching its brutal climax. At the heart of it all, Yvel wonders how much longer this conflict will drag on. He never even wanted to be king, but these ambitious men keep shoving him toward the throne. Phineas, his mistress, walks in and asks if he really wants to avoid being king. That desperately. Unfortunately, his options are to either rule or die, and if he dies, his mistress is next on the chopping block. Phineas adds that they're safe for a little while since armies need food to fight, which makes him wonder if they're just going to be executed. The moment their enemies get resupplied, they agree to make a run for it if things get bad, but since Yvel has been pampered his whole life, he can't handle hard labor. She reassures him that she can provide for both of them. She views herself as the prince's slave, knowing that no one in this world will ever see them as a legitimate couple, but they truly love each other. Suddenly, our hero appears in the room, shocking them both. He offers his assistance to the rightful heir of the throne. The dwarf mistress can literally hear the sound of truth, so she tells Yvel that this man is being completely honest. The hero's opening offer is military provisions worth 100,000 gold coins. The prince realizes that's half of the kingdom's entire yearly budget. The offer is so tempting that it's actually incredibly suspicious. The hero sweetens the deal, offering him 6 aura users. There are only 5 aura users in the entire Crovan kingdom, so the prince is floored that this total stranger commands more elite power than a whole nation. If the prince becomes king, the hero wants payment, a completely sovereign territory, totally independent from the Crovan kingdom's laws, where elves, dwarves, and orcs can live without fear. In a small town in the Delphina Baroni, Ciri asks the hero if the negotiations went well. He confirms they did, but the real challenge is what comes next. He can't afford to repeat the failures of his past life. He has to make sure their new dominion is legally recognized, no matter how long it takes. Then the humans will have no choice but to acknowledge their land as legitimate. This was her first time seeing him in action like this. When she asks, the hero tells Ciri that in his previous life, Karsus became king and Prince Yvel was executed. The hero is going to make sure that outcome never happens again. He believes everything will be fine as long as they start seeing other species as allies instead of property. After this battle, he updates everyone that things are unfolding perfectly. Russ remarks that it's been a month since they departed the Grand Forge, and in that short time they have already plundered 10 ancient ruins. So obviously no one was going to believe a story that wild. The young saint's eyes practically bulge out of her head at the mention of 100,000 gold coins, but the hero clarifies that it's actually grain that happens to be valued at a cool 100,000 gold. He explains he scored the whole stash through the Tauban trade union. If it weren't for the raging war and the brutal famine, this same haul would have been worth maybe 4,000 gold tops. But it's a whole new ballgame now, and technically, he isn't even lying. This gets Russ thinking, wait, do the elves even have aura users? Because their current lineup is looking pretty thin, with just 3 of them. The hero, the dwarf, and Russ himself. Our main character confirms that yeah, there are some elven aura users out there, but they're not exactly on friendly terms, making it a nightmare to even try and recruit them. He also clarifies that he isn't one of the 6 aura users he promised the prince. Instead, they're backed by the legendary aura champions Kalkin and Stalia. About a 15-day journey southeast of the Larhid Mountains lies a stretch of grassland, known grimly as the Land of Trials. An orc tribe that holds fast to their ancient traditions makes its home here. Now, these aren't the broken slaves you've heard about, who've lost their wild spirit and live in fear, nor are they the mindless savages some stories make them out to be. No, this tribe has carried on the true spirit of the warrior. By blending sharp intellect with raw ferocity, they've earned the name the Blue Bear Tribe, and our hero is betting that Tathid is right here with them, wondering just how much the kid has leveled up. He warns everyone that these orcs are the absolute strongest fighters around, even compared to humans, elves, and dwarves. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Guardian Daus gives Sage Leston a call, showering him with praise for his recent work, which Leston immediately dismisses as meaningless small talk. This just fuels his resolve to seize a position with far more power than he has now. He'd love nothing more than to shout from the rooftops about the true danger of the Demon King, but he knows he'd just be dismissed as some conspiracy nut if he tried. Thanks to his knowledge of the Age of Light and Jade Archlight, he knows that Duke Erend is a key player in the Stage of Silver. He cleverly disguised facts he remembered from his past life as his own brilliant theories about the Stage of Silver, and that's how he finessed his way into their inner circle. In the Great Silver Age, humanity wasn't the main character of history. That title belonged to the elves with their mystical tree of life, and the dwarves who were the undisputed masters of the earth. They were so incredibly dominant that they had two distinct eras named after them. Even just 1,000 years ago, the Eldrath civilization and the Alhatran civilization. In the ancient tongue, Eldara means blessings of Eldia, and Alhatran means blessings of Allpath. These empires were named directly after their gods. The Stage of Silver is actively covering this up, hiding the truth from all of humanity. And to erase history, they had to craft a plausible lie. So they just called it the Silver Age instead. In Leston's view, this whole conspiracy was cooked up just to protect humanity's fragile ego, a move that is actively making them weaker and more foolish. Back on the East Fetland grassland, the group arrives in a dead zone known as Destrand. Immediately, the hero and his allies start talking about how utterly barren and dead this whole place feels. The conversation turns to the grim orc tradition of abandoning weak babies, and the very old leaving them to die in these wastelands, which is the main reason so many orcs become exiles. Ciri remarks that the dwarves were lucky to have inherited a powerful legacy and a safe homeland, while Tilla calls the orc custom of abandoning the weak completely savage. But the counterpoint is made that the dwarves never would have maintained their grand forge if they had let their skills weaken. The hero has a strategy in mind, but even he isn't 100% sure it'll work. Then slicing through the dense fog, a huge war party of orcs ambushes them. They are incredibly strong and have zero interest in hearing a single word the group has to say. But our hero immediately spots their weakness. He unleashes a mass sleep spell, and the charging orcs instantly collapse to the ground. This right here is why orcs always lost to humans despite being such insane fighters. It doesn't matter how strong you are. If your magic resistance is low, you're getting bodied. The hero then reveals that these guys aren't even the real warriors. He explains that the Blue Bear tribe's elite warriors are tasked with protecting the tribe and hunting monsters. The orcs who haven't earned that title yet are the ones sent out to scout the area, which is exactly what this group was doing. It's how they gain experience and prove they're worthy of becoming warriors. And right on cue, the true orc warriors emerge from the mist. Their leader declares that this land belongs to them, and humans are forbidden to enter. The hero calmly states that they come with good intentions and offers to prove his sincerity through a ritual of battle. A ritual of battle. It's a sacred ceremony that orc tribes use to form bonds and alliances. It's how they build trust with one another, since they hold strength in the highest regard. The protagonist doubts they'd even agree to perform such a ritual. With a human, but shockingly, the orcs accept the challenge. Our guy immediately tells the young student to stand down since he isn't a warrior. Zalcathor and Ciri face off, and the orc introduces himself in the common tongue, which lets them know that these warriors can speak their language. The elf surges forward to land the first strike, and their battle begins in a flash of steel. The duel makes the elf realize the brutal truth as they trade blows, each one perfectly parried. He knows these orcs are truly the strongest fighters. The orc then unleashes his trump card, summoning his spirit weapon. Our hero shouts for the elf not to freak out, recognizing the orc's secret technique, the spirit weapon, empowering their swords to become unbelievably tough and razor sharp. It's their unique racial skill, just like Tila's earth resonance. Ciri's like, so I should just fight it like it's his own weapon, but our hero has no time to break it all down. The elf moves like a blur, her sword arcing through the air to land a solid blow. She spots it, a fatal flaw in his stance. A perfect opening. She pours all her strength into one final strike, but it's still not enough. Because these orcs can straight up control their blades, Ciri is the one who gets slammed to the ground. She immediately scrambles back up, attacking relentlessly, absolutely refusing to accept defeat, especially not to some cheap species-specific hack. Just then, a realization clicks in her head. Zalcathor is flexing an orc-exclusive skill, which means the elves must have one too. She instantly calls out to Selena, the spirit of the wind, summoning her to the battlefield. Our hero is seriously impressed. She's already capable of manifesting a spirit. The elf is on another level now. Using Selena as a launchpad, she soars through the air, and in a flash of steel, the battle is won. Tila looks worried, asking if it's even okay to step on a spirit like that, or if she just made it mad. But our hero explains that they're pure beings who don't get hung up on petty stuff like that. Apparently, Ciri can be pretty savage with her friends, once you get to know her. The second fight of the combat ritual kicks off. Tila steps into the ring this time, and ends up getting totally washed because she wasn't giving it 100%, a massive sign of disrespect to her opponent. The orc leader calls her out, saying her intentions were pure, but she should have gone all out. Next up, it's Russ's turn to fight. As he steps into the arena and introduces himself, Stala, the orc champion, her eyes go wide. She realizes this kid is Karuga. She decides she has to be the one to fight him. Karuga is a legendary title for someone blessed by the warrior soul, what the orcs call a truly gifted aura user or a wielder of spirit weapons. In other words, calling someone Karuga is the orcs' way of saying they're the greatest warrior. Russ is just standing there thinking, bro, if they're this shook over me, how are they going to react to the main character? The moment they clash, Russ knows she is on a completely different level from the other orcs. On the other side of the field, the female orc is also low-key blown away by his skill. She activates her spirit weapon technique, telekinetically controlling her weapon, which is becoming a massive problem for Russ to handle. Stella launches a perfectly executed attack, her blade humming with aura. Russ has dealt with worse, but he has almost no experience fighting against other aura users. And he knows he'll get blindsided if he puts all his focus on just Stella. But he's not about to give up. He effortlessly activates his Phantom Divide skill, launching a devastating hit. A storm of swords swirls around the orc champion. She instantly clocks that only 3 of them are real. The rest are just illusions. She moves to block, but one blade slips past her guard and slices her stomach. The protagonist is impressed with how clean Russ's aura control is. According to the orc lady, the attack was good, but it won't fool her a second time. The young aura user just smirks, admitting it has already served its purpose. She charges forward but gets rocked by another hit, because he switched the real blade with one of the after images. Our hero is stunned, realizing the kid has already learned the Void Sword. Phantom Divide is a technique that creates illusions of aura, completely messing with your senses. It's a nightmare to fight against. But the illusions are just a distraction. The real power is in its ability to move aura in an instant, letting you strike before your enemy can even process it. This was once the legendary technique of the Sword Saint Cyrus, and now the orc lady thinks this young kid has somehow mastered it in no time. This boy has the spirit of a true warrior. She needs to finish him quickly and move on. She hurls her 12 swords straight at the young aura user, who overwhelmed immediately surrenders out of fear. Stella roars in victory. Our hero asks the young aura user to show him that skill during practice, but it's pointless, since he never bothers to dodge attacks anyway. It's finally our boy's turn. The orc champion is totally crushing on him, but she can't just ditch the ritual. Suddenly, a colossal figure looms up behind her. It's her husband, and he wants to fight in her place. Our hero is startled, wondering how he got there without him sensing his presence at all. The gigantic orc had been watching the whole spectacle from behind a boulder 300 meters away. From that distance, the orc throws off his cloak and introduces himself as Kalkan, chief of the Blue Bear tribe. He will be taking his wife's spot in the fight. Our hero agrees, thinking he's never faced an opponent this massive, aside from his master. As the chief roars and charges forward, the protagonist casts a simple sleeping spell, which makes him faceplant into the dirt in seconds. The orc lady screams that it's unfair that true warriors don't fight like that. But according to our hero, magic is also a weapon, and to hide it would be dishonest. Heath Orc wakes up confused, but then agrees that if magic is his weapon, then he should absolutely use it. He even thanks the protagonist for his honesty. The crowd accepts their chief's decision, and the ritual continues. The 2 warriors explode toward each other, their weapons clashing. Our boy decides he will earn the orc's trust this time, much faster than he did in his previous life. Meanwhile, miles away, Teeth finally manages to defeat the Serpent King's body. With that, they're set on food for a good long while. He tosses a meaty scrap to his wolf, only to spot an eerie glow pulsing from behind the cliffs. But he just brushes it off and leaves. The showdown begins as our hero and the orc chief charge each other, and our boy unleashes a skill called Chi Bullet from his bare fist. The orc chief effortlessly bats it away, which is no surprise given how he wields that colossal weapon. Our hero fires off a rapid stream of Chi bullets, a barrage that instantly marks him as a legitimate warrior. Then he pulls a fast one and casts a sleeping spell, and down goes the orc chief. Our protagonist thinks, see, even a master of aura can't just tank raw magic. But to his absolute horror, the sleeping orc suddenly lunges at him. Our hero barely evades the attack, his mind reeling, wondering if the spell totally fizzled, or if this orc can genuinely fight while knocked out. The young aura user, spectating from the side, has a light bulb moment, thinking that aura might control reflexes on its own, a technique he vows to practice later. The orc chief jolts awake, pissed that he fell for a magic trick again. Our boy acts fast, casting a freezing spell, instantly encasing the chief's feet in solid ice. But shockingly, the orc shatters the ice with sheer force and continues his rampage. Impressed by his opponent's grit, the protagonist decides to drop the magic for now and fight him warrior to warrior. Every thunderous blow shatters the ground around them, leaving the entire crowd of spectators completely awestruck. They both decide it's time to end this, unleashing their highest tier skills. The hero channels the quadruple layer Calamity Horn into his fist, while the Orc Chief counters with Cliff Dropper, a move so powerful it literally splits the earth. Their ultimate attacks collide in a massive explosion. And with that, the Orc woman officiating the duel declares it a draw, remarking that their power levels are so in sync they could be twins. The dwarf warrior Tila nervously asks if the saint's healing is as painful as it looks. The saint clarifies that aura tends to linger inside the body. He explains that aura mana and divine power are totally different, with aura being the least volatile. He even extends an offer to heal the Orc Chief, but the chief flatly refuses, insisting his body will recover on its own. Then, to our boy's astonishment, the chief declares him a true warrior, and even calls him brother. That night, a massive feast kicks off in the chief's tent, where the chief passes our hero a drink. At first sip, he thinks it's tasteless, but the aftertaste is incredible. The chief grins, thrilled that his new brother likes it, and immediately shouts for a whole barrel. His wife just sighs, muttering that he's just looking for any excuse to drink. Our protagonist effortlessly hefts the entire barrel and starts chugging, earning a thunderous cheer from the tribe, who immediately hail him as a champion. The orcs start sizing up the elf and the dwarf, commenting that they're fat but clearly powerful. Totally lost, the elf asks what they're saying. Our hero explains that in orc culture, anyone without ridiculously bulging muscles is considered fat. The orc women gossip that the young saint is way too skinny. All of a sudden, the chief spots the shepherd Tathid walking in, and our protagonist instantly recognizes him. The green orc cracks a smile, amazed the hero still remembers him after he's changed so much. The chief asks how they know each other. The green orc confirms their connection, explaining that our hero helped him out a long time ago, and was the one who sent him to this tribe. The chief is delighted by the wild coincidence. He then turns to our boy, asking what brought him all the way out here. With a confident smile, our hero lays out his proposal. He wants to offer the orcs fertile, livable lands in exchange for their military might. The orc chief cuts to the chase, asking if they get land just for fighting. Our protagonist confirms he plans to seize Gelfane County, right by the Gloatin Mountains. The chief then looks to the green orc for his input, since he's actually lived among humans. According to Tathid, most humans are shady, but this one is legit. His savior would never lie. The chief confesses he's worried about his tribe's future, prompting the green orc to suggest they get the blacksmith's opinion. Soon they arrive at the blacksmith's forge. A mountain of a man greets them, introducing himself as Grolthar, the father of weapons for the Blue Bear tribe. The chief explains that their new brother has presented a new path for their tribe's destiny. Our protagonist chimes in, saying they need the blacksmith's wisdom. By the time morning breaks, the negotiations are over. Walking back, the young Aura user comments that things went surprisingly well, and our hero agrees. The plan is set: the orcs will relocate to a safer territory, with 100 of their best warriors joining the cause later. Then he spots the green orc tagging along, and asks him why. The orc simply says he's going to guide the others. The young Aura user remarks that their crew now includes elves, dwarves, and an orc. Our hero realizes his sharp-witted companion has already pieced everything together. Fast forward a few days. Along the main road of Thermania, in the Crovin's kingdom, a caravan travels under the cover of darkness, completely unaware of the hidden warriors tracking them. Their commander sneers that Prince Yuvel's supply train is pathetic. He was expecting a guard of at least 500 soldiers. There are no mages providing cover, no elite knights in sight, just a bunch of green recruits, and bizarrely, an orc. The commander figures they're just dressing up civilians to look like soldiers. He orders his men to take it easy, warning that this fragile group will bolt if they push too hard. Leaping onto his horse, he raises his sword high and bellows for them to kneel in the name of the one true king, Karasus. At that very instant, 3 dwarves step forward to confront the army, making the commander wonder who in their right mind would ever send dwarves into a real battle. You gotta be kidding me, one dwarf scoffs before launching himself into an insane arc, vaulting clean over the enemy line. The commander's jaw just drops. The 2 remaining dwarves charge straight into the chaos, while the soldiers are still frozen. The commander screams at his men to finally attack. A tide of 800 infantry surges toward them, an overwhelming force. But the dwarves just exchange a look, muttering to each other, no aura. Just as our hero planned, they crash head-on into the knights. From a safe distance, the protagonist watches the carnage unfold beside the young Saintess. The Saintess whispers that the enemy commander can hype up his troops all he wants, but they are absolutely no match for warriors this disciplined. She had never dreamed that dwarves could fight with such savage intensity. Our hero explains that the enemy is scrambling, while their side has every move scripted. The enemy's biggest mistake, never expecting 3 dwarven aura users to suddenly pop up. The commander completely panics, shouting to his men that no true master would ever let his knights get clapped by such inferior creatures. That's the cue for Okada, the orc who blitzes forward and slices the commander down in a single motion. As the orc confirms the kill, our protagonist notes that Okada still calls him master, a habit from their training days that hasn't faded, but it hardly matters now. Shortly after, a tense council convenes in the Delphina barony. Prince Uvel's grandfather gives props to the protagonist for his help, but flatly states his demands are way out of line. The protagonist wants all the slaves officially recognized as soldiers to be treated and paid just like mercenaries. The grandfather just sighs, saying it's a waste of breath, arguing with a mage. Another official calls the entire proposal completely unhinged. While the grandfather concedes that the slaves can fight, he points out there are only 100 of them. Our hero corrects him, clarifying there are 126 of them, with the Blue Bear tribe about to roll in as backup. The whole council chamber just erupts into chaos. They openly mock the idea of putting their faith in elves, dwarves, and orcs. Someone even suggests just selling them to fund real mercenaries. Done with the disrespect, our hero decides to make a legendary vow. He swears that these very same races will conquer the fortress of Sinai, and they will do it by themselves. The grandfather scolds him, warning that the fortress isn't some backwater bandit camp. He can't expect to win again after one lucky battle, not when Sinai holds the kingdom's most elite aura users and knights. But our hero fires back that with the right treatment, his people can become even stronger. One of the council members sneers, questioning what a mage could possibly know about warfare. The prince finally steps in. He cuts them all off, demanding to know why everyone is so against the idea. A soldier claims it's basically a suicide mission for the slaves, but the prince adds that they'll be starting with a lean strike force, a unique army that won't drain their resources. He specifies they will only need 1 week's worth of food, the same amount a regular 100-person squad would use. And with that, he declares that our hero and his crew will be the ones to bring down the Sinai fortress. Later, the hero debriefs his team. The elf mentions that one of their own took off with the Dark King, and then asks if the council meeting was a success. Russ chimes in, pointing out they'd need at least triple the defensive manpower to even think about taking the fortress. Our hero calmly informs them that they have 2 of the most powerful warriors on their side, plus 8 aura users, not even counting himself. The young saintess adds that the public perception of dwarves and orcs is about to get a major permanent rebrand. Right on cue, the elder elf appears, announcing that the elves are joining the fight, and then flexes his power by unleashing a massive fire blast spell he just perfected. Everyone stares in awe at the incredible blazing inferno. The elder elf then geeks out, explaining the history of the spell. In that moment, the prince strolls in with his dwarven mistress. He pulls our hero aside, reassuring him that he has his complete trust and giving him the green light to do whatever it takes. Days later, lookouts at Sinai Fortress scramble to alert their leader. The prince's army has officially declared war, but the commander squints and sees only dwarves on the front line. He orders his men to kill the dwarf males, sneering that the prince is just throwing away his slaves, and to capture any females. His soldiers size up the dwarven force and start openly roasting them, and the prince for sending a bunch of short stacks instead of real human knights. Their leader, however, warns his men to be cautious of a potential trap. As the soldiers move in, the dwarves finally make their move. The dwarven aura users absolutely go off, unleashing their power. The enemy soldiers try to bail, but it's too late as the dwarves start mowing them down. Wielding a blade aura, one dwarf remarks that this killing spree feels like therapy, like they're finally getting payback for their entire race. The enemy commander screams at his mages to get the defensive spells online now. In an instant, a massive dome of blue energy envelops the fortress. Our hero calmly observes the shield, noting its impressive size as he sizes up the fortress itself. The young saintess also analyzes the barrier and nervously asks if this means they're at a disadvantage, but the hero just reassures her, saying he's already got it covered. And just then, the elves start letting loose a volley of fire-infused arrows. The arrows shatter the defensive barrier before raining fiery death down on the remaining soldiers, even blasting the fortress gates to splinters. The dwarves storm the breach, with our hero leading the charge. The surviving enemies break and run, screaming that they aren't fighting soldiers, they're fighting demons. They've made it to Sinai Fortress. With a deafening blast, the fortress gates are blown to pieces, and a tidal wave of dwarves storms the breach. The enemy commander witnesses the absolute chaos unfolding, and bellows at his knights to charge the other monsters swarming the field. He'll handle the dwarves himself. With that, his steel sings as it leaves its sheath, and he sprints straight into the heart of the dwarf army. A dwarf champion ignites a glowing aura blade, as another shouts a warning to be careful that commander could be a fellow aura wielder. The commander just mocks them, sneering that the dwarf must have forgotten his station in life, just faking his way as an aura user. They surge forward, their swords clashing like a thunderclap. The commander thought he'd easily overwhelm the dwarf, but he quickly realizes this guy is no joke, despite looking way younger than him. The dwarf even remarks that humans sure do evolve and learn at a scarily fast pace compared to other races. The soldiers gawking at the duel can't believe it, A dwarf being an aura user is wild enough, but he's actually pushing back their leader. Watching the brawl, the hero feels a wave of relief that Tesfault the dwarf can hold his own. Cardamite the Saint nods in agreement, adding that he won't be losing to Tesfault either, but even the strongest eventually get worn down by fatigue. Russ questions if it's cool for them to just chill on the sidelines, to which the hero explains that this entire battle is a calculated performance to demonstrate the raw power of the otherworldly species, so humans are forbidden from interfering. But Russ shoots back that it won't mean a thing if their side gets wiped out. A booming voice cuts the hero off as a massive orc and his squad come charging toward them. Our protagonist just says he's late. The orc grunts that it took a hot minute to sneak past all the human patrols. The hero just tells him to get his butt on the battlefield now. A fresh wave of warriors begins to materialize with orcs charging in behind werewolves, their howls echoing toward the shattered gate. The orc leader roars for his warriors to fight until their very hearts explode. The human soldiers are thrown into a full-blown panic. The hero knows this will completely blindside them since humans are clueless about how the otherworldly races wage war. Elves, for instance, favor sleek, lightweight weapons. Dwarves prefer long-reaching weapons. Trolls use armaments crafted from nature itself. And orcs have a simple philosophy. The biggest, most spectacular weapon is always the best. Their gear is engineered for pure destruction, especially their spirit weapons. The human soldiers are completely terrorized by these armaments. The hero notes that while orc warriors are beasts, this fight seems almost too one-sided, and he knows spirit weapons have some major drawbacks. The Saint hates watching humans die, but at the end of the day, these creatures are fighting for their right to exist, and this entire war is their only path to securing that future. With a final decisive blow, the dwarf declares his victory after slaying the enemy commander. When Karsus gets the report, he flat-out refuses to believe they lost. He's in total shock that Sir Tesfault has actually been defeated. The grim reality hits him. They've lost Sinai Fortress, and it's no longer a safe haven. He immediately moves to contact his father and grandfather, ordering a full summons of all nobles and soldiers from the capital. He's terrified that if Prince Uvel manages to hold his coronation in the capital, even the neutral nobles will flock to his side. They have to consolidate their power and fast. The morning after Sinai Fortress fell, the prince feels like he's trapped in a surreal dream. The hero gives him a grim report of the number and names of the dwarves. They lost in the fight, and the prince shows genuine grief, which makes the hero realize this prince is a better man than he gave him credit for. He now feels completely solid in his decision to back him. After this, no one in Uvel's army will ever dare to look down on the otherworldly species again. Still, it's a harsh reality check that the rest of the world still brands them as slaves and puts price tags on their heads. Later on, the news spreads like wildfire. People are buzzing about a powerful young saint who commands legions of orcs and dwarves. Just then, a strikingly tall woman approaches a group of men gossiping about the young saint of Philanence and asks them to spill more details. One of them tells her he was just a kid, maybe 14 years old max. Her eyes light up with excitement. She's finally tracked down her fiancé. On the Great Plains of Krovan, the enemy faction has amassed 10,000 troops, while the prince's army is staring them down with a mere 3,000. The MC isn't even surprised, remarking that buying up 10,000 mercenaries is exactly the kind of move he'd expect from them. The enemy's champion, Sir Spurius, bellows that the people have been blinded and don't recognize their true leader, or their true king. He screams out a challenge, demanding that, if there's a hero among them, he should step up and face him. He scoffs when no one moves, but then a young soldier named Cyrus rides forward, declaring that he will fight for the king. The two warriors charge their swords, crashing in a shower of sparks as their horses gallop past. The fight doesn't look like an easy win once the other soldiers see Cyrus's blade ignite with his aura. A massive cheer erupts from their side. They've got an aura user in their ranks too, not sure what to make of this mystery knight. An enemy soldier thinks to himself that the prince's army has way more aura users than the entire kingdom's official army, and that alone is enough to send their morale through the roof. He knows Sir Spurius absolutely must win this duel. The enemy commander clashes with the young aura user and admits he's got some serious skills for a kid. Cyrus just fires back a sarcastic compliment about his own skills. The young man feels a surge of confidence, realizing he might actually win this, because he has way more real-world combat experience than the swordsman he's facing. As the prince watches the duel, he explains that he only sent the young aura user out to test the waters and see what he was capable of, but at this rate, things might get interesting. Word on the street is this kid could claim the title of Sword Saint in a few years. His opponent roars, refusing to be beaten by some rookie as he unleashes his blazing sword technique. But the young man just shouts back, activating his Phantom Divide technique and launching a devastating counterattack. The challenger collapses, totally stunned his mind, reeling how could Cyrus possibly wield a skill like that at his age. On the battlefield, Prince Karsus bellows for his army to charge and overwhelm Prince Uvel's forces. Not missing a beat, our young hero commands his own soldiers to counter. He tells them to fight until their very last breath. As the two armies collide, the enemy prince screams a warning about the monsters on the other side. He orders his men to switch formations and knock those things off their horses. But as the gap closes, they realize those aren't horses at all. The terrifying rumors were true. Elsewhere, Sursade is completely unable to break through the enemy headquarters. Prince Karsus is stressing hard watching Sursade's entire army get stonewalled by the prince's tiny base of just 200 soldiers. Suddenly, a massive flaming monster erupts from the chaos, tearing into the warriors. The Oraman orders his mages to retaliate with magic, but nothing happens. For some unknown reason, their mana is completely scrambled. They're all freaking out, wondering what kind of god-tier mage the enemy has, and why he isn't just dropping some cataclysmic spell on them. That's when our boy steps onto the scene and takes command. He might be low on mana, but his raw talent is off the charts. Out of nowhere, an elf appears on the battlefield, and the soldiers immediately mistake her for a witch. Finally, Prince Karsus screams the order to fall back. With that, victory belongs to Prince Uvel's army. The war, which historians would later call the Battle of Leant, concludes with Prince Uvel's decisive win. When they march into Hendrik County, the streets explode with cheers as the people celebrate their incredible triumph. Prince Uvel can't help but notice that literally yesterday, these same people were hailing Karsus as their king. Later, he gets word that the rival prince is already gearing up for another fight, and is asked if he'll try to persuade Sir Hardsbergen Grandyard and Zeklik to switch sides, but it looks like he's gunning for the throne himself. Meanwhile, somewhere in Hendrik County, a young woman shows up at the palace gates. The guards stop her, asking her business. The girl has a stunning face, but her frame is absolutely massive. Back inside, our hero is training Sillon, who the troops have nicknamed the Young Saint. After his insane performance in the last battle, the Young Saint is pumped for more squats, but our boy tells him his muscles need a break. Sillon doesn't care. He's desperate to get jacked as fast as possible. At the same time, the elf is desperately pleading with Selena not to be angry with her, trying every excuse in the book. Our hero, watching this go down, chimes in that Selena is definitely going to be furious, but the elf is certain she'll get over it. She claims that in 2 days it'll be forgotten since a spirit's memory is barely better than a goldfish's. A guard runs in, interrupting our hero to announce that a woman is there to see him. The guard clarifies that she actually wants to meet the young saint, but he figures it must be something related to the king. A little later, they meet her in the reception hall. She greets the prince, introducing herself as Christine, a paladin, and the Sword of the Seer. The prince is confused, wondering if Tezrun has a sister. She then explains she's here to see the young saint. The prince immediately gets it. The soldier must have made a mistake. Because of her colossal size, he asks her why she wants to meet Sion. Right on cue, the young saint himself appears. Tossing open the door, he asks who's looking for him. The moment he lays eyes on her, a blood-curdling scream rips through the room. The prince, dying of curiosity, asks what their deal is, only to find out they're arranged to be married. A second later, the young saint makes a break for it, and the prince has to tell him to chill. After telling Christine to wait in the reception room, he corners Silon and asks if they're seriously engaged. Silon explains that she comes from a highly respected household in the Hallan Kingdom. When she was just a kid, everyone said she'd grow up to be an absolute knockout. And they were right, but the issue is she grew a lot. That's when an oracle from the seer declared her a daughter of God destined to live as God's sword, and to become the mother of a legendary warrior. The prophecy said fate would unite her with the man of the Sunday. She was eventually made a paladin by the Holy Order. Then one day, in the Vasili Kingdom, she met Silon. For her, it was love at first sight, and she announced it the second she got back to the seer of the Holy Order. Naturally, people were against a marriage between a woman in her 20s and a 12-year-old boy, but the Holy Seer insisted he was the one. However, the Philanth Holy Order gave her a seriously tough condition to approve the oracle. If she could win his love, the order would greenlight the marriage. And that's when Silon's life turned into a nightmare. The prince asks, "So, is this why you're so obsessed with getting buff?" And the young saint nods frantically. He figures that, if he can start looking more like other dudes, she might finally lose interest. The king then suggests that maybe it's just because she's so tall. But the problem isn't just her feelings. Silon complains that she's a total loose cannon, who never listens to a single soul. He spills the tea that she's already locked in the names for their kids, Stein for a boy and Ellen for a girl. And she's dead set on having them with a priest, specifically a saint from the seer. The moment he hears the name Ellen, a cold dread washes over the king. He remembers Saintess Ellen, that absolute nightmare of a woman who made his past life a living hell. She wasn't just a deadly fighter. She could bless an entire army of 10,000, transforming regular grunts into unstoppable berserkers. She once empowered a 3-year-old toddler to take down a full-fledged knight. Panic claws at him as the horrifying truth sinks in. Silon is Ellen's father. This girl wasn't born naturally. She's the product of dark magic, something called the Holy Grail Plan, a forbidden ritual outlawed by the Seer Holy Order themselves. This plan describes the birth of a child, who is destined to drain the very life from its own parents the moment it's born. The hero frantically warns the young saint he'll literally die if he marries this titaness. So naturally, the young saint bolts. With nobody knowing what she's capable of, the king tries to stop him, yelling that a woman like that will hunt him to the ends of the earth. But Seelan is out of there. It's the only move he has left. The tension in the air is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Just then, a massive shadow falls over him. The giantess catches him red-handed and casually proposes they get married on the spot. The young saint just screams that this is all the protagonist's fault, while the giantess coos that they should just head home, to live happily ever after and pop out some kids. The saint snaps back furiously, reminding her he said no about 1,000 times. He absolutely does not want this, but she just dismisses him, saying there's no need to be so shy. Seeing this train wreck, our hero steps in, asking what on earth she even likes about him. Her answer, their children would be the perfect height. And the king just thinks to himself, she's got a point. She then turns to the saint, asking if he wants their kids to suffer a divine punishment. He shoots back, yelling that being short is not a punishment from the gods. She gets all dramatic, worrying that she's gotten way too big while he stayed so small, wondering aloud if it's some cruel twist of fate. She pushes again for them to go home, claiming their marriage is blessed by the goddess, but the saint is not having it. Utterly desperate, he shoots the king, a look that screams, "Help me." Our hero wants to intervene, but has no idea how. And in that moment of silence, Seelan declares he's already in love with someone else. And that someone is our hero. They're dating. The entire room goes dead silent. The young saint immediately doubles down, adding that the red thread of fate has tied them together. A light bulb goes off in the king's head. He remembers they did have a fateful encounter, all thanks to the goddess of destiny's meddling. He realizes with dawning horror that the saint technically isn't lying. The soldiers start whispering amongst themselves, saying the two actually look kinda good together, and that this explains why they were talking about a breakup earlier. King Rifen and the young saint lock eyes, having a full-blown conversation without words. The hero's look says, "Dude, there are other women." But the saint's eyes plead back, "It can't be just any random person. It has to be someone who could genuinely throw her for a loop." The young saint then declares theatrically that he never wanted to reveal their forbidden love like this, but her actions forced his hand. Playing along, the protagonist just nods grimly. The giant woman says she understands, but that the path of true love is always filled with trials. As a paladin of Sayre, she challenges the protagonist to a sacred duel for the saint's heart. She lays down the gauntlet. If the king's love is real, he'll accept her challenge. He tries to argue that it's absurd for a knight and a mage to fight, but the young saint cuts him off, demanding he prove their love is true. Witnessing this, all the elves comment on whether they really are a couple. The giant woman offers him the first shot. Rifen sighs, accepts, and unleashes a spell. A massive lightning storm erupts, but he deliberately dials back the power. He's not trying to kill her. In response, she summons the legendary divine sword of the seer paladins, and just walks straight through the lightning like it's a spring shower, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. He throws more spells at her, but she just swats them away like flies. The young saint yells at him to get serious, screaming that his life is literally on the line here. The king finally gets the message and drops some high-level magic. Instantly encasing her leg in solid ice, he declares the match over. But she just smirks, forced to tap into the raw power granted to her by Sayre. She shatters the ice with pure, unadulterated strength, and now he's the one panicking. The young saint shouts, asking if she's an aura user. She reveals she never learned to use aura like a normal warrior. Instead, her power is a direct blessing from Sayre himself, a gift so immense it puts her on par with those who've mastered aura their entire lives. But then our boy notices her stance, her breathing, and asks where she learned that technique. She explains that when she was a kid, some old man taught her a special breathing method, which she now understands was divine guidance from Sayre. And right then, it clicks for the protagonist. The old man she's talking about was his own master. The giantess asks him what's wrong. Meanwhile, our hero is having a full-blown meltdown, realizing what his master did. That ridiculously huge frame of hers, it's the result of the indestructible rock breathing technique. He starts wondering if the old man literally taught her this, just to make sure she'd be single forever, realizing it was probably a desperate move to save the world. King Rifen forces a smile and insists nothing's wrong, but the woman just grins and lunges forward, ready to continue their little fight. Our boy unleashes a storm of bladed wings, launching his wing cutter spell straight at the towering woman. That insane breathing style. It's the legendary technique of Jim Unbreakable, a forbidden art that massively bulks up its user. He realizes she's absolutely massive. Bro, to get to that size, she must have been grinding that technique for a solid 10 years minimum. He's thinking, yo, if this worked for just anyone, Jim Unbreakable would be swimming in cash, since practically everyone wants to be taller. The giantess is absolutely fuming that our hero isn't even breaking a sweat, but for real, who goes into a fight planning to lose. She starts screaming, calling him a slick-talking mage who preys on the innocent, claiming this is how he must have corrupted the little saint. With a final, desperate roar about the power of love, she lunges and gets completely shut down. Our hero stands victorious. He coldly tells her to hand over the kid, and defeated, she agrees. She turns to the young saint, apologizing for failing to rescue him from this monster. But then the young saint goes full drama mode, crying out that he and the king are lovers united in body and soul. Our boy is just like, "Nah, I ain't sharing anything with you, dude." The kid frantically whispers, begging him not to blow his cover and just go with it. Through her sobs, the giantess swears she'll come back to save him. Our MC is internally freaking out about the mess this will cause, but the young saint, he's chilling, completely confident this whole act will pay off for him. Fast forward to the next day, and things did not go as planned. Not at all. The entire palace is buzzing with gossip about Ryfin and Ceylon. But here's the crazy part. All the rumors are good. Their own crew starts shipping them, joking that night princes and cute boys are a classic pairing. Their elf companion is hyped, seeing this as proof that different races are finally getting along, saying, uniting everyone has always been the king's ultimate goal. A bit later, the elf finds the kid holed up in his room. From beneath a blanket, a muffled shout erupts. This is all Silent's fault. The young saint fires back that blaming him won't fix anything. The elf, totally lost, just asks what on earth is wrong. She connects the dots, pointing out that the rumors are blowing up because, well, the young saint is ridiculously cute. "I always thought you hated being seen as feminine," she muses. "Isn't that why you train so hard?" And just like that, a terrible, terrible idea sparks in both their minds. Our hero declares he's going to personally train the young saint to forge him into a real man. Silent is all in, screaming that this is his dream come true. Of course, the two of them training together is just going to fuel the shipping rumors even more. But that problem gets put on hold because Prince Uvail's entire army just rolled up to the palace gates. They're bellowing that the traitor Carasus, a rival knight prince, has already folded, and they demand everyone bend the knee to the true king. And, to open the gates, the defenders fire back, accusing the prince of colluding with demons, but it's our protagonist who steps up to respond. "There's nothing to discuss," he says flatly. "We fight." The prince turns to his soldiers, his voice booming, "Fight with courage." And then all hell breaks loose. Warriors surge forward like a tidal wave. Even the dwarves who despise riding are mounted on war horses, their faces grim. The orc chief and his mate brace for impact, while the young aura user becomes a one-man shield wall, deflecting blow after devastating blow. Suddenly, a blade of pure light materializes in his grip. There's no mistaking it. That's the legendary giant blade of Sir Spurious. And watching from the sidelines is Spurious himself, the OG aura master, absolutely livid that this kid jacked his signature move. Just then, a cataclysmic explosion rips across the battlefield. Panic erupts as defenders scatter. An orc scales the wall with terrifying ease and smashes it to rubble. A shocked whisper spreads through the ranks. This has to be the true devastating power of the aura users. The orc warrior woman smirks, impressed with her new allies. She recalls our hero's strict orders: break the walls but do not harm the soldiers. Deciding to contribute, she unleashes her own power. She hurls a volley of razor-sharp blades that slam into the barricade, each one detonating and ripping the defenses to absolute shreds. The old aura user, holding the Night Prince, screams in disbelief. Even the orc chief is stunned by his wife's insane power. The dwarves are already thinking business, muttering how useful she'd be for future demolitions. The Night Prince is shook, admitting he never saw this coming, and that a direct siege is now impossible. Spurious can only offer a defeated apology. "We can't win this fight," he states grimly. "We have to fall back." On the walls, the defenders watch in confusion as the prince's army begins to withdraw. The Night Prince wonders why they're pulling back when they were clearly crushing them. A soldier from the opposing army points and screams, labeling the Night Prince a traitor. He proclaims that his life is now in the prince's hands and that their king has no desire for pointless bloodshed. So if the Night Prince gives a damn about his people, he'll surrender. It dawns on Carasus, they're painting him as the villain. Our hero watches this unfold mentally, giving props to whoever cooked up this genius strategy. There's no shot the Night Prince can keep fighting after this. The prince calls him a sharp one, saying the war is already over. Following his grandfather's orders, they're to return to their estate. With the enemy expected to surrender at the palace any minute, the Night Prince's father desperately asks him what their next move is. An advisor points out their opponents have an actual aura user on their side and recommends preparing for the next assault. But the Night Prince retorts that if they abandon the castle, the prince gets crowned king and they'll lose everything. It's game over. Another noble suggests pleading with other nations for aid, but the Night Prince immediately shuts that idea down. He argues that if outsiders get involved, their kingdom is doomed, even if they manage to win. The room explodes with angry protests from the nobles. They accuse Carasus of gambling away their future, but he knows they only care about saving their own skins. Even his own family seems ready to capitulate. It's then that an advisor leans in with a dark proposal: send assassins. Countless attempts to assassinate the prince have already blown up in their faces, so that night the king himself approaches Sir Spurious with a dark proposal. But Spurious refuses to harm the prince, declaring he will not spill the king's own blood. However, he has no problem targeting our hero instead. The prince's forces are camped just outside the estate, and that evening, the mansion is alive with a victory feast. The prince is confused. He asks why they're celebrating nobles who didn't even lift a finger, and our hero drops some political science explaining it's all about keeping the balance. Including them prevents any salty rivalries from brewing. The nobles eat it up, calling him a genius. The prince can't help but be impressed by his political game, especially coming from a mage. His grandfather is also beaming with pride, amazed at how skilled he is with people at such a young age. The young saint then introduces a viscount to the orc chief, who communicates through the hero's magical necklace. The viscount lays on some fake praise about the orc's valor in battle, but the orc chieftain's wife isn't having it. She fires back that true orcs respect warriors and have zero time for cowards. The orc chief is fuming at the viscount's empty words, but his wife tells him to just let it go. He's reminded of our hero's warning: don't expect humans to be your best friends. According to our boy, people don't need to totally vibe with each other, they just need to coexist. Over time, they'll figure out how to treat everyone as an equal. He also makes a silent vow to not repeat the mistakes of his past life by trying to solo everything. This time, he'll actually rely on his squad. The celebration is in full swing as the saint, the elves, and even the timid young aura user join the festivities. And even though he's super nervous, no one gives the young aura user a hard time. Our hero slips outside for a breath of fresh air, already thinking that the real drama will kick off once the prince is crowned king. He glances around, wondering where the elf has disappeared to. Suddenly, a cloaked figure materializes from the shadows. The guy's presence is so completely erased, he's either a phantom or a god-tier aura user. The man offers a hollow apology, claiming what he's about to do is for the kingdom's future. Then the hood comes down, revealing the old aura user. In a flash, he lunges at our protagonist, who screams his name in pure shock, barely throwing up a defense in time. The blade stops just inches from his skin. The old man smirks, noting his quick reflexes, and guessing he must be using iron skin magic. Our protagonist crosses his arms into a defensive stance, but the old-timer doubts that some basic magic could pack such a powerful punch. Without wasting a single moment, the protagonist unleashes a torrent of destructive fire magic, flooding the entire area with scorching energy. The ground itself quakes from the blast, and the nearby walls glow white-hot. The old aura user has to admit his target is way tougher than he anticipated, and announces he's done playing games. It's then that the chilling realization hits our protagonist. The target was never the prince. It was always him. With no other option but to fight for his life, he curses his soul-swapped brain as the old aura user charges in again, his sword shimmering with deadly purpose. Our protagonist meets the attack with brutal close-quarters combat. The old user is completely thrown off. "You're a combat mage," he demands. Our protagonist's mind races, trying to figure out if he can bluff his way out of this without revealing his aura. He yells that 6 other aura users are inside the mansion and will swarm him the second they sense the battle. The old man just lets out a dry laugh. "You'll be dead and gone before they even get here," he sneers, vowing to finish this in a single, decisive strike. Our protagonist's fists tighten, wondering just how long he can hold out without unleashing his hidden power. The old aura user slashes forward again, the blade tearing right through the hero's sleeve. He studies his opponent's physique for a moment, and a flicker of confusion crosses his face. That body looks way too powerful for any normal mage. He wonders if it's even possible with magic alone, before shaking the thought away. Our protagonist explodes forward, driving his elbow into the old man with savage force, while the geezer counters with his glowing blade. The sword erupts in a golden light, leaving the old man baffled, completely unsure if he's looking at aura or some other worldly power. Finally, our hero decides to drop the act. He reveals his true power. "You can't take down an aura user with ordinary skills," he says. A brilliant golden glow explodes around him, and the air crackles with immense pressure. The old aura user's jaw hits the floor. "Are you Gerard's successor?" he stammers, unable to believe that the heir to the martial king could possibly be a mage. Our protagonist just smirks calmly. "Life," he says, "is full of surprises." The old aura user raises his sword, which is now wreathed in flames and roars. "Now I don't have to feel guilty about killing a mage." He summons a gargantuan blade of fire that cracks the very ceiling, as a pillar of pure aura erupts into the sky above the city. But our protagonist simply clenches his fist and meets the insane attack head-on. The impact rocks the entire castle to its foundations, as a massive explosion rips outwards. The old aura user screams in disbelief, as he's confronted by our protagonist's true overwhelming strength. "You asked for this," the hero snaps back coldly. Chanting Spiral Guard, the protagonist unleashes a tempest of magic that scours the rooftops. He dashes forward, delivering a bone-shattering kick. The old aura user chokes, stumbling backwards as raw fear floods his eyes. Our protagonist gathers even more power and slams him clean through a stone wall. Broken and gasping, the old aura user mutters that the assassination has failed. He admits he doesn't want to die, pleading that he's the very last aura user of Karsus. Our protagonist just delivers the final blow, ending him for good. The hero stands tall, a river of golden aura flowing from his body, as the nearby warriors are frozen in absolute shock and awe. Jaws drop. One by one, voices cry out, realizing that brilliant golden radiance could only belong to Gerard. Then the truth finally crashes down on them. The man standing before them is Reinhardt, the legendary martial king. The dwarf pipes up asking if anyone had a clue their savior was an aura user, but others figure he was just trying to keep his identity on the down low. But the dwarf just scoffs, convinced he was really just hiding how absolutely jacked he was. The prince's voice cracks, shouting in disbelief, "Is that man really the martial king?" He then proclaims that the successor to the Unbreakable isn't some mere aura wielder, and there is no place in their ranks for the weak. Our hero stays dead silent, knowing every word is true. The Unbreakable creed would never suffer a weakling to live. Just as he expected, the warriors erupt with praise for the martial king. He tried so hard to stay in the shadows, but now, his cover completely blown, he has no idea what to do. News spreads like wildfire that the old aura user has been killed, and back in the capital, everyone is saying the martial king delivered the final blow. A death with honor, they say, totally unlike Tesvald, who got taken out by a dwarf and clearly wasn't the powerhouse people thought he was. The prince's army assembles near the castle. The young saint remarks that they constantly witness the power of other races, yet humans still insist on looking down on them. Our guy points out that it's a stubborn refusal to accept reality, which is a whole different problem. The city walls were still rubble from the last battle, giving the prince's army an easy path inside. The Night Prince's forces barricade themselves within the castle walls. Staring at the fortress, the prince admits he never thought he'd see these gates again. But he's baffled. 3 days have crawled by, and the enemy still hasn't surrendered a move, totally unlike the Night Prince he knows. Our protagonist hazards a guess. The Night Prince's followers, once blindly obedient, are now refusing to follow his command. The grandfather insists their only option is to attack, but our hero shuts that down, declaring he'll handle them himself. The young saint, however, warns that walking right into the hornet's nest might not be the play, but our protagonist knows that hiding is completely pointless now. He strides toward the towering doors as soldiers roar, announcing that the martial king is entering the fray. The fortress unleashes hell. A storm of arrows darkens the sky, massive rocks are catapulted, a rain of fire descends, and torrents of boiling water pour from the walls, and our hero just walks right through it, completely untouched. Panic explodes among the defenders, their screams echoing that an absolute monster is at their gates. The warriors can only whisper that he's indestructible. A familiar feeling washes over him just like his past life, but this time, the way they look at him is entirely different. His mind flashes back a few days to the hushed whispers he overheard praising the martial king for being a mage. He admits it doesn't fully compute. Back when he was the Demon King, his whole philosophy was that his slaves drew power from pure darkness. The elf breaks it down for him. People view warriors and mages on completely different levels. Anyone can swing a sword, but only a select few can command magic, which is the real reason the Demon King was so terrifying. The protagonist then asks, "So, me crushing them with my bare hands seems more legit than magic?" The elf confirms it. "Muscles are power anyone can understand," she says, "while mana is a gift for the chosen." In that moment, he decides his path he will be admired, not feared. Across the battlefield, the last defenders raise their blades for a final stand. Their war cry rips through the air. If they are to die, they will die with honor. Blood soaks the ground as they pledge their last breath to the Night Prince. Our hero steps through the carnage, his voice booming over the chaos. The winner has already been decided. Stop this useless resistance. Deep inside the hall, the Night Prince waits with his blade drawn. The new prince enters, announcing that the battle is over. The Night Prince reveals that his father and grandfather were evacuated. He could not stand by and watch his entire family line get erased from history. They'll live on in Shaitan with diminished power, but the family itself will survive. The prince then questions why the Night Prince didn't flee with them. The Night Prince coolly turns the question back on him. It dawns on the prince if the Night Prince had run the bloody war would have dragged on indefinitely. He gets it now. The Night Prince chose to die here with dignity rather than live as another's puppet. He asks himself if his rival truly valued his people more than his own life. This man was a truly worthy enemy. The Night Prince offers a slight smile and asks who will deliver the final blow. The prince replies that even as a traitor, his cousin is still of royal blood. Therefore, only he has the right to take his life. He gives our protagonist a look, a silent order to intervene if things go south. In a blur of motion, the prince lunges his sword, meeting his rivals in a shower of sparks. As their blades clash, Karsus the Night Prince starts trash-talking. "I heard you were skipping your night lessons, Prince Uvel. Fooling around with some female dwarf, weren't you? Tell me, were you just hiding your true strength this whole time? But the prince just smirks, denying it. He claims he simply never had a real chance to show what he was made of. Even his own grandfather is stunned by his hidden power. The prince had always assumed everyone was just going easy on him because of his royal status. But now he realizes he's actually a beast. He mentions that he'd been sparring with Phineas since they were just kids, so he was doing deadlifts and squats every single day just to keep up with her raw power. Lower body day was not a choice, it was a necessity. Phineas, for once, isn't even blushing. The Night Prince confidently declares he'll shatter Prince Uvel and unleashes a furious strike. The problem is all of Uvel's combat skills were drilled into him by a dwarf, making them traditional dwarven warrior techniques, a style that is notoriously ill-suited for a human's higher center of balance. The prince realizes he's outmatched and yells for our hero's help. The opposing prince objects, screaming that this is a sacred duel and cannot be interrupted. But our hero's unbreakable battle style has never given a damn about honor. He ends the duel instantly, slamming Karsus to the ground with one devastating punch. Presenting the head of his rival, Prince Uvel commands that the traitor be hanged high for all to see, then places the crown firmly upon his own head. This moment marks the birth of the new king of the Crovan Kingdom. Word of the Civil War's shocking conclusion spreads like wildfire. The people are stunned as nearly everyone had bet on the prince to lose. But another hero's name also rises to fame, the martial king Reifenhard, the man who single-handedly defeated Graham's legendary Golden Knight, then marched into the Crovan Kingdom, leading an army of otherworldly species. After he secured total victory in the war, the populace was left in sheer disbelief, having witnessed the insane abilities of these strange new allies. Meanwhile, in the Graham Kingdom, news of Karsus's crushing defeat finally reaches Tesron. He is consumed by a burning rage. To him, Karsus was more dependable and sharper than anyone he had ever known. A dark suspicion begins to form in Tesron's mind. Is the hero systematically eliminating all of his enemies before making his final move? Two men enter, informing him that Russ is not dead, and that he in fact was the one who defeated Sir Spurious while fighting alongside the hero. Tesron immediately understands that Stephen is framing Russ as the traitor, even though Stephen was the one who literally stabbed him in the back. Still, Tesron believes he can weaponize Russ. As long as the hero remains their common enemy, they can forge an alliance. Their new mission is simple: slay the hero. Back in the capital city, Croton, the public objects loudly to the reward the new king has granted our hero, just a count's title, and the Gelfen Viscounty arguing it's nowhere near enough for his legendary deeds. But the protests eventually fade away after they realize the king had to carve up rewards originally meant for other nobles simply because there wasn't enough land to go around. The king's voice booms across the hall, decreeing that Sir Reinhardt will be showered with rewards, the prestigious title of Count his own sprawling lands, and the ultimate power move, autonomous rights. He christens this new domain Antares, and just like that, a new nation is forged within the borders of the Crovan Kingdom. Deep inside Antares County, a castle stands. Here, the rival prince's eyes snap, open his mind a total blank. He's supposed to be dead, so what the hell happened? Right on cue, an adorable little dwarf bustles in, introducing herself with a cheerful smile. The Night Prince immediately grills her, asking if the hero actually spared him, a move he knows the ruthless Prince Uvel would never have approved. She hits him with a bombshell. His head is currently hanging in the main square of Croton for all the world to see. Apparently, they just snagged the head off a corpse that kinda looked like him, and worked a little magic on the hair and eye color. The dwarf then reveals they executed the swap in a secret alleyway, right behind the sacred hall, switching his body for the fake head. Afterwards, the hero completely obliterated the pathway, to erase every single trace. The prince is shook. How could she possibly know about a secret passage known only to royalty? The dwarf just smirks, explaining her kind runs circles around humans when it comes to architecture. As the prince's mind reels, wondering why the hero would go through all this trouble, the dwarf clarifies the protagonist's logic. He was simply too brilliant and far too valuable to be executed. She then dips, telling him he should probably get some rest. West of the Glauton Mountains, the territory once known as Gelfanov County is now the county of Antares, though it's honestly way too tiny to be considered a real nation. Inside the castle, Russ hypes up the hero, congratulating him on becoming the ruler of a new country. But our boy just deadpans that this little patch of land is hardly a nation. Not even close. Russ then questions why he didn't demand more territory, but the hero explains that grabbing more land would have cost him his autonomous rights, which are infinitely more valuable to him. Our hero then casually suggests they can just expand the old-fashioned way, by taking land from others, through territorial warfare, a plan that sends Russ's stress levels through the roof. Later, they step into the conference hall, which is packed with dwarves, who were all slaves under the previous Viscount. Our boy declares their immediate freedom and says they can leave anytime. But he also makes them an offer they are more than welcome to stay. While the mines now belong to him, he grants the dwarves rental rights to work them. He's putting the entire management of the mines in their hands, allowing them to craft weapons and armor to pay off their taxes and rent. He even offers them a path to outright ownership of the mining rights if they save up enough cash with an insane 360-month installment plan. In exchange for this sweet deal, he demands one thing: a complete monopoly on all the equipment they produce. The dwarves erupt with gratitude. Our hero admits to himself that it's a pitifully small piece of land compared to his past life, but then again, that life wasn't so great either. Later, he lays out his master plan for dividing the territory, beginning with the Blue Bear tribe. Now here's the galaxy brain move. Their new land isn't technically part of Antares, but it's also not officially part of the Crovan Kingdom. The Glauton Mountains are a no-man's land, meaning wherever the Blue Bear tribe roams effectively becomes Antares territory by default. There's just one problem: people already live in those mountains. The dwarves get nervous, fearing the mountain clans might all unite and attack them. Our hero just reassures them, telling the dwarves to fall back to safety if they ever feel threatened. If the mountain dwellers dare to invade their territory, he'll consider it an act of war and personally promises to protect them, no matter how many humans try to swarm them. As for the elves, he tells them to expand their influence and build a sanctuary where elves from across the continent can gather. He also gives them the green light to plant their sacred world tree. The surface land isn't a huge deal for the dwarves, since they plan to build their cities deep underground. Still, their new home is a long way from the Grand Forge, and they complain that getting land near the Settler Mountains would have been way better. This is exactly why our hero picked the Gluten Mountains. It's because of the massive dungeon hidden deep within them. A secret portal inside leads directly to the Diamond Terminal. But first, they'll have to brave the dungeons to reactivate the portal and clear the area of monsters. A dwarf immediately steps up, taking charge of the cleanup operation. The land between the elf and orc territories is being kept in reserve for future allies they haven't even met. 1 month has passed since the War of Succession in Antares County. Inside the castle, our boy Russ and an orc warrior named Tathus are locked in a brutal training session. The orc suddenly yeets his sword at Russ's shoulder, leaving himself completely unarmed. Russ points out that maybe having a spare sword would be a good idea. The orc scoffs, saying a warrior's weapon is a lifelong friend, and you can't call it a friend if you're already looking to replace it. When our protagonist brings up the legendary twin blades of Zalcathor, the orc explains that the guy just happened to find 2 swords. It wasn't some grand plan to dual wield. A bit later, the orc asks our boy to show him that aura thing again, figuring he needs more time to earn the warrior spirit's blessing, at least until he's over 10 years old. This comment makes our protagonist do a double take, realizing this absolute unit of an orc is only 9, though that's basically the same age in human years. The orc just grunts that it's time to resume training. Elsewhere, the young saint is pushing herself through a grueling workout, and the little dwarf is off carrying out her own secret mission. And somewhere, the Night Prince is recovering. He's rocking a brand new face thanks to some serious hero magic, and Tila lays down the law, telling him to get used to the disguise. It's crucial for keeping his true identity under wraps. One slip-up could spell disaster for everyone, especially the hero. A little later, the tiny dwarf girl throws some shade, calling herself the second most useless person in the entire castle. The number 1 spot, of course, belongs to our protagonist, who's still totally knocked out even though the sun is blazing. An elf has to practically drag him out of bed, warning him he's going to pack on the pounds if he keeps sleeping in. She even whipped up some breakfast for him personally, since every single servant was swamped with their duties. After he's finally awake, he fills her in on the new mission they need to hunt down the World Tree fragments, to plant one back in the Alpine Forest. The nearest piece is supposedly locked within the Blue Heaven Staff. Gerunting. Our hero breaks it down. For her, it's an ancient relic humming with the World Tree's very essence. But the elf is still simping for Nealon, so he promises to forge her a similar weapon next time. He figures it won't be too hard, so long as his mana holds out. I mean, being a 10th circle mage has its perks. He then tells her to round up the whole squad because they're shipping out today. Their destination, the Modos Highlands, where both the Celt Dungeon and Gerunting await. The journey should take them roughly a week, by cutting through the Diamond Portal. 3 days later, back in Zarud, Tesron gets intel that the hero bounced 3 days prior, and won't be back for at least a month. One of his goons, Steven, starts trash-talking the hero and gets instantly shut down. You don't just badmouth the legendary Martial King who single-handedly crushed the civil war in the Crovan Kingdom. His followers aren't the helpless slaves they once were. They fought for the kingdom's peace while upholding the Code of Knights, and the public's opinion of him is sky-high, which is seriously bad for business. Right on cue, a paladin named Christine materializes with a proposition. She can pinpoint the hero's exact location, but in exchange, she demands a spot on their team because she has a personal score to settle with him. An offer that good is impossible to refuse, so they immediately strike a deal. 8 days after the hero's crew left Antares County, just south of the Settlerard Mountains, near the Celt Dungeon, Russ and the Orc Chief charge a monster head-on, only to get swatted away like flies. From the sidelines, the young saint observes that they're actually putting up a solid fight, having already memorized the beast's attack patterns. The hero tells the elf to quickly stash a drop into her limitless bag. The second she does, the system starts blaring warnings. But our guy expertly guides everyone into the boss fight's second phase. Russ is stunned, realizing the hero learned this from his master, a supposed dungeon guru, but this level of knowledge feels way too specific, almost like a cheat sheet. The hero then makes his move, unleashing his Line Force Destroyer skill to completely sever the monster's ability to regenerate using its surroundings. He yells for Russ and Tathis to finish the job. The monster goes down in the most pathetic way imaginable, crying like it's the victim, even though it was the one terrorizing weaker creatures in another dimension. In the aftermath, the elf finally locates the Blue Heaven Staff, Gerunting, which will serve as their brand new world tree. With a grin, Cyrus pulls out an Unbreakable map and asks if it's time to dip, a map his master had chucked at him on his way out of the gym. But the MC hits the brakes, saying they have to make a detour first. The elf wonders out loud if this map could possibly lead to the gym's infamous Unbreakable treasure. The question sparks a memory for our boy. He recalls Gerard handing him the map, calling it just a little something for him. He'd mentioned a marked spot near the Setlerard Mountain our boy should check out, if he ever found himself nearby. But Gerard kept the details vague, leaving Riffenhart completely in the dark about what this treasure could be. Parth Mountain isn't far from the Motos Highlands, located southwest of Santara Village, across some pretty chill terrain. When they finally arrive at the spot, the whole area gives off the vibe of an abandoned training ground for knights. Even Russ or Cyrus admits that this place doesn't seem like the type of spot you'd stash a legendary gift, and it radiates a bizarre energy despite clearly not being a dungeon. Riffenhart just brushes it off, saying it's probably nothing to worry about, and that they should start searching for whatever his master hid. Steeling themselves, they press onward. A wave of pure anxiety washes over his companions' faces, which totally baffles our guy. Genuinely concerned, he asks what's got them all. Looking so freaked out, it's just a spot where his master stashed a gift for him. The moment he finishes that sentence, the ground beneath them gives way, and they all plunge into a hidden chasm. They all let out horrified screams, but Tethys thinks fast, summoning his colossal sword, and trying to ride it like a surfboard. At the same time, the MC is getting heated at Silen for trying to use her magic, shouting that her spells are screwing up his own casting. The whole situation is a mess. Their aura, divine power, and mana are all colliding, short-circuiting everyone's ability to cast a single spell to save themselves. As a last resort, Riffenhart, Cyrus, and Russ desperately grab onto the orc's sword, while Ceylon latches onto our hero's arm. Against all odds, the ragtag group manages a perfectly smooth landing. They all glance up, only to see that the massive hole they just fell through has completely vanished. At this point, the protagonist figures it has to be some kind of spatial distortion trap. As they scan their new surroundings, the elf points toward a massive wall in front of them. On it, they see. With a final send-off, Gerard wishes his student well, hoping he'll appreciate the parting gift, a comment that leaves the entire crew baffled. I mean, they're staring at a completely barren chamber. Still, they push deeper into the complex only to find another message carved into the stone, one that simply urges them forward. Totally confused, but out of options, they press on, emerging into a massive, wide-open arena. Suddenly, a powerful impact kicks up a blinding cloud of dust, and through the swirling darkness, a pair of glowing eyes ignites, then another, and another, until dozens are staring back at them. Sirius and Riffenhart are just standing there, completely floored, thinking this has to be the most messed up gift in history. That's when the ghostly figures of the Unbreakable Gym's former masters materialize from the shadows. Clenching his jaw, our hero wonders what kind of twisted present this is supposed to be. The phantoms surge forward, their fists glowing with spectral energy. Reacting instantly, Russ channels his arcane power, throwing up a defensive shield. But a searing flame engulfs one of the spirits, as it unleashes an ultimate move, the Chi Bullet. Both the elf and Sirius dive out of the way just in time. But these ghosts are relentless, swarming them again and again, with a furious assault. In the middle of the chaos, Russ yells out, asking our boy just how many disciples his old gym literally beat to death. When the crew hears the answer, that the number is over 100, a cold dread washes over them. That means there are at least 100 of these indestructible evil spirits. With no other choice, Silen shuts his eyes, pleading with the celestial powers to shower them with holy light, a divine fire meant to purge all that is evil. In a flash, a brilliant magenta light floods the arena, and every last spirit dissolves into nothingness. Seeing this absolute power move, the orc hypes Silen up, but immediately notices the cost. Silen looks seriously drained from casting the spell. In that same moment, Tithod feels another presence rushing toward them. This time, however, Russ confirms it has a physical body. At this point, Riffenhart is so over it, he's half expecting a literal zombie to shamble out of the darkness next. And right on cue, a new group emerges from a side tunnel, casually chatting about how there are no relics, just a bunch of ghosts. Both teams lock eyes and our crew's jaws drop. The opposing squad, however, looks thrilled. A vicious grin spreads across Eustace's face as he spots Russ, while Stefan looks absolutely giddy to have finally cornered the MC. Meanwhile, Christine smirks, announcing she's here to rescue Silen, a comment that completely spooks him. He never imagined she'd be rolling with this crew. Standing with them is also a sweet, innocent-looking girl named Felina. The protagonist knows her instantly, and the recognition hits him like a truck. In his past life, she was his ride-or-die, the best friend he grew up with inside the Mage Tower. But his focus snaps back to his true opponent, and Tesran's friendly expression evaporates the second he lays eyes on Riffenhart. Consumed by a white-hot fury, the two stride toward each other until they're inches apart, both demanding in a low snarl, "Who the hell are you?" The moment they're face-to-face, Riffenhart gets triggered because he used to be a giant, but now he's stuck in the body of a short king. He totally lays into Tesran for not taking better care of his original superior body. Tesran, however, is just as heated. He fires back that our guy's original body was frail and pathetic. Frustration boils over, and the MC just calls the body thief a slow-witted idiot. The two of them bicker, both clearly losing their minds over being body-swapped. But to everyone else, their argument sounds more like friendly banter, and they start to wonder if the two are actually pals. To crank up the intensity, Tesran's voice drops to a dramatic, chilling whisper, reminding our guy that they're not here to chit-chat. He vows to kill him on the spot, declaring he won't let the continent be plunged into chaos a second time. Totally confused, Silen cuts in, asking if they actually know each other. Still caught up in the argument, our hero just says they're enemies and that he'll spill the tea later. But Tesran, in a bizarre twist, says he never dreamed they'd meet here, and that he's actually touched. He can feel their master's love in this situation. Riffenhart is just stunned, thinking this guy has to be the dumbest person alive to find a death trap moving. Finally understanding that Tesran is the true successor to their Jim's twisted ideology, our boy declares without a hint of hesitation that he's ecstatic to be nothing like him. That's the last straw. Tesran's anger explodes and he drops into an aggressive fighting stance, ready to end this entire nightmare. The two rivals are poised to clash. The MC has already decided he won't hold back, even if it means trashing his own body in the process. Tesran, meanwhile, smugly assumes he'll hesitate, since it's his own flesh and blood. The moment they charge, a huge explosion rocks the chamber. Stefan tries to jump in, but Tithad instantly blocks his path. Across the way, Eustace, clad in shining golden plate, makes a beeline for Russ, proclaiming he will wash away their family's shame. As the Golden Knight approaches, Russ just scoffs, "You are the shame," and taunts him, asking what happened to the brother who was once all about the Knight's code of honor. The jab hits home, and the Golden Knight is absolutely enraged. Without another word, he raises his sword and lunges at his half-brother, who meets the charge with his own blade at the ready. At the same time, Christine's eyes are glued to Silen. She promises to save him from all the evil, but she's the one giving off major psycho vibes. Silen immediately scrambles behind Sirius, who summons the spirit Sylph, pleading for it to protect him. Simultaneously, Felina decides to aid Stefan in his duel against Tithad. Knowing that orcs are vulnerable to magic, she begins to weave a complex spell. But the second she unleashes it, the magic simply fizzles out, nullified by Silen, who now stands ready with a glowing divine sword in his hand. As the divine powers flare to life, Felina is absolutely starstruck. All the while, Silone is desperately praying to Philonance, begging for any kind of advantage, to stop this woman from wrecking Tithad with her insane magic. At the same time, our protagonist is spamming a relentless volley of chi bullet spells, but this Tesran dude just effortlessly weaves between them, not even bothering to throw a punch back. And when Riefenhart calls him out on it, he just blames it on our hero's pathetic body. The insults sting, igniting the body thief's ego, and he unleashes a devastating double cast of Ruin Song and Radiance Blast. Our boy manages to dodge the onslaught, but immediately clowns on him for only managing a double cast, bragging that he can juggle 4 at once. Tesran clocks the slight delay in the MC's defensive maneuver. In a wild turn, they both start accusing each other of stealing their bodies, leaving Silen and Cirrus completely bewildered, having no clue what they're even screaming about. In the next instant, they both unleash advanced tier spells, and deep down, a flicker of mutual respect sparks between them. Tesran is floored that Riefenhart is pulling off such insane magic with his brain, while Riefenhart is genuinely impressed with how Tesran has sculpted his body into an absolute powerhouse. He's seething at the idea of being stuck with a genius mind inside a body that can't keep up. Realizing time is running out, he throws caution to the wind, lunging in for a wild punch, but in his haste he makes a critical mistake, leaving himself wide open. Tesran seizes the opportunity in a flash, driving his blade straight through his chest. Our hero is completely stunned, realizing in horror that the blade is made of pure aura. With a smug grin, Tesran reveals that while the MC's weak body can't handle his spiral guard technique, its stabbing power works just fine. This throws Riefenhart for a loop. He knows for a fact his body can't channel aura. The body thief explains that while that's true, It also means the protagonist is only casting magic because he's using the mind of his opponent. Lifting his sword high, Tesseron drops a bombshell declaring that Reifenhardt is facing none other than the martial king himself. Grinning, Tesseron taunts him, asking if the MC actually thought he couldn't do everything he was capable of. With a faint smile, our protagonist admits that this body snatcher was one of the 2 strongest fighters on the continent right next to Cyrus, so he never saw this coming. As the 2 brothers clashed in the sky, Tesseron confesses he's still bitter that one of those 2 legends was on the hero's side, never imagining Usus would backstab Cyrus and get him kicked out of his own home. He recalls being Russ's only friend, but notes that in this timeline he has a few more. Reifenhardt clarifies that Russ is just shy before reminding the body thief that they are not exactly friends catching up over coffee. Ignoring him, Tesseron points out that Felina is giving him a look, probably wondering if they're old friends from back home. He muses that it isn't totally true, but it's not entirely false either, since they both hail from the exact same future. His expression darkens, however, as he declares that they are 100% not friends. The moment the words escape his lips, Tesseron explodes with torrents of fiery magic, vowing to destroy Reifenhardt for good, snarling that he has been training for this moment his entire life. Swallowed by flames, our hero just questions the body thief, asking if he seriously believes magic alone is enough to take him down. Tossing his sword aside, Tesseron concedes that he sucks when it comes to magic, but aura isn't everything in a fight, and he's about to prove it. On the other side of the battlefield, a massive explosion from Usus's magic rips the ground apart. Russ taunts him for being a backstabbing brother. When Usus scoffs that a swordsman like him knows nothing of honor, the 2 charge their blades, clashing in a furious storm of steel, deflecting every blow as they both scream that they never considered the other a brother. Meanwhile, Cyrus summons the spirit Selena, overwhelming Christine with so much pressure she can barely stay on her feet. Raising her sword with a grunt, she can't believe a mere slave could be this powerful. She demands to know if Eris is targeting Silent too, which just confuses the elf. The woman actually blushes, gushing over how popular her little Scylla is. But Cyrus is in no mood for this simping immediately, summoning the spirit Ignatius. As Christine begs Earsayer to protect her servant, Felina watches the battle from afar, a suspicious glint in her eye, clearly plotting her next move to secure a win. But from behind her, Scylla warns her that she won't get the chance to do a thing. Her eyes suddenly fly open in shock, her face turning crimson as she sees Tesseron, pinning Reifenhardt down on the ground. She's left wondering what in the world those 2 are doing. In the thick of it, Tesseron twists our boy's arm, mocking him, saying he knew the MC would be clueless about ground wrestling. After all, Jim Unbreakable never taught grappling. This whole situation feels less like a fight and more like making out, and the guy is super uncomfortable remembering how Gerard explained that it's way better to just land another clean hit than to roll around on the dirt grabbing at someone's joints. As Reifenhardt gets flipped onto his stomach with Tesseron locking up his leg from behind, he's totally stumped, having no idea how to attack from this position. But then he remembers Gerard's simple advice, just do anything, to obliterate any foe that dares to get close. In that exact moment, our hero unleashes his spiral guard, a vortex of flames erupting around his body. But his adversary saw this coming a mile away. Instantly, the battlefield is consumed by a blinding light, and that's when our guy clocks it. They're locked in an aura clash. The realization throws Reifenhardt for a loop. This technique was never in his training playbook. Perched on his leg, the body snatcher scoffs, mocking how the protagonist's aura control is basically child's play, and his precious spiral guard can be completely shut down, just by redirecting his chi pathways. The MC is officially in panic mode, having no clue how to counter this. But then a wild idea sparks. He begins chanting the verses of an incantation, a unique spell designed to obliterate the friction force of any object. The spell takes hold, and the MC's opponent is sent skidding backward, slamming onto the ground, completely bewildered. He never imagined that kind of magic could be weaponized against a living person. Scrambling to his feet, Reifenhardt lets out a shaky breath of relief. The spell worked exactly like it did on Scylla. This possessed body isn't registering as a human being. But before he could even square up for another attack, he's trapped once again in the iron grip of Tesseron, who flawlessly executes a jujitsu takedown. Our boy desperately tries to cast another spell, but Tesseron instantly cancels it out by casting a counterspell of his own. Utterly frustrated, the protagonist calls him out on their master's teachings, saying it's straight up disgusting for a warrior to be rolling around on the floor like some common bug. With a smug grin, the body thief clarifies that he's no disciple of Unbreakable, and a little humiliation is a small price to pay for the continent's peace. Pinned to the ground, Reifenhardt just stares at the guy completely dumbfounded. It's kinda hard to buy that excuse when his arm is literally trapped between Tesseron's thighs. Still, the body snatcher doesn't even see it as an insult, calling the move an advanced technique. Meanwhile, all the girls have stopped their own fights, their faces flushing crimson as they watch this unexpectedly intimate brawl. Seizing the moment, Riffenhart tries to distract him, telling his enemy to check out Felina, who's currently the color of a ripe tomato. The comment lands, leaving Tezran flustered and distracted. Taking his one chance, our hero breaks free from the grapple. But their ridiculous scuffle is far from over. And our guy is just salty, he's not in a proper magic battle. Glancing around, he knows no backup is coming for him. Because Cyrus is busy throwing down with Usus on the other side of the field. But when his eyes land on Tethad and Stefan, his heart drops. Tethad is getting wrecked, somehow losing to a scrub like Stefan. Leaning on his sword, Stefan taunts the orc, asking him if he finally gets how outmatched he is, and if he seriously thought he could ever take him on. With a sneer, he commands Tethad to drop his weapon and kneel. Even while staggering, Tethad growls that he will never surrender. Warriors from the Blue Bear tribe don't know how to lose. Hearing this, Stefan just scoffs, amazed at the sheer audacity of an orc who thinks he's some kind of noble knight. With a roar, Stefan's knight armor begins to glow, crackling with streams of raw power. He tells Tethad to beg for his life, but that only serves to provoke his enemy even more. Knowing an overwhelming attack is coming, Tethad calls out the name of his weapon, Dakar. In a flash, Stefan lunges forward, his sword supercharged with magic aimed right at the orc. The arcane energy rips through the air and the orc screams in agony. But seeing him still on his feet, Stefan mockingly praises him for managing to stall for so long. Tethad stares into his opponent's arrogant eyes. That look. It's the same way humans have always looked down on orcs. Tethad's whole life has been a fight every single day, forging him into a fighter. Swinging his weapon, he has snuffed out countless enemy lives. With that old rusted blade, he'd sometimes been forced to kill his own kind, and other times he'd used it to execute criminals. He had poured his very soul into that sword. As these memories flood back, something inside him snaps. He roars that his pride isn't just that of a fighter, it's the pride of a Blue Bear tribe warrior. He remembers making Riffenhart his mentor, how he swore an oath to repay that debt, and how he declared himself the son of Crota, the true heir to Lat's axe. In a blinding flash of insight, he understands. He is the descendant of legendary warriors. A tidal wave of energy surges through his body as a brilliant blue aura engulfs him, and his weapon. Watching this transformation, Stefan's jaw hits the floor. There's no mistaking it. That's a blade's aura. Stefan can't process it, refusing to believe what he's seeing. An aura. No shot. It's impossible for an inferior being to manifest such an incredible power. Ignoring the hateful words, Tethad charges forward with Dakar held high, ready to strike his opponent down. Even as Stefan unleashes a blast of magic at the orc, the attack does absolutely nothing. At this point, he is just completely paralyzed by the sight of this aura. Raising Dakar to the heavens, Tethad calls out how pathetic it is, that even after witnessing this divine power, his enemy is still trapped in denial. The second those words escape his lips, the orc brings the axe down. Pure terror explodes across Stefan's face. He desperately struggles, just barely managing to block the devastating blow with his own sword. Sweat pours down Stefan's face as he frantically tries to parry the relentless onslaught. But honestly, how long can anyone play defense against a man whose true power has finally been awakened? And so with one last decisive strike, Stefan is slammed to the ground completely lifeless. Seeing this outcome, Cyrus cracks a smile, because Tethad had always complained about his own weakness. But as Usus finally snaps out of it, he's totally floored to see an orc wielding an aura, but Cyrus just tells him to open his eyes. This isn't just some random orc. This beast is powerful enough to wipe every single one of them out. Thinking this is absolute nonsense, Usus launches a surprise attack on Cyrus, but when Cyrus tries to strike back, his blows do absolutely nothing. It's all because of Usus's insane armor. Even direct hits to the body just bounce right off. Despite hammering him with gigantic blades over and over again, the armor won't even scratch. Leaving him zero room to breathe, Cyrus smartly unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes once more. But Usus just smirks, completely confident his armor can take a beating like that. Little does he know, Cyrus was playing a whole different game. His real strategy was to close the distance and get in close for a fatal stab, knowing it was the only way to bring him down. In a flash, he plunges his blade in, then casually flicks his finger. A chain reaction of explosions erupts all over his opponent's body, and all Usus can do is let out an agonizing scream of pure agony. His enchanted armor starts to literally melt away. Taking it all in, Cyrus cracks a massive grin, realizing he has so much more to learn from Stella's insane techniques. Usus's armor shatters into a million pieces, and Stefan is already out cold on the ground, and Cyrus is absolutely dominating Christine. Felina screams out for Usus and even Tessron in a panic, while she's busy clashing with Reinhardt. Tessron glances over, seeing that Stefan has been taken down. But in that split second, the body thief loses his grip on the MC as Cyrus lunges forward to finish him. Tethad rushes in to support our hero, helping the staggering protagonist to his feet. He's clearly messed up, but Ceylon's healing magic should patch him up. Staring down at our boy Tesseron is just disappointed, muttering that he could have ended him if he just had more time, but he has to admit, Reinhardt's crew is no joke. Yeah, things are a lot different than they were in the past. Just like that, he decides to dip, promising to claim his victory next time, as the MC warns him to stay put. Scoffing, our boy declares, "You're not getting away that easily," but Tesseron just smirks back, because he's not about to give our protagonist a choice. Out of nowhere, the body thief summons the gym's unbreakable spirits, the same terrifying phantoms Reinhardt and his crew barely survived fighting just moments ago. The spirits swarm their target, while Tesseron, grabbing Usis, starts to make his escape with the rest of his group, swearing he'll take the MC's head the next time they meet. One of the spirits charges straight at our boy, but he just catches it with his bare hand, holding the creature back with raw power. Right now, he is beyond frustrated, because these things are only coming for him, and are completely ignoring the body thief. He's left wondering if this is because he's the rightful heir, or maybe because of Sion's divine power. As they retreat, Felina apologizes to Tesseron, feeling useless, that she wasn't more help. The entire dynamic has flipped. Felina, who used to be Reinhardt's closest friend, is now on their side, while Cyrus, who was Tesseron's only friend, is now his bitter enemy. Suddenly, their entire group freezes when they spot a strange stone. It holds the secret to breaking past the quintuple layer of the Calamity Horn. For a second, Tesseron panicked, thinking the Demon King must have known about it too, since he passed through this area. This was the source of the body thief's fear, but it looks like the Demon King was still stuck at the quadruple layer. With a cold, calculated move, he shatters the stone, because this way they'll both remain incomplete mages and martial artists. By doing this, he sealed off his own path to the quintuple layer. The brutal truth is, he lost that battle the moment that stone crumbled to dust. Our boy just lost the entire reason he came here in the first place. Back in the arena, the spirits are going berserk, but once again, Ceylon begs Felina to help them out. A brilliant pink light flashes, and in seconds every single spirit just vanishes. Utterly drained, Ceylon collapses to the ground. Admitting he's never pushed his divine powers that hard before, he looks up confused and asks why those spirits were so insanely powerful. Argai then explains the grim truth: they were all warriors beaten to death, and the more resentment a spirit holds, the more terrifyingly strong it becomes. In that exact moment, the Demon King could feel the distorted space around them, finally fading away. However, his attention immediately snaps to Cyrus, demanding to know who that Tesseron guy was. So our boy cooks up a lie claiming they used to be friends, but became enemies because they had a major fallout over how to deal with otherworldly species. He claims Tesseron believes freeing them would bring ruin to the world, just as they decide to pursue them. Tatis spots two sets of tracks. The trail leads to the stone chambers, and then back up the stairs, meaning they have a clear path to follow. They all head down the track, and moving forward, they see something smashed on the ground. It's the same headstone from before. Reinhardt figures their opponent must have taken out his anger on it. The fact that they've already left makes Cyrus feel like this entire trip down here was pointless. But the MC just smiles, telling them all it wasn't a waste in the slightest, because they gained another aura user, Tythad. In our protagonist's previous life, the orc first awakened his aura, fighting Cameron of the Hallan Kingdom. He figured it would take at least another 10 years for Tythad to awaken, but clearly the timeline has drastically changed. On top of that, they found Jerudin and a brand new aura user. This trip was a massive win. With that settled, they all agree to head back and get some rest. In a completely different scene deep in a forest, a group of young trolls are on the run, with a senior troll named Utrang who's yelling at them to keep moving. Utrang's heart is pounding. He knows these young trolls are on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, and if they're captured, they'll just become ingredients for some alchemist's potions. Meanwhile, Captain Landon and his squad are hot on their trail. Landon barks orders at his men to press the search, fully aware that troll blood is basically liquid gold for healing potions. A single vial fetches 10 silver coins. Huddled with the young trolls behind a colossal tree, Utrang is consumed by guilt. Guru Matero warned him to avoid the waterfall, but he didn't listen. He figured they were safe since the human villages were so far out, but now he's trapped with no way out. Utrang orders the terrified baby trolls to stay put, then steps out from their hiding spot alone. It's like when a mother bird leads a predator away from her nest, making herself the target to protect her eggs. That's Utrang's play. Revealing himself, he unleashes a wave of raw troll sorcery, which sends the knights scrambling in fear, but Landon just screams for his men to riddle him with arrows. Even as the shafts slam into his flesh, Utrang's wounds just seal right back up, so they switch tactics, dropping a massive net to immobilize him before they light him on fire. But before they can even strike a spark, Utrang's body begins to swell and distort, growing to a monstrous size that leaves the soldiers paralyzed with fear. And this is the truth about trolls. They're one of the most peaceful, intelligent species around, but become the most terrifying and savage force imaginable when you back them into a corner. Over in Param, a sleepy village on the forest's edge, the locals are anxiously wondering if the massive magic circle set up just outside is actually going to be enough to capture the trolls. An old woman, Mrs. Tess, pleads with the knights, begging them not to kill the creature. Even as a younger woman reminds her that trolls are monsters, Tess just keeps sobbing, insisting that trolls are the sacred guardians of the forest, who have always protected the woods. The villagers apologize to the knights for her outburst, but the soldiers are already in formation, having erected a triple-layered barrier just to be safe. Some of the men are low-key confused, not really getting why they had to set up the entire trap right in the middle of the village. But the man running the operation can't risk guessing where the trolls might emerge. If they storm out near the village, they could cause untold destruction before the knights could ever lure them toward the trap. He just prays Captain Landon knows what he's doing, because the fortune they spent on this massive magic circle was insane. They better not come back empty-handed. In a flash, Utrang explodes from the tree line, his face a mask of pure rage as he charges the humans. Instantly, the knights bombard him with a volley of fireballs and ensnare him in a shimmering cage of arcane force. A raw, agonizing scream rips from Utrang's throat, but these merciless humans don't stop forcing him toward the magic circle and even sinking an arrow into his back. Utrang finally collapses, his body trembling as he whimpers in pain before finally blacking out. After he's unconscious, the men chain him up and shove his massive form into the back of a carriage. While the village celebrates their supposed return to peace, Tessa's voice cuts through the crowd, warning them they've just made a mistake they will live to regret. She tells them the fury of the forest will soon rain down upon them, but her cries fall on deaf ears. We jump to Zaytan Hill, deep within the Getharan Mountains of the Hallan Kingdom, where knights from the southern region are escorting the carriage holding Utrang. The hype is real. They're all fantasizing about the insane amount of gold coming their way. Once they reach the city of Kaltazan, they'll be thrilled to deliver this prize to the Alchemist Guild. This is the payday they've been grinding for. As they march, one of the soldiers, Dren, thinks he hears something in the woods, but since they're so close to the campsite, he just brushes it off and keeps moving. A fatal mistake. A moment later, Handan drops dead. Chaos erupts as the entire squad panics. The veteran leader screams for them to get it together, shouting it's just a monster ambush. They all rally around the carriage, forming a defensive perimeter. But in the blink of an eye, 4 more men are cut down. Russo, the squad's mage, tries to cast a life detection spell, sending a magical pulse into the air. But his spell just dies mid-cast as he coughs up a spray of blood. That's when the real terror sets in. Tessa's ominous warning about an angry forest echoes in their minds. A cold dread washes over them as a voice materializes from the surrounding darkness. It tells them that they were never a threat to humans, but humanity's endless greed forced this conflict. Delusional, the captain raises his sword, confident in the protection of the Sayer, but a cold sweat drips down his face when he finally sees it, the ivory tusk. It's effortlessly slaughtering his men before his very eyes. Landon recognizes the name instantly. This is the demon that single-handedly annihilated the legendary monster hunting squad and wiped out over 20 different branches of the Alchemist Guild. Before he can even think, the ivory tusk leans in its voice, a cold whisper in his ear, mocking him that his greed had finally overpowered his fear. In the next instant, it tears his body to pieces. The only thing left is the sound of his screams, until death finally silences them. 7 days after his group met Tesron Riefenhart, they made it back to Antares County. A lot of things changed in the county after their return. For starters, the Blue Bear tribe finally settled down in the Gloatin Mountains. There was definitely a chance for conflict with the groups already living there, but if any trouble were to start, they would be under the official protection of the Antares County flag. On top of that, the mission to plant the Geranting in the Elven Forest went off without a hitch. In the aftermath, elves from the Danheim tribe began their vigil over the new world tree sprouting within the Grand Forge. The days of hunting monsters were history, all thanks to a new food supply chain forged by the Tauban Trade Union. Because of this, the bulk of the Grand Forge's warriors relocated to Antares County. There they started forging a new village alongside the dwarves who were once shackled as slaves near the mines. The construction is a slow grind, but with dwarven master craftsmen on the job, no one's sweating it. 20 days since their return. Inside the Antares County castle, Reinhardt stares out the window. He's feeling that low-key relief when a plan actually works, but he's still wrestling with how to handle the humans. Today, a crew of seasoned mercenaries, led by a man named Gardwin, showed up to pledge their swords to him. Each one steps up trying to sell their skills, promising our boy the world. Reinhardt can see it clear as day. A few of these guys are legit killers, but at the same time, the group is packed with cocky wannabes who have no idea how big the world really is. It trips him out that in his past life, not a single soul dared offer their services to the Demon King, but now he puts on a gracious face, thanking them for coming. He promises that only those who can back up their talk will earn a spot. A wicked smirk plays on his lips. As he pictures it, he's gonna absolutely wreck them. then sift through the wreckage to find anyone actually useful. The knights and soldiers step forward, ready to prove their worth in a sparring match against Cyrus. All told, there are 20 knights and nearly 100 soldiers. He's not even counting the non-human members of his crew. As our MC watches a knight clash with Cyrus, a cold reality hits him. This entire human contingent isn't even worth 10 of his dwarf warriors. Still, he knows he has to embrace the humans, at least the ones who aren't prejudiced against other races. The second one of the knights shoots a disdainful glare at Tethad. For judging his performance, everyone knows it's over for him. Discriminating against orcs or any other species is a hard line you just don't cross here. Seething Tethad unleashes his blade aura for all to witness, an oppressive force that leaves the entire crowd, especially the arrogant knight, completely shook. Needless to say, that guy gets tossed out immediately. Shaking his head at the display, our boy turns to Azriel, asking if any decent prospects showed up today. Azriel reassures him that Tethad and Russ definitely made the right calls, so he's got nothing to stress about. With that, Azriel adds that raw skill isn't the only thing that defines a knight. Teasingly, Reinhardt fires back, asking if the same rule applies to orcs. The jab makes the captain of the Antares Knights flush with embarrassment, but he concedes that Tethad has the honor of a true knight and the power to back it up. Hearing that, the protagonist sighs, wishing everyone could have that same mindset. Then again, every single knight in the county used to be a merc, so he figures he can just drill some manners into them. He's low-key worried that if they just keep hiring sellswords, they'll never build a proper knight order. In Reinhardt's mind, the line between a mercenary and a knight is thin, but still, knights possess a level of discipline and quality that mercs just can't match. So before heading out, he gives Azriel a new directive from now on: focus on recruiting true knights. Back in the suffocating confines of his office, the MC asks Flora if his workload is heavy today. His eyes nearly pop out of his head when he sees the mountain of documents waiting for him. At this rate, he's going to be chained to this desk for hours, while countless dungeons are just waiting to be raided. And the legendary 4 Symbols relic is still out there for him to find. As she pours his tea, Flora's curiosity gets the better of her. She asks who handled all this paperwork for him in his past life. Glaring at the stacks of paper, he explains that he was basically locked in the palace back then, and had Mashalin's genius to rely on. But that's not an option now. The human nobles would have a complete meltdown if he handed over his duties to someone from another species. In that moment of frustration, Reinhardt admits he needs someone he can trust, someone brilliant with administration, and strong enough to guard the entire castle, freeing him up to make moves. When Flora brings up Azriel, our guy agrees that the captain is solid, but not quite ready to have the fate of the whole county dropped on his shoulders. A sly grin spreads across his face though. He already has someone in mind, a man so ridiculously skilled that even the protagonist himself can't manage to kill him. Meanwhile, in the castle corridors, a tall stranger walks beside Tilla. None of the knights recognize this guy, and even when they ask Azriel, he just shakes his head. As they stroll, Tilla asks the man Carasus, who's been staring intently at the training grounds, if he wants to spar, calling him the Knight of Knights. But he just brushes it off, his mind lost in a dark thought. The man known as Carasus is already dead. He is nothing but a nameless ghost now. Snapping him out of his trance, Tilla calls his name. He looks at her and confesses that he once believed Yuval was an incredible candidate for king. This throws Tilla for a loop, and she can't figure out what could have possibly changed his perspective. And so the man reveals his reason, the woman standing right before him. He says she embodies a beauty, wisdom, and wit that only the otherworldly races possess, and that alone was enough to make him rethink everything. Her cheeks flame. Scarlet, yeah, it's cheesy, but then he holds out his hand. She slips her hand into his, admitting he's got the brains and the wit down, but playfully roasts him, saying the beautiful part is still up for debate. Calling her cruel, he reminds Tilla that her people can literally hear the truth in someone's voice, so maybe she can tell if he's for real. And then he drops the bomb. He's fallen for her. Hard. Tilla's face instantly goes nuclear red. He quickly reassures her it's fine if she doesn't feel the same since he's not a dwarf, but she gets all flustered, which tells him everything. She's totally on board with him, loving her. She suggests he should grow a beard, insisting it would suit him, and with their hands linked, they continue their stroll. Elsewhere, Karsus has a moment of clarity, admitting he had zero right to judge our guy. Later, Karsus finally meets up with our boy, who is genuinely thrilled to see him. Karsus feels like out of every single prisoner of war on the planet, he has somehow hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Riffenhart cuts straight to the point and asks if Karsus has ever considered giving up his POW status. Karsus worries the MC wants to cut him loose, confessing he feels insanely guilty for being the only one just chilling in the castle. A smile spreads across our protagonist's face. He's stoked that Karsus instantly caught his drift and asks for his help. Turns out, Karsus reveals he's already in the loop courtesy of Tilla, filling him in on the MC's grand vision. He hesitates, then confesses that at first he was pretty sure Riffenhart was completely nuts, which gets a chuckle out of our guy. He gets that a lot. Even Sirius thinks he's crazy. But Karsus came to realize his own perspective was just way too small. These otherworldly races aren't human, but they are absolutely people. Even Karsus now understands that this isn't about elves or dwarves. No civilization can thrive if its people are treated like beasts. He admits he's not fully aware of everything, but if this is the dawn of a new era, he desperately wants to be a part of it. Lowering his head in a gesture of pure respect, he asks Riffenhart to command him, making it clear he doesn't care if it's as a lackey or an administrator. The faintest smile touches our hero's lips. He knows deep down that this guy would have hit him up for a job even if he hadn't offered. Without missing a beat, Riffenhart extends his hand, presenting the official seal, and asks Karsus to serve as his proxy. Karsus is visibly shocked that the protagonist would hand over this kind of authority to a former enemy. Taking the seal, he looks him in the eye and challenges, "What's to stop me from having a change of heart?" But our boy coolly informs him that the seal's power is limited to giving orders to humans and the Antares. He then flips the script asking Karsus what kind of betrayal plot he's cooking up. After a moment's thought, Karsus just scoffs. He's got nothing. It clicks for Karsus, then he's not serving some fool. The only humans around are the Night Order and over 1,000 starving refugees. Just to mess with him, Karsus fires back. "What if I trained those humans to be my personal army?" The instant Riffenhart says Tilla would cry, a shy smile breaks across Karsus's face, and he vows to do his absolute best. Later, the main character suggests calling him Sass instead of Karsus, figuring he needs a new name for his new life. But the name sounds so lame that Karsus shuts it down immediately, telling him to just call him Karl. Before Riffenhart can dip, Karl cheekily suggests making him prime minister, arguing it sounds way cooler than the Count's proxy. After Karl was appointed prime minister, things started getting done at lightning speed. He was way more skilled than our boy ever dreamed. His first order of business was to properly place the female elves into roles where they could excel. Because of this brilliant move, work efficiency shot up by 30%. On top of that, he completely restructured the military. While our guy had just thrown 5 to 6 soldiers under each knight without much thought, Karl came in with a real strategy. He separated the knights from the soldiers and then hand-picked 2 veteran knights to command and train the grunts. This single change gave the military a massive power-up. Next, the Prime Minister focused on the displaced people. Unsurprisingly, he was a phenomenal judge of character, assigning the skilled to bureaucratic posts and the laymen to farm work. Watching all this unfold during training, our protagonist is beyond happy with his choice and tells Tilla she better hold on to that guy tight. On another note, Sirius has finally nailed her fire magic, and she is absolutely beaming with pride. Just then, an elf scout dashes in to inform the Count that the VIPs he's been expecting have finally shown up. Meanwhile, Sirius and Tilla are having some girl talk dishing on the boys. Tilla is completely smitten with Karl gushing about what a perfect gentleman he is. Sirius, however, has 100% father-zoned Riffenhart, prompting Tilla to warn her to absolutely never say that to his face. But she does admit the MC gives off some serious old man vibes, speculating it might be because he's built like a brick house. Beckel, the bounty hunter, arrives with his partner, completely stoked to meet the legendary Marshal King in person. He'd heard through the Talon trade union that our hero was on the lookout for them. Riffenhart gets straight to business, revealing he's got a job for them. Model. Unfurled before them is a crude sketch of a man named Tesron, revealing their mission hunt down a body-snatching aura user who's gone completely off the grid. But unlike Christine and Eustace, this client drops a heavy pouch on the table, 100 gold coins, promising a whole lot more if they can pull this off. Moving on, our hero snags this month's intel report from the Great Trade Union. As he scans the document, he quickly realizes it's filled with completely useless garbage. But in a flash, his eyes snap wide with alarm as he reads a single line. Monster hunters operating south of the Hallan Kingdom were ambushed by the legendary Ivory Tusk. Leaping to his feet, the MC roars for everyone to assemble immediately. He knows something they don't. Ivory Tusk isn't just a monster, it's the old call sign for Athelka, the coastal city deep in the kingdom's southern territory. Meanwhile, in a place called Santana's Tears, the Alchemist Guild is running a house of horrors, experimenting on live trolls and torturing them to mass-produce healing potions and other concoctions. The higher-ups are demanding 500 more bottles, forcing everyone to work double time. Their depravity knows no bounds as they've resorted to locking the trolls in storage and just draining their blood on tap. The Alchemist Guild's workers are baffled as to why the female trolls always miscarry whenever they fall pregnant. Though they reproduce without issue in the wild, whispers have even reached this dark place about the Ivory Tusk slaughtering Landon's entire party. They just pray it never finds its way here, because that would be a catastrophe. Everywhere the Ivory Tusk appears, it leaves nothing but a trail of bodies. The branch's leadership is so spooked that today they've called in some very important guests. Branch manager DePaul has hired a squad of elite aura users he believes can stop this beast, completely unaware that Atilka is already lurking just outside. He's just waiting for the perfect opening to attack. Across the way, DePaul, the southern branch manager of Santara, is ecstatic to be hosting an aura user from the Helene Kingdom. Kafir Sharn, a 7th circle mage from the household named Maroon, and a priest of Sayer known as Blay. They all confidently tell DePaul to relax, assuring him that he picked the absolute perfect crew to handle this little problem. Over at the palace gate, the security guards are just casually chatting when out of nowhere, a thick, eerie fog begins to swallow the area. Suddenly, the voice of the ivory tusk echoes from the mist, but the unfortunate guards can't comprehend the language. With a simple spell, he puts them all to sleep. He spares them only because they're innocent, completely clueless about the sickening work being done inside that wretched palace. In a building nearby, a man named Riffenhart cracks a smile. He's been painfully bored ever since arriving, but watching the fog roll in, he knows things are finally about to get interesting. In stark contrast, absolute chaos explodes inside the Alchemist Guild as the knights descend into a full-blown panic. Still, they attempt to rally, driven by the promise of 1,000 gold coins for the one who kills the creature. The VIPs can hear the uproar, but DePaul smoothly lies that a single troll must have broken loose. The guests offer to lend a hand if the troll is causing that much trouble, but a nervous DePaul quickly declines, pretending he wouldn't want to burden such powerful aura users. Not for a task as simple as catching one measly troll. Even so, the aura users decide to repay his hospitality and check it out anyway. In another part of the guild, the warriors are utterly powerless to defend themselves. In one devastating strike, a huge number of them are instantly taken out. As the terrified survivors brand Atilka a monster, the Ivory Tusk can only praise their sheer audacity. Seeing as their very paychecks are signed with the blood of trolls, he informs them all to get ready to pay their own tab. With their own blood, channeling some kind of dark magic, he seizes control of the warriors' bodies. They drop their weapons to the ground against their will. With a few subtle flicks of his finger, he executes every last knight. A short while later, Blay, Maroon, and Kafir emerge from their safe room, spotting the Ivory Tusk and finally understanding why DePaul had been treating them like kings. They feel completely played and make a mental note to have a serious talk with that fat liar later on. Just then, Athelka turns to face them. He notes that these three are undeniably powerful. The trio, on the other hand, is just fascinated that a troll is capable of speech. The Aura Lord grips his sword and suggests they end this quickly so they can go give that fat pig a piece of their minds. Moments later, Kafir lunges forward with his weapon, but the Ivory Tusk effortlessly dodges the blade, which deals a heavy blow to his pride. Now he's done playing games. His new goal is to slice the beast in two. Leaping high into the air, Atilka crashes down on the Aura user. While Maroon is visibly stunned, Blay's pupils dilate in disbelief because this creature is actually going toe-to-toe with the master. Blocking the glowing aura of the blade with nothing but 2 wooden rods, Atilka proclaims that with the Mother's grace, nothing can ever wound him. Enveloped in a magical aura, Atilka's body begins to expand, growing to a size capable of kicking over entire forests of juniper trees. In the blink of Kafir's eye, the Ivory Tusk swings his own weapon skillfully, closing in on his foe while maintaining the perfect distance between them. Atilka triggers a massive explosion, showering the area in shrapnel. Wielding his magic, Atilka summons massive green vines from the earth, and one of the shoots wraps itself tightly around the Lord of Aura's body. Seizing the opportunity, the Ivory Tusk lunges forward, and though Kafir struggles to evade the incoming attack, with his sword plunged into its side, Atilka watches as Blay and Maroon rocket towards him, Maroon already chanting a powerful verse. A torrent of fire erupts from his hands, but even as a magical seal glows beneath the beast, it scrambles away, howling in agony. Kafir grits his teeth, admitting, "This thing is on another level." Blay scoffs, "Forget honor. Let's drag this fight outside where we can really let loose." Meanwhile, Maroon knows their game plan, fire and lightning, are the Ivory Tusk's critical weaknesses. But when a bolt of pure lightning crashes down, the Ivory Tusk just tanks the hit, shattering the magic completely. Switching gears, Blay unleashes a wave of divine energy, trying to force Kafir to push through the pain and get back on his feet. But Kafir just lets out a blood-curdling scream, begging him to stop. Blay freezes, baffled by the sheer torment in his companion's voice. The healing power is actively harming him, clashing with his own aura, a phenomenon that should be impossible. Aura users don't reject divine energy from allies. So, what in the world is going on? Without warning, Marund unleashes a 4th circle disarming spell. Atilka's entire body violently contorts and twists in on itself. And then, he just casually stretches his leg. These freakish, unnatural movements are seriously messing with their heads. The rumors were true, it's a demon crammed into a troll's body. As Atilka soars into the air, he seriously considers just bailing. Taking on 3 powerhouses at once wasn't part of his plan. Suddenly, a barrage of rainbow-colored energy beams slices through the air from behind. The men whip around as the smoke clears, revealing our boy cloaked and flanked by his crew. Tothed is totally lost in the fog, but Reifenhardt explains it's a stealth ability the troll uses. A drop of cold sweat traces a path down Atilka's face. He has no idea if these new arrivals are enemies. Then, with a sly grin, our hero greets Atilka in the troll's own native tongue. He calls him the wise son of nature. The ivory tusk is completely shook, demanding to know how this human knows his name and his language. The protagonist promises he's here to help him and his people, claiming he knows the truth about their entire species. Just then, the aura users jump in demanding answers. Who are you? State your business and your identity now. Reifenhart doesn't even hesitate. Let the trolls go. Hearing this, Kafir absolutely loses his mind. He screams that this troll is a monster that has slaughtered countless people. Realizing they're too stubborn, our MC orders Tothid and Cirrus, capture them. Don't kill them. His command is punctuated by a thunderous explosion. Smoke chokes the room as shrapnel flies in every direction. An overwhelming magical pressure instantly slams down on everyone. Kafir barely manages to parry a devastating strike from Tothid, his sword groaning under the sheer force. He can't wrap his head around it. An orc with an aura this immense. It's unreal. He swings again as Blay watches his jaw clenched in pure anxiety. Out of nowhere, Cirrus appears behind Blay, leaping high for a deadly strike, but the guy is quick, throwing up a protective barrier just in time. He summons it to shield himself from the attack. The elf then taps into her spirit powers, conjuring a colossal salamander made of pure flame overhead. Heed my call, she commands. In a flash, the fiery beast charges straight at Blay. Watching all of this unfold, Atilka is in total disbelief. He'd never dreamed of an orc wielding an aura or an elf commanding spirits. Then Reifenhart himself begins to cast a powerful spell. Maroon's jaw drops the old rumors of a civil war, involving otherworldly races flooding his mind. But seeing this guy, an aura user wielding magic, is what truly shatters his perception of reality. Marund is floored that someone who uses aura would also find the time to completely master magic. The veteran mage raises his hand, noting our hero's powerful warrior-like build. He looks like the legendary Marshal King. Could you be? The one from the rumors, he asks. But the MC just lets him wonder. He fires off a force cannon spell. Before the blast can hit its mark, Marund erects a shimmering barrier to defend himself. He counters with a photon ray. The two attacks collide, erupting in a massive blinding explosion. Because both spells are on the same power level, the aftershocks trigger a chain reaction of smaller blasts all over the battlefield. On the flip side, the Martial King cracks his knuckles, absolutely certain his opponent's mind is now riddled with doubt. At that very moment, our boy chants a new verse, and its power disrupts Maroon's connection to his magic. Sheer panic flashes across the veteran mage's face. He feels utterly powerless. After studying magic for over 50 years, he feels like he's about to be completely demolished, a realization that is absolutely soul-crushing. Refusing to accept defeat, Maroon digs deep and begins to weave one final desperate spell. But it's no use. The protagonist unleashes several beams of magic, and the unexpected assault strikes Marund down before he can finish. You can literally see the light fade from the old man's eyes. Across the room, Kafir lunges at Tothid. It's like two forces of nature crashing into each other. The man and the orc are not budging no matter what. The orc hurls his massive sword at Kafir. The Lord of Aura launches himself into the air, barely dodging the spinning blade of death. With a smug grin, he dismisses the move as utterly foolish, since Tathas just ditched his weapon in the heat of battle. But what he doesn't see is the swarm of glowing magic discs zeroing in on him from behind. Without warning, they detonate in a catastrophic explosion, leaving Kafir knocked out cold amidst the rubble. As the sword zips back to its master, a proud smirk forms on our boy's face. Tathas had successfully controlled the aura's immense power, all while wielding a spirit weapon no less. Just then, Cyrus, clutching an unconscious Blay, wonders aloud if they should really let any of these guys live. He points out that even if Reifenhart hadn't flexed his aura, their identities were bound to get exposed anyway. But our guy just clarifies that if he really wanted to lay low, he would have just thrown on a mask. And he's cool with it, as long as his most critical secret remains under wraps. Reifenhart urges Atilka to dip immediately, because reinforcements could storm the place any second. An inferno is already swallowing the entire building. Warriors desperately try to maintain order, evacuating everyone they can, while the air fills with panicked screams and cries for help. A convoy of carriages snakes down a mountain path. Inside one, Ceylon's sinister pink aura suffocates a group of orcs. Cyrus watches in horror at the miserable orcs trapped as slaves chattering amongst themselves in their own tongue. It's a language nobody can decipher. Sometime later, having escaped the chaos, the crew huddles around a crackling bonfire. Atilka is completely floored watching the legendary Martial King cast actual magic, but Reifenhart just smirks. He declares that a few spells can't change who he is. The troll, however, is still struggling to believe his own eyes, even after witnessing that unmistakable aura. Finally, he connects the dots with the rumors and demands to know how Reifenhart knows who he is, let alone his language. Tapping into his past life knowledge, the MC spins a masterful lie about a troll he once knew. He claims this troll was a survivor from the Bavard tribe. With a curious glint in his eye, our boy asks if Atilka's ever heard of him. Knowing full well there's no way for the troll to fact-check, this Atilka hums for a moment before confirming that he has heard the name. but he's still deeply suspicious about how Reifenhardt is so clued in about his people. So our protagonist begins to lay out his story. He feeds him a narrative that is impossibly tempting for Atilka, a troll who has spent his life fighting and slaughtering humans, all in a failed crusade for the rights and justice of his people. With a confident smile, the MC offers the troll a spot on his team. Atilka's eyes narrow. He wants to know the angle. Why would a human go to such lengths for someone like him? In response, Reifenhardt asks the troll if he's heard of Southern Taken, a region where people once practiced cannibalism without a shred of remorse. The great sage shut it all down even when the locals insisted it was simply their culture. The group listens in absolute silence, but deep down, every single one of them understood the powerful point our hero was making. Meanwhile, over in the City of Alchemists, nestled in the south of the Gotham Kingdom, lies the city of Arkenbrook, the central headquarters of Santana's Tears. Inside Orenmay, the guildmaster of Santana's Tears slams his desk and demands to know who the culprit is. A nervous subordinate named Depot starts to speak, but Orenmay silences him, revealing he was ready to ignore the whole Ivory Tusk incident. He argues that the cursed monster was always a troublemaker, but involving humans crosses a line. The seemingly innocent-looking man then confesses they have a few suspects, but they're running on zero hard evidence, and their primary person of interest is none other than the martial king Reifenhardt. Their investigation, thanks to a report from Marooned, confirmed that our hero used magic without any aura. They discovered the MC was absent during the fire, but not nearly long enough to have made the journey, which takes a solid month one way. And he was gone for less than 2 weeks. The guild leader theorizes a decoy might have been used, but they're well aware of a problem with that. Our hero is far too famous for a body double to work. Every guild member has a different theory, but regardless of the scenario, one thing is clear. They can't just mess with Reifenhardt. He's the martial king and the sovereign of an entire county. Still, the rumors of him rescuing trolls have also reached them. As he connects the dots, the guildmaster begins to suspect it really might be the MC. Considering his bold moves at the Entries County Castle, it fits his profile. Back in his office, Reifenhardt kicks back in his chair, smiling. He knows those alchemist goons are probably losing their minds right now, so his next move is to establish a rock-solid alibi. At this rate, as long as those fools don't discover the portals, everything is proceeding, according to his grand design. And building up a powerful force while dodging attacks from humans is a huge bonus. Staring out his window, he thinks back to his companion's excitement now that all the preparations were complete. And so, the time has finally come for the most critical phase of the plan. Cut to an entirely new location. Countless minecarts fill a massive cavern, where exhausted dwarves are being worked to the breaking point. The man in charge screams at them to work faster. He relentlessly calls them all lazy. The dwarves can only obey because their families are being held as hostages. The boss is screaming, demanding to know if they've found any adamantium or orichalcum, because Viscount Kelburn is absolutely furious. Raw panic explodes across the men's faces as they spot their buddy shrieking at something in the shadows. Before they can even figure out what's going on, a squad of dwarves led by the Grand Forge warrior Eustia crashes the party, unleashing total chaos. Sloidel smashes a man to the ground, snarling that he's not sparing him out of mercy. To him, they're just worthless pawns in a much bigger game. The man in charge looks terrified, but that fear skyrockets into pure horror when he sees one of the dwarves conjuring a glowing rune in midair. It's a suppression spell, a nasty piece of magic designed to neutralize other spells, and suddenly all the thugs who were flexing on the dwarves moments ago are absolutely petrified. They can only watch in horror as the dwarven rescuers unleash their magic in perfect, devastating sync. Eustatia's voice booms over the chaos, announcing that they are the warriors of the Grand Forge. Their mission to save the Stellhammer tribe. The captive dwarves are stunned when the warriors command them to form a line. They move down the line, shattering the cursed collars shackled to their necks. One by one, they taste freedom. A dwarf named Ruthik frantically tells Sloyd that their families are being held hostage as well, but Sloyd reassures him with grim determination that every last one of them will be saved. A whole other army has already been dispatched to the village to rescue their families. Just then, Tilla's axe carves through the air, dropping another enemy. She cries out for her grandfather Hethos and crashes into his arms. She sobs that it was Riffenhardt who sent them, who set up this entire rescue mission. To escape this hellhole, she'll have to reach out to Father Gelfried later. Meanwhile, back at the Kelburn Viscounty, the Stellhammer dwarves are scrambling to abandon everything they own. In the middle of the turmoil, Hilary has a tearful reunion with her father Ruthik. Kay and the others are also completely wrecked with emotion as they embrace their long-lost families. Gelfried now stands there, completely lost on what to do next. But Sloydel just tells him it's all part of the plan. Gelfried's eyes then bulge in utter disbelief as a massive fleet of ships appears on the horizon. He's even more stunned to find out this wasn't the work of the Grand Forge, but of humans. And at the prow of the lead ship, a single figure stood tall. It was Carl shouting across the water that they come in peace, that they're only here to get everyone to safety. The dwarves are totally baffled. but their jaws collectively hit the deck when Tila spots Carl on one of the ships and sprints to leap into his arms. They're acting all mushy and romantic, while Ruthik's face goes completely crimson with a mixture of shock and secondhand embarrassment. Carl beams at him and cheerfully calls him father-in-law. Scene change to DLO, the largest metropolis in the western kingdom of Helene. At the DLO branch of Santana's Tears, massive explosions detonate against the building's walls. Figures in cloaks are lobbing firebombs, screaming that the notorious Ivory Tusk is inside. The flames begin to rage, climbing higher and higher. But something far more terrifying than fire erupts from the blaze, a troll, its eyes burning with uncontrollable fury. The monster begins chanting a dark spell, and with one cataclysmic strike, the creature obliterates several people. Absolute panic ensues, but they still decide to hurl more firebombs at it. Effortlessly weaving through the explosions, the Ivory Tusk vaults onto the city walls. It gazes into the night sky, sensing the moment has arrived. And with that, the Ivory Tusk launched itself into the air. All the people could see was its dark silhouette against the luminous moon. Seeing this, the citizens actually started cheering, thinking they had somehow defeated the Ivory Tusk. Believing it was retreating, even the Santana's Tears Western Region branch manager Ramdran cracks a smug grin. He proudly declares that not even the Ivory Tusk can touch his trolls, but all his arrogance and pride are about to be pulverized. One of his men sprints toward him, gasping for breath, and reports that the trolls in the city of Kentry have escaped. Now in the northern kingdom of Rastiel, we see a gigantic coliseum. The roar of the crowd inside is deafening. The audience is absolutely eating up the brutal spectacle unfolding below. A massive monster is squared up in the arena against an equally powerful ogre, but in a single brutal swipe, the lion-like beast sends the ogre flying, knocking it out cold. Meanwhile, in the gladiator facility, Wild Bane, a sleazy old man named Mr. August, sits on a couch directly across from a woman named Cylin. Behind her looms a towering, powerful orc, Teethad. August is shocked. This orc is bigger than all his other gladiators by at least a full head. He's seen countless orcs, but never one like this. As the fat old man gets lost in thought, Cylin cuts him off to ask if there's an issue, and she asks what price he can get for the orc. With a greasy chuckle, the guy tells Cylin that most orcs fetch around 5 golden coins, but since this one is unique and seems to be in prime condition, he'll go as high as 7 golden coins. This cunning old sleazebag knows perfectly well that even regular orcs are worth at least 10 golden coins. She immediately accepts, and August is over the moon. This girl clearly has zero clue about the market, and this old creep is about to get a priceless orc for a steal. He just bought a slave for way less than what he would have paid years ago, especially since slaves are so rare these days. The girl explains that this orc was always docile, so August should treat him well, while the poor orc promises his former master, Cylin, that he'll work even harder if she just doesn't sell him. But it's done. The orc is sold, and the deal has been struck. But this old geezer had no idea his little arrangement was about to blow up in his face deep inside that dungeon. A wave of laughter ripples through the orcs as they eye the newcomer. One of the shackled veterans steps up, thinking it's a damn shame to see another soul get dragged into this pit. He calmly asks the new guy for his name, but the answer makes his eyes fly open, because the orc announces he's Tathid, son of Crota, and heir to the legendary Sword of Kalkan. A little later, the prisoners are just killing time, gossiping about how August didn't even flinch when one of their own barrack kicked the bucket. They start daydreaming about a life, like the one enjoyed by the orcs of Antares County. But a grizzled old-timer barks at them to shut their traps and sleep it off, calling them delusional fools. But then every head in the cell swivels toward Tathid when he poses a question. What would any of them actually do with a shot at that Antares life? The question just hangs in the air, confusing everyone. But before they can even wrap their heads around it, with a surge of pure aura, Tathid shatters the chains binding him. The cell erupts in panic as they realize he's a true warrior, and they start screaming, demanding to know who this guy really is. Igniting his sword Dekar, he declares he's from Antares, and he's here to carve out a new future for every single